You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what is happening, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka stream, and it's Friday. Thank God, right? Yeah, work's been kicking my ass, that's for damn sure. Hopefully you guys are good. How we doing right here? Not many people have showed up right now, so that's all right. People file in as they do. Let me go ahead and take my vodka shot for the beginning of the stream. Blip, 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 blip. All right, here we go. All right, cheers, guys. Cheers. Do some Blue Beetle talk. Obviously wearing my Blue Beetle shirt. Thank you, Mama Film Junkie. Good old vodka. Thought about getting tequila, to let out that Mexican side, but nah. Didn't get tequila, but I got kombucha again. I'm in love with this stuff. Wake up with that. Yeah. The whole, I think the days of, because I don't get the most expensive vodka. Let's face it, I don't, because you got to be on a budget. I'm a budgeted alcoholic. No, but so doing my little spritzer things that I used to do, it just wasn't cutting it. I think the last time I had a really gnarly hangover, which was probably about 2 or 3 Saturdays ago, I had a really gnarly hangover. Just a bad hangover. And I'm like, you know what? No more with the straight up, just like full on vodka, unless I'm drinking like a better quality vodka, but not doing that. But anyways, cheers, guys. I'm just talking out of my ass. That's all. Mr. Nobody. Hey, Dave. Happy Friday. Yes, happy Friday. I mentioned on Wednesday that Blue Beetle doesn't need to be a home run. So did I. Just a solid hit. What's the verdict? Or is the jury still out? Well, so starting off slow, it was like, I think it got 3.3 million. Got 3.3 million for the Thursday openings, the Thursday screenings. That's all that's been released right now. When I saw it, the theater was 30-40% full. And I always hate it when people actually post. It's like, why are you posting the movie theater? Why are you doing that? People either do that. It's funny because you'll see both sides of like the people who are supporting it and then the people who want to shit on it. They post like the screenshots of like, when you go to the Fandango screen to pick your seats or whatever, they like post that, or they post the movie theater. It's like, this whole, like, I don't know, people just love to see movies flop or talk about flopping movies. Again, what you said, that doesn't have to be. It's not as it was released today that I think it was from Soto who said that the budget, or it was in a Deadline article I saw today that said the budget was actually $104 million. So you could tack on 40, 50, probably 40, 50, 60 million maybe to it. So again, under 200 million still. So, and well, if we're going to go by that number of 104, the rule is always 2.5. Man, I'm spitting. Jeez, kombucha making me spit. Who knew I was a spitter? Anyways, okay. 5 minutes in, we're doing it. No, but if you're going to take that number of 104 million, just times it by 2.5 or 3. So if we're going to go 3, you can look at it like that. It doesn't even need to cross, like, it doesn't even need to get to, if it gets to over 300 million, it could actually be looked at as somewhat a success or whatever. It looks good. Go see it, man. If you think it looks good, go give some support to the Blue Beetle. What's going on, Darkness? Hey, Dave, just wanted to say hi and off to see Blue Beetle. There you go. That's what we're talking about. Support the little guy, the underdog, okay? And yes, I'm half Mexican, so there's a little bit of that too, where I'm like, come on. Let's support Jaime. What a day today, huh? Well, for me, it was because I had to catch up on work, and I had to catch up on work this weekend, which sucks. I hate it. I had a feeling I was going to have to work this weekend, daytime work, and I still got some, some Film Junkie shots to get out there. I posted one about David Ayer. The posted one about David Ayer right there. Oh, I think I know what you guys are talking about. Yeah, Meltdowns. Oh yeah, James Gunn. There you go. Yeah, Miss Nighthawk. She enjoyed it big time. Yeah, we both enjoyed it. She probably enjoyed it more than me. I'm not saying I don't know. It's one of those where now I just want to see it again, and I know I'm going to enjoy it more the second time. Always the first time, you're always going, all right, what's going on? But I just really dug I'm going to give my full, because I didn't do a full review like I was wanting to do. Like I said, work was kicking my ass, so I didn't have time to record like a full review. Of course, you have my first reaction. But yeah, I'll talk about that before I start bringing people in. What's going on, Phil? Good to see you. See you soon. What's up? Just chilling on my 28th birthday. Saw Blue Beetle today. Absolutely loved it. There we go, JD. Well, cheers. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear JD. Happy birthday to you. Cheers, brother. I'm glad you enjoyed Blue Beetle. It's a very enjoyable movie. It's a very enjoyable movie. And like I said, I'll give more things right now. What's going on, Azteca? Good to see you. Probably won't see Blue Beetle until next weekend because everyone in the house except me is sick. That sucks. That does suck. The bug didn't like you, RJ. That's a good thing, though. But yeah, that does suck when that happens. Yeah. Yeah, get your vitamin C. Just start ODing on vitamin C. Drink a lot of water. Went early to see it. Didn't expect people to be there. Yeah. I mean, like I said, it wasn't too many. It wasn't a big crowd last night. It might have legs, though. I mean, we're in August now, guys. Summer blockbuster season really has ended, technically, even though it's still summer. They don't go by Mother Nature, apparently. That's why I don't get it. It's always like summer blockbuster season starts in like March now, and then it ends in like July. Might be, August a little bit too. It dips into August, but I guess you could say, what other big movie? Technically this weekend is like the final weekend of the summer blockbuster season. I don't know. Yeah. I love how I can't see the emojis and I spell it out. It says David hand orange covering eyes. It's just, I'm like, what is that? There you go. We got W Games. People are enjoying it. People are freaking enjoying it, man. They really are. They are making micheladas and tacos tomorrow for. That's right. We got some preseason stuff. And we're having project. That sounds like a fun time. Where do you live? I'm gonna show up. You don't mind if I show up, do you? Nothing against Blue Beetle. I'm watching it when it hits digital. What does that have to do with James Gunn, dude? Good God, your obsession. This just reminds me of the people who are obsessed with shitting on Snyder, man. You've turned into them. Nothing against Blue Beetle, but fuck supporting it on. Yeah, are you gonna like watch it? Are you paying for this digital? Huh? Lane, I'm watching you. Hey Dave, I'm just seen Blue Beetle earlier today, and I love it, and I will buy it physically. There you go. That's what you like to hear too, right there. Jeremy Johns gave it a so review, which is interesting. Usually on, yeah, you know what I mean. It's like, yeah, like I said, I'll get into it. I'll get into it. So these good positive comments. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's good. I'm glad to see that. Hey, come on. Ted Cord is an ass man. Let's just say that, huh? Let's get a little creepy already, right? You should be a DC late night. Well, that's what kind of this is. Live from Southern California. It's Saturday. Yeah, it's Friday nights Vodka Night Live or whatever the hell. That's kind of what this is. Film Junkie Live, like, it's in the evening. It's kind of like that too. So, but yeah, pray. I know it's pretty much, we always pray that it has legs. We said the same thing about the Flash. It's like the Flash is going to have legs, literally legs run through that Speed Force. till the SAG strike is over. I doubt any movies will make much. Yeah, but the strikes were happening with Barbenheimer. But then again, Barbenheimer is just one of those things. I mean, that's what people have to realize is like there's so many movies. There's always a new movie which I don't mind. I love that there's a new movie that comes out every week. And I love that we're getting into like we're now not in summer blockbuster season because I like it when these little movies come out. There's a fucking movie that is coming out with Tiffany Haddish that's based on a book that looks absolutely insane. I forgot what it's called. It's got a crazy title, but it's about aliens that have invaded and have taken over the world, and they look like turkeys, like walking turkeys or walking like, bear chickens. They look weird, and when they communicate, they rub their hands together. And apparently, human beings now are entertainment for them. And then Tiffany Haddish has to marry one. I don't know. It looks absolutely insane. I saw a clip and then I saw the trailer. I'm like, what the hell is this movie? But just you get these little gems that just sound insane. That might be, a gem. We're getting into that season, which I like that. I like it when we get the smaller movies, we just see like these small movies because, it's just been blockbuster after blockbuster after blockbuster. And of course, I want to see it on, a big screen. So I either go to like, there's like 2 different screens I go to for the big screen. So, yeah. Is Gunn going to bring his MCU cheapness to DC? Is he going to bring his MCU cheapness? Probably. Because guess what? These studios have spent too much money. So they actually like cheap. The budgets are going to be cut down. If you think you're going to probably rarely hear about a $250 million budget, unless it's James Cameron. These budgets are going to get cut off. So yeah, probably. Dave, what happened to your audio? Alone Night Talks. We need that. Oh yeah. I did that. That was a while ago, man. That was fun. I remember I was like doing that for a bit where it was just like I wasn't on screen, but I was just talking. It was like a late night radio show. Thing is, well, I mean, that was fun, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe I can get brought back somehow, but I already do enough streaming, Okay, you're comparing 2 different directors. I mean, if you're going to expect everything to look like Snyder, you're going to be just disappointed all the time. That's the problem nowadays. It's like, it's like, so you're always going to compare it to this. It's like, no, I don't walk in going to every CBM going, is this going to look as good as Zack Snyder's? I'm like, I don't do that. That's what's weird. It's very strange. Okay. He does. Yeah, I mean, I do that. On Patreon, I do like I try to do like every other week, or maybe sometimes once a week. I do an audio. Is Pearl Harbenheimer this? Maybe. What's the Rebel Moon tea? Ooh, next week. Next week, guys. Next week, we're gonna be talking a lot of Rebel Moon. Things are gonna be coming out. People have been posting. I mean, obviously, you saw me meet up with somebody this past week. Now, I'm not saying it's for that. I'm not saying that at all. But I noticed that other people were talking about, because Zach, of course, posted that image that he's putting the final touches. He's putting the final touches on the trailer. Maybe, I mean, I don't know if it's because it's like, all right, but did you already show the trailer there, Zach? Come on. Are you, you putting the final? Okay. Anyways, but yeah. Rebel Moon next week. We're going to finally get that beautiful bean footage. All right. Evan said he's really good. I like that. There you go. It was called Landscape with Invisible Hand, Dave. Okay. What were we talking about when it was coming to that? I'm like, I don't remember. What's going on, Strong Armor Flicks? Good to see you. Heck yeah, that's what we're talking about. There she is, Mama Film Junkie. There you are, Mom. Good to see you. Fourth, the budget needs to be cut overall, not just for, yeah, exactly. Not just for WB. It's going to be all studios. They're going to be cutting that. Oh. Yeah, let's not even talk about that. The Giants are sucking butt right now. They're still in it. They're still in it. They still got a wild card spot. But my God, the Giants just are sucking right now. They need to get on fire again. Budgets need to go down across the board. Oh yeah, and that's what's going to happen. That's what has to happen. What's going on, Droga? All right. Well, thank you. Well, make sure you put them in my inbox, and I'll grade them later. All right. James isn't on the level of Zach or Nolan. Who said he was? But Zach, but he's on his own little, he's on his own little, I guess you could say, category or like level, I guess you could say. I like variety in directors, to be honest. I blame Zack Snyder for raising the bar so high. Every other CBM feels like a version. Jesus, that's the problem, man. Oh man, that's why I'm so glad I'm not like that. I like all different types. I don't like going into a movie with my arms crossed. I like to just go into movies just to escape and enjoy it. I don't know. I guess that's just the film junkie inside me. I don't like to compare because I'm not going to compare to Nolan or Snyder or anything like that. It's weird. The Blue Beetle theatrical release is successful in Biden's economic policies. All right, now we're getting political. Watch out. Oh yeah, we got Ahsoka that's coming out too. How much? Whoa, how much is that shirt? How much for that shirt? It's clean. Oh, you want to buy my shirt that we're doing now? Yeah. So you saw what that was too. Good flick. All right, good. Okay. Let's see who else we got. I'm sorry, but Zach isn't even on the same level. Yeah, they're on different levels too. I mean, yeah, you can't. Again, it's like everybody has. I like directors that have their unique signatures. Nolan has a unique signature. Snyder has a unique signature. Cameron, Ridley Scott, Edgar Wright. I mean, you got all these people out there you got all these directors when they can actually, and we even talked about it too one time, I think last week, we talked about, sometimes when it came to like the Marvel directors, like you couldn't distinguish one from the other. It's like, did you know which one was Peyton Reed? I mean, obviously Peyton Reed did Ant-Man, but could you distinguish that from, any, most of the other ones? I mean, who the hell directed Captain Marvel? I don't even remember. It was was it a duo or was that Black Widow? I can't remember. I mean, that's the thing is like, I think Chloe Zhao, when it came to the Eternals, did a good job of putting her unique spin, her signature on it. That's the thing. There's some directors that could do that, and there's some directors that just don't. Michael Bay has a unique signature, for God's sakes. But I mean, but I wouldn't be able to tell a McG, remember McG or some other ones that just create some generic shit. So, all right, Ambush, how's it going? What up? I appreciate that. Fourth wall break. You're awesome in 3 dimensions. That's what I'm going for. Snyder and Nolan are like, yeah, exactly. They're different. They're different, but they both respect each other and they're friends. That's the thing. I mean, again, when it came to, if it wasn't for Christopher Nolan, we wouldn't have gotten, our Zack Snyder DC movies, at least the Justice League movies. Obviously, we already had Watchmen, but that's the thing is like Christopher Nolan, again, he's the one that recommended to WB, like, hey, I'm not going to do Superman, but you can get this guy. He did Watchmen, and that's a freaking excellent movie. But yeah, overall, like when it comes, so Blue Beetle, I didn't give like a full review, so I wanted to give like a full review after sitting with it a little bit. I'm like, I did enjoy it. I think, I mean, was I expecting anything more? No, I went in. I didn't think it was going to be something that was going to, blow my mind or, but I will say though, that I will say the action, I didn't really mention this in the first reaction review. The action was top notch, to be honest. I thought the action was great, especially the fight between Jaime and Carapax, whatever the heck his name was, I mean, obviously it does have resemblance to like the first Iron Man because, it's like in the way that the story goes. Yeah, but I thought the action was pretty great and I thought the special effects looked good too. I mean, I wasn't expecting them again to just like be because obviously it's a low budget movie. So but I think they did a good job on the practical effects of things. And I know Mr. Soto, the director, he mentioned how they were trying to utilize a lot of the practicality, especially with the costume. And I really did like the first time you see Jaime, like when the scarab latches onto him. I mean, I thought that was like for being, it was kind of like it was because I know there was like an element of body horror when it came to that. I thought that was good scene. But I will say that when it first started, when the movie first started, I was kind of going, but for like the first like 15 minutes, I was kind of like, where's this? Is this gonna get? And then it got better. Like at first, I was kind of okay. They're doing this. It's there's nothing unique about really the story of it. I mean, we've seen this story before a little bit, but there's a unique twist on it. But so like right off the bat, and then but then when it finally got to the Blue Beetle stuff, I was like, cool. And but yeah, maybe I just was like as much as I did enjoy it, I did feel like I wanted to enjoy it more. But at the same time, what I really dug about it and what I said in my first reaction was the fact it was like I liked the family aspect. I thought that was a cool dynamic, especially when it came to Jaime and his father. Stuff like that'll hit you in the feels. Not to mention his father looked like it could have been one of my uncles for sure. He looked like my dad a little bit too. So that hits you in the feels. I really like that. And George Lopez, I thought he reminded me a little bit of my uncle too. But I was worried that he was going to annoy me, but I thought he was actually obviously he was the comic relief. But yeah, the first like 10-15 minutes, I was kind of like, I don't know, is this and then when it got to the Blue Beetle stuff, I went, okay. And then it started gradually just getting better for me. But then, like I said, the soundtrack, the score just really did it for me. And it really created that like 80s style adventure movie, that we've seen before. And then there was some good gags in there. And then of course, even the mention of like Ted Cord in there. I mean, obviously we got Victoria Cord, Susan Sarandon. I thought she was the weakest part of the entire movie, or as I said, Hillary Clinton. Come on, she did. Let's face it. Hurricane Hillary headed our way, anyways. But yep, that's just kind of my review of it. Really enjoyed it. Maybe I just wanted to enjoy it a little more. And I don't know. I think I think I felt like maybe there was going to be a little bit more to it. I don't know. It's hard. That's why I want to watch it again. I'm like, I want to watch it again, but still enjoyed it and still recommend it. And there we go. All right, let's start inviting some people in here. And I've been yammering on for way too long. But yeah, we're gonna get it. If you haven't seen it, we're gonna be talking spoilers. So be wary. We'll be talking spoilers. We'll definitely be talking spoilers. I don't know how many people are going to actually show up, but should be hopefully like a good amount to talk about this movie. And we'll talk about other things too. Like I know today, like James Gunn totally debunked something. It's just funny if like some people, there's people out there. There are people out there. Fourth wall break. Hey, Hillary is your ex. That's funny. No, but yeah, Hurricane Hillary is headed our way, folks. That's right. Southern California, parts of Arizona, and Baja California is going to be getting rocked. It's been a while. It's been a few decades since there's been like this kind of like tropical storm that's on the west coast. So yeah, so that's going to be showing up tomorrow late. Not tomorrow, Sunday. I'm thinking it's already Saturday. That's going to be showing up Sunday evening. and then into Monday morning, we're going to be getting a lot of rain. I'm like more inland, so it's not going to be. But then again, who knows? Because it's California. California is not built for a bunch of rain. Anytime there is like a big rainstorm, or if it rains for a couple of days, it's just a shit show. You don't want to leave. You don't want to get on the freeways. You don't want to go anywhere because it turns into an absolute shithole, shit storm, I guess you could say, just everywhere. All right, let's go ahead and start bringing some guys in. Let's see. Let's first bring in. Hey, Phil. I was trying to find some kind of drop. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, there you go. I was like, all right, what drop should I do for Phil?
Oh,
how's it going?
Laugh at work. It's all right. It's going. It's Friday.
Yeah, I know, right? Thank God.
Thank God.
Even though I got to work this weekend, but whatever.
Yeah,
it happens. It happens.
True that.
But then we got.
I have an idea.
There we go. What's going on, Travis? What the heck? You wanted a better one? Did he want a better drop?
Oh, he might. I don't know.
What that was?
That was a good one. That was a really good one.
Maybe he didn't mean to click out. Welcome back.
God damn that intro. No, good to be here. Yeah, how's everyone doing?
He's like, nope.
Solid.
That's it.
He had to take a breath on that one.
Yeah, I should have stayed off because I could have had the record for the quickest appearance on the Vodka stream. I don't know if anyone's had like a 2-second appearance. Someone in the chat clocked that. Go back to how many. Have you even when did you start the Vodka stream? What was the very first Vodka stream?
That's a good question.
Because I'm wondering how many you've done because you don't have them numbered. So I feel
like I know. I know. I never numbered them, so I don't know. Like it goes back to probably 2019.
Holy moly.
2018, 2019. Yeah, something like that. I just remember I was like, all right, I'm going to start doing this. And I would pour a glass of vodka and be like, all right, talk to me and I'll answer questions until I'm done. That's how it all started.
Mm-hmm.
It was just that. So I was just, I would pour in my drink glass like a halfway up of vodka. And then I would just answer stuff and talk and ramble. It was just me by myself. And then Steven was the first guest.
Well, there you go. Someone go back to 2019, watch them all, and tell me what the quickest record
that sounds about right.
And then next time I'll break it, But
there you go.
First time I heard Dave's name was through Scott McClellan on one of his podcasts.
Yeah, that's right. Because it was funny because when Scott came on here, I think it was a few months. Maybe it was a year after he started.
Not too long. Yeah, it was not
it might have been like a year. I don't know. But I just remember there's like one point we followed each other, and then I listened to his podcast. And then when I tweeted out that the Vodka stream, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then he goes, I'll be ready. And I think he showed a picture of like some whiskey or something like that. And then I was just like, hey, you want on? And then there you go. Can't get rid of the guy now.
Yeah, and then you got a spin-off show with them, everything.
And now you guys do a DC podcast.
Exactly. I know. No, now we're like now we're great friends. That's just what happens. But yeah, it's shortest one. I don't know. But if you were to stay off, you would have definitely beaten the record. No, I don't think it's been that short. I think I had a guest on a couple of months ago who just left when the panel came on. So. And never responded. So, hey, he was a young squire. It's whatever. TikTokers, am I right?
Mm-hmm,
yeah. So he was just like, I'm out.
Yeah, they only have short attention spans, right? Like that's why they're TikTokers. They can't be on for too long. They're like a podcast, multiple hours. I thought it was just gonna be like small conversation.
It's like well, the thing is always like, hey, if you need to leave, there's a private chat. Just let me know, and we'll send you off. But no, he just bounced, and then. Never heard from him again, but hey, it's fine. We still had a pretty decent conversation. That's just what happens. But how was your week, Travis?
It's been good for the most part. Right now, my city's like completely on fire, so that's tons of fun.
Yeah.
If you just want to search Kelowna fires in your tour handle, you'll see a bunch of it. Luckily, I'm in the more downtown area, so I'm not surrounded by trees and shrubbery. But it's just like I look outside, the skies are just orange right now. Where I was usually, I can see mountains upon mountains. You can't see anything. It's just like orange and yellow, and that's it. That's all it is. Luckily, we haven't been hit with like a bunch of embers. There's been random houses in town that got hit with embers, then like one house like started to go up, they stopped it. So luckily we're safe, but that's why I'm definitely here tonight, because there's plans for the kiddos to go to the grandparents, but there's multiple highways shut down because they're like, unless you're evacuating, like we don't want you going in and out. So luckily I'm safe, but it's gonna be like it's a hectic. It's very much like the beginning of COVID, where every gas station is full of cars. People are going to Walmart, the Costco's, like buying as much as they can to just get whatever they can for the foreseeable future, whether it's to evacuate, whether it's just because there's a whole side of the city that people aren't even on anymore. So it's like, I guarantee you, because in summertime, lots of people come here just to vacation. So tons of hotel rooms were probably already taken up before. So it's kind of a madhouse. I think our plan is just to stay locked up, watch some movie. I haven't seen Elemental, so that's on VOD, so we're gonna rent that, make a pizza, and I haven't watched Spider-Verse again with the girls, so that's on VOD. So I think it's gonna be like a VOD, watch a couple of these movies that I haven't seen or haven't seen since like Spider-Verse in a bit. But so life good, world-wise crazy, but most of the part is it's going well. So
Well, like I said, we got a tropical storm headed our way. So.
Yeah, I know, it's apocalypse, world's ending. They thought it was gonna be 2012. No, they were 11 years off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Phil?
It's just been really, really hot. This past week, it's been upwards of like 115 degrees in the valley. But today it was like, it only hit about 95. Today was actually the first
humid. It's been humid. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like it's like when I look at the temperature right now, 88 degrees, but the freaking humidity is what's killing me. I mean, that's the thing. I was like, man, I didn't sign up for this in California. It's supposed to be dry heat. What the hell?
Yeah.
What are you doing here? It's not so, we're supposed to keep the humidity on the East Coast. Keep that shit over there. But no, it's been pretty monsoony around, in Southern California for sure. I just wake up and it's kind of peaceful. I actually like it. I wake up to raindrops, outside my window. I'm like, oh, look at that. And it's funny because you'll never see it in the forecast. Oh, look at my phone. No rain in the future. I should go wash my car. And then
rain.
What happens? Yeah. So I haven't washed my car in like a month and a half now, because it's just like, I'm always like, something's going to happen. It's still humid. You see those fluffy things? Yeah. So my car's like filthy. And then we're supposed to get get Hurricane Hillary Clinton into, swallowing up the Southern California.
Hurricane Hillary. It's funny that that's the first person that you immediately like come to mind, right? Because that's like the number one Hillary.
It's hard to ignore those jokes.
Right. Exactly.
It really is. But it's gonna be interesting. Like I said, I'm more inland, so I'm gonna just we'll probably get a bunch of rain and wind. Hopefully that'll I hope some thunder and lightning. But yeah, like San Diego is gonna get rocked.
Yeah.
And LA is going to get a little rocked too. And LA is just, they're not ready. They're not ready.
No.
There's just, it's going to be bad. I don't know. There's going to be flash floods. There's going to be all kinds of things.
Thanks.
And it's not going to be good. I mean, there'll probably be flooding here too, but that's why I'm glad I work from home and everything. And I'm just going to chill, and hopefully the power just doesn't go out. So because then I'll just go crazy. Anyways, all right. So we'll get some more people. I know some more people will be joining soon, but let's start talking about this Blue Beetle movie. So when did you guys see it? You guys saw it yesterday too?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. And I know, Travis, you posted your review for it on what?
On Twitter/X Geekverse podcast, whatever it's called nowadays. But yes, on Geekverse. Yeah. No, I enjoyed it. I had a good time with it. I like it. I don't know. I haven't really done a rankings of like the comic movies this year. I definitely like it better than Shazam. I definitely like it better than Ant-Man. And then what else we got? We got Guardians, Flash. Am I missing another one?
Spider-Verse and TMNT, if you really want to count those.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I feel like it's so yeah, Spider-Verse and Guardians I got it above. Flash I need to probably watch again. I think Flash I got a little bit above, but it's tough because I do love Keaton in there and that was some good
Yeah.
stuff. But no, I liked it. I had a good time with it. I don't know when I'll ever go back to it though. I think it's not like I think you kind of all like have tiers of superhero movies, and I think it's definitely above like a lot of average superheroes, because I feel like if I say, oh, it's above average, people are going to take that as like, oh, that's a bad review. It's not necessarily. It's just we have so many comic book movies now that a lot of them can and shows just be average. So it was a good time, but I don't know if it's going to be one that I'm going to return to in a few months, like right away. I'm going to watch it one more time because I think the kids will like it. So whenever it hits streaming, I think it's very, my kids are in Power Rangers right now, so it kind of has that aesthetic. But
yeah.
I liked the lead because I haven't seen Cobra Kai, so this is my first experience with him. So I thought he was great. Yeah, I thought if he does stick around, that sounds like the plan. That's 2 thumbs up for me because I'd like to see him, 1, grow, and then 2, just interact with other characters. So that was good. I agree with you, Dave. I really like the score. I love that like synth 80, just kind of
Yeah,
like,
just got that vibe
yeah,
to
it
it.
had something
Been
to
listening
it.
to it all day.
Oh yeah, no.
Yep.
I don't know who the composer is. I think it's someone newer, so it's someone I'm gonna keep my eyes on in the future because I like that. And for me, I think the highlight, other than Solo being, is the action. I love the action in this movie. All that delivered. That's where it's funny because obviously you get a lot of comparisons to Iron Man. That's where I flip in and say this is better than Iron Man the action because Favreau. The biggest knock against Favreau was he tried to do it in 2, and I think it worked okay. But in the Iron Man 1, like that Ironmonger and Iron Man fight is not the greatest at the end.
It's not.
It's
very
slow.
forgettable.
Yeah, because that's
Isn't that weird? Like everybody. I mean, we all love the first Iron Man movie, but we like
fight
it
is
for
forgettable.
Yeah, but
no one likes it for the
final
action.
act. Yeah, not really for. I mean, we like it. We love it when he's in the suit and he's testing it. That's the best parts of the whole thing. But when he actually fights a villain, it's like,
Because even when he takes out the terrorists, he just lands, shoots a bunch of people, and flies away. There's nothing really exciting to it. It's him, like how it's shot, and that's because it's Favreau. So that's where the reverse here, where I think that there's a lot of things that Iron Man does better than this. The action in here, all scenes were great. I read that the director said that he took some stuff like the Injustice games. That's really cool. But every time action was on scene, it delivered. So yeah, no, I had a good time with it. But like I said, I don't know if I'm gonna be the same way I have other, like last week. I was like, oh, I want to watch the Nolan Dark Knight trilogy again. I did that. I don't know the next time I'm gonna have that feeling of Blue Beetle because I do feel it's a little tropey and it's a little kiddie at times with some of the humor and stuff. The humor is like 50-50 for me, but I don't know when I'll want to like really watch unless I'm doing a marathon or he's coming up next. So I enjoyed it, but not like a top 10 of the year or anything for me.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, it's like, well, I mean, yeah, we'll see what I mean, obviously, yeah, with the top 10, we're already in what? August, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like for me, I still the Flash, I've seen it 3 times and I did enjoy that better, more for sure. But when it came to this, I would put it above Shazam 2.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
visuals are great. Talking about that this year, visuals all around. The worst looking thing in this movie is like some flamingos, which I go, why did they add those there? The other, like all the stuff you want to look good, like the bug, the fight scenes, they all look really crisp, and they don't take that. Like that was a big problem with me in Quantumania, where so many times that movie I was being taken out by. They just are not. Like I know things are not there. I understand that, but I mean, like you want to be lost in, right? Not in Blue Beetle. They ever go, oh man, I really just feel like this is just a computer animated thing, and I know lots of it is, but I think that was really well done as well. They used the budget well.
Yeah, I think one of the shots that I thought was like the worst was just such a throwaway shot was when they're in Cord Industries and it's the camera angle showing how long it is, and obviously it was digital because there was, and I was like, that looks like shit. I looked at it, I was like, ugh, that doesn't, but everything else looked good. I'm like, yeah, but that one shot, they were like, there you go, put that done. I was like, it just was like, oh yeah, they were trying to really expand the I mean, yeah, I get it, but at the same time I was like, it just didn't look good to me, and I was like, that was the only thing that I had to complain about when I came to any of the VFX, was just that one shot when you like it shows it and then pans over to like Victoria Cord like talking on a screen or whatever the fuck. Did you like Susan Sarandon as the villain role?
Not really.
Yeah.
She served her purpose. I had more issue with Pax at the end.
Really?
Well, I like the idea, but I just felt like they just really tried to cram the sympathetic hero thing very quickly. I wish it was layered throughout a bit more. We're going to the final fight, and all of a sudden he has a locket, and then we got this whole backstory. So yeah, I didn't a little rush for me. Not the worst thing ever, but it's not. It didn't win me any points with watching the movie. I won't remember Pax in a couple weeks. I'll forget about Pax and Susan Sarandon.
Yeah, he was stronger than her. I felt. Well, I mean, but obviously it's like, they had it, but it was, obviously it starts off the way that it starts, just like, that they're trying to find a scarab or whatever, and they got that big ball that they're drilling into, and it was just kind of interesting because like, it was like, as soon as it started, I'm like, yeah, here we go. They're going to start off the way that a lot of these start off, which, show what the heck's going to be happening with the villain and stuff. They do that whole thing, but. But yeah, I mean, they did kind of just be like at the last minute, it's like, hey, here's some sympathy for this guy who's been trying to kill a kid, like a young kid and his family.
And that's why I was almost kind of fine if they just made him more the evil goon type, because he did pretty much make Jaime watch his dad die in front of him. He restricted him and made it sure so he couldn't even save his dad. I don't know if he could save his dad, but the suit maybe has some good CPR and something. So that's why I was kind of fine if he was just an asshole villain. So that's why I think that not all the villains need to be sympathetic and I feel really bad for him, especially because like he does just die and then we're not we're not seeing him ever again. So I'm not invested in that villain. So I wish he was just more a piece of shit. And then I don't know if I needed him to get killed, but they should just stuck with him being a piece of shit, I think.
Yeah, that's true. Phil, go ahead and give your review.
Well, I really love this movie. I'll just go ahead and say that right out the gate. I actually would slot it, if I'm putting it with the other DC films that have come out from, Man of Steel onwards, I would actually confidently put it right probably before Aquaman. I would say this is the best of the bunch after Zack Snyder's trilogy.
Nice.
The action is spectacular. I think the score is great. Jolo knocked it out of the park. I really love the supporting cast. I love the family aspect. I actually found Susan Sarandon's villain to be on par with Billy Batson's mom in terms of straight up just evil villainy. Because like,
think about that.
She's totally just at the idea of like, oh, the kid has the scarab, fuck it, kill him, I don't care. And it's like, that's pretty malicious if you ask me. And then Carapax, I mean, yeah, you can make the debate individually. They're not great villains, but I think symbiotically they kind of work well together. They kind of play out as like this really fucking weird kind of relationship where they really think they need each other, but in the end it's funny because I kind of went through, it's not something too similar, but it's an interesting situationship that I don't really wish to dive too deep into, but for parallel purposes to the film, it's like,
do you got a robotic arm and stuff too? Did that happen?
No, I got a wicked scar from my brother right here though, but yeah,
it's like how similar was this experience?
But no, like I actually, and I'm also a fan of Susan Sarandon. I really love Thelma and Louise. That's one of my favorite.
Oh yeah, she's iconic. She's an icon,
And of course, I like Cobra Kai. I love that show, so I love Jolo. So I thought when the rounds were going around for who could get cast as Blue Beetle, I was like, the choice, he's right there.
Yeah,
and they did it. It was like, oh, okay, cool, match made in heaven. That's the one of the few times where internet fan casting was like, yeah, that's a good idea. They should capitalize on that. And well, here we are. But I like George Lopez. I also thought the ties to the Blue Beetle stuff, like the old school Blue Beetle stuff, I actually really, really adored, because one of the first comics I ever won was the Blue Beetle annual #1 with Ted Cord coming out of the Beetle ship. Oh, just seeing that cave and everything that happened with that was all gravy for me. Like I really did love this movie. Like I don't have anything bad to say about it at all. And I actually agree with you, Dave, that one shot showing Cord Industries, that's with question that scene, and then the fight with Carapax in the end where they're kind of flying around, you can kind of tell it's a little but even then it's like, if you were gonna cheap out on anything, those were the things you could cheap out on and get away with, because it's such a quick moment, you don't even realize it, because when you actually see what they did with Cord Industries, that's for $104 million, this is looking really good. Like, this puts a lot of the big budget stuff to shame, if you ask me.
100%. I agree with that. Yeah. Because I mean, like, when we first saw the costume, for shit's sake, I mean, that the fact that the internet kind of just came together and went, that doesn't look half bad. I mean, usually anytime there's a suit reveal, it's like, oh boy. And I always dread it. I'm like, oh boy, there's just going to be people that compare it to this, and they're going to say it looks like this, and blah blah blah. You know, I mean, Jesus Christ, when we see that first Superman suit from James Gunn, the internet's just I'm gonna have to buckle up and put on some goggles and just.
You're gonna have to take like 3 shot glasses and pour them all individually, and then do back to back to back shots. That's what it's.
Yeah,
gonna, that's what's
I mean, I'm always one of those, like, you know, and I've said it and I'll say it again. I'm rooting for it. I want it to be better than this. I mean, is it going to happen? Oh, I don't know. It's going to be hard because this suit is absolutely magnificent. But I always root for everything to be better than the prior. But it's going to be difficult. I was rooting for, you know, when it came to Pattinson. I was like, all right, let's see. Matt Reeves is cooking. Let him do it. We first saw the costume. I was like, looks great. The BVS suit's still going to be my favorite. It's still up there and whatever the hell. And same thing when it came to Pattinson. But so I'm like rooting, you know, but just going back to when those got released, when we saw, and it was funny too, because I did do the Leo DiCaprio, like, oh, there's the scene right there when we first saw the costume when he lands on a car. And I was like, yeah, it's just that with that, just that starting off and having that practical suit looks so great. And then they, of course, had to add some things to it, obviously. But yeah, it just, I think that's what, like, when it comes to future movies, it's like, don't go full Green Lantern.
Yeah.
Don't do that. You have to have some, I think, like, when you combine practical and a little bit of CGI, like more practical than CGI, it's just, that's always going to go better. And I think what they were really trying with this movie, and I think what even Manuel Soto said was, you know, they wanted to have as much practicality as possible. You know, obviously you can't do everything, but I mean, I think I'm really hoping that, you know, because let's face it, the Marvel machine is just like, it's
showing its age.
It's VFX everywhere. I mean, to the point where there's
Come on, Union September. Let's get that going.
That's the thing.
I hope it happens.
So do I. And I think this is, and the problem is like when it comes to Marvel, I think they always just resorted to, we could fix it in post. We could fix it in post.
Yeah.
We could do all this in post. I mean, to the point where, and it's funny too, because that Sam Jackson image of him in Spider-Man Far From Home, that always like gets tossed around every now and again, because there was like a green screen behind him, and he was like holding a gun that had some, like, you know, things to like make it where they could digitally modify it. And a lot of people like this. I'm like, well, I don't know the context. Did Sam Jackson have to shoot that like on location? I could see how that can happen, but at the same time, it's like it seems like when you watch something, and even looking at the trailer for the Marvels, you're going like, God, there's just everything is just VFX everywhere. It's like, what is practical? Obviously you can't do a lot, sure, but I just hope that filmmakers can just really try to keep it as practical as possible. And then, you know, and I think that's what Soto really achieved in this movie.
Well, like the example you gave with Sam Jackson, that was the case where he couldn't get there on location, so they had to reshoot it somewhere else. And I get that, but like that doesn't excuse all the bad Marvel CG. You can't tell me that every single bad CG is because somebody couldn't get there. Most of the time, it's just because it's not even the director; it's just they don't have a choice because they have that issue of, we got to get it out at this date at this time. One, because of money, and two, that is the negative thing about the MCU. When you have a connected universe, it's great when all pays off and you got the connection. But when it's this thing of, hey, this thing literally needs to come out so we can do this thing, it has to come out, right? And that's why I'm hopefully, as someone that's an MCU fan, I hope that it does lessen, and I hope we get less projects coming, you know, in the next few years. And I think that's a good thing with this, that it had been, because I can't remember, was August? I know it was Max, and then it got August. I don't think, was this always the original date, or did it get moved one at a time?
This is the only one that met its original release date. Well,
so there you go. Yeah, one of the few. So there you go. So that's a situation where they had luckily lots of time with it, because I think it was like 2021, like near the end when we were hearing like shooting and stuff. So that was, because that was, I'm trying to think of the COVID era because I know that was Batgirl and there was that being filmed. But either way, they gave them time, and luckily, I feel like this is a movie that if it wasn't ready to go, they could. Well, I don't know if they could have delayed it now. I guess because they're trying to maybe move on to the DCU. But no, whatever time they had and budget they had, they made it all look good. And I would like more movies to do that because when they look bad, it only ages worse over time. It should movies from 10 to 15 years ago shouldn't look better than they do now, so
You know, I think Blue Beetle kind of takes elements of Iron Man 1 and 2 and kind of does them almost better. You know, it does it better, honestly, in my opinion. Like it just, I don't know, like there's just something really charming about this film that I find fascinating. And, you know, I loved it. I don't know how much more I can say that. It's just a really solid.
Well, I mean, like what I was
film.
even saying too, it's just like, you know, as it started getting into everything and with the score and just the aesthetic of a lot of things too, it felt like when I was a kid and watching like these 80s type adventure movies. Like it had the similar beats, and I think that's what probably Soto was going for. Even like when it was opening and like you had the credits and you had even like what those look like. I mean, it's all neon and shit like that. It's just, I don't know. I that's what I appreciated a lot about it. Was like, yeah, this is just playing out like an 80s adventure movie. I mean, you could almost guess what's going to happen next. Like, you know, there's a scene where you thought that Uncle Rudy, George Lopez, was off, and you're like, no, he's not.
No.
Right.
You know, they try to, you know, they kind of make like a dramatic like thing, and you kind of go like, huh, he's
fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's
you know,
fine.
it's like you but at the same time, it's like it didn't ruin it for me or anything like that. But I think I just really enjoyed that, and you know, that's gotten that kind of you know, the score reminded me similar to even like a Stranger Things score as well. Like
Almost,
you know, hearing that, yeah. So that's what I just really liked how that played out. That's why I'm like, all right, when it comes out, I'm gonna watch it again. And now that I know what to expect, I can already suspect I'm gonna enjoy it more. But
so let me ask you guys this: Did you
Okay.
guys catch the parallel to Superman 78?
no.
I don't think so. No.
Oh, it's plain as day.
Mm.
The
Bring it on.
the dad with the heart attack. He couldn't do a thing about it.
Okay, fair
So
enough. Yeah.
so I said once upon a time that Shang-Chi was the best update to the blueprint that is Iron Man, and I will say that I think Blue Beetle is hands down the best update to the Superman 78 model.
Interesting. Okay. So the heart attack, yeah, I mean, yeah, it was funny too, because I mean, as soon as there was mention of that, I'm like, shit, that's gonna play later, isn't it?
Mhm.
You know, that's gonna come into play later. But I do like what they, you know, how that adds to the drama.
Right.
But I was happy they didn't go back on it because I was really worried. Because to me, that's the best scene in the movie where he's fighting all these guys. Dad goes down, he gets clawed, and there's nothing he can do. He's just seeing his dad die.
Yeah.
And like I said, there's probably something the suit could do to help. We don't know that, but I'm just imagining this thing's alien technology, how's all this stuff. I'm sure could zap him a couple times and maybe get his heartbeat going. So these villains effectively kill his father, and I was really worried when they were shocking him in the ambulance that he was going to pull through and make it okay. But I was happy that they stuck with that. Not that I'm trying to see the guy's dad die. I'm not saying I'm happy about that, but for the character motivations for the moment, I thought the score, the shooting, that was my favorite moment there, that they stuck to it. They linger on the family after that, really upset. So no, that was really well done, and no, good catch, because I didn't even think about the heart attack in that moment. Similar thing where, he can't really do anything.
Exactly. And then like when you see his sister's face and she, like when you see her break down, that's like when you know the dad's dead. And it's like, oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Yeah, that moment was I mean, but like I said, it was like already the fact that they, because Jaime in the beginning of the movie, he graduates, he's going back home, and he doesn't know about anything that's happening with his family, like when it comes to the business and the house and all that. And of course, it's that whole thing of like, yeah, we were running out of money, blah blah blah, and it's like, well, I could do something, I can help, and blah blah blah. And I did like that transition to like, he's like, oh yeah, well, I'm gonna buy a mansion and gonna do this and do that. And then of course they cut to where like it just kind of like flies in and he's like standing there in the mansion. But obviously the trailer ruins that because
Yeah.
you watch the trailer and it's like, oh yeah, we know that he's just working as like, and a person that's working at this mansion. But it was like, but if I saw it fresh, it'd be like, okay, that's cool because he's standing there looking like a boss.
Yeah.
Just like all in white, sunglasses in front of the infinity pool, and it's like, okay, and then he turns, and then it's like his sister's like, hey, you gonna help me scrape this gum off?
That she put up there.
I know, right?
Security.
I know, that was pretty funny. She's
That
like,
was.
yeah, what? You're keeping you, a job. But then it was funny too because I wasn't sure, like when it came to Jaime and Jenny, if like they knew each other prior. I thought maybe they were gonna know each other prior, judging by the trailer. But I didn't know it was just like, oh, so the first time they meet is just here at the mansion. I thought maybe they knew each other prior, like from school or something like that. I don't know, like if they were like the same age or something. But of course, she was like gonna offer him a job after getting fired, after basically just giving the business to her aunt, right? Is that her aunt?
Yeah.
And but it's fun. Okay, well, we'll get to that. Never mind. When we talk about Ted, because I kind of want to talk a little bit. We'll talk a little bit about Ted Cord because it's interesting. But
that is interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. Yes, the Ted Cord thing.
But to touch on like the Blue Beetle aspect, like after the you get the beginning of the movie, there's also this almost Godzilla-ish montage of a bunch of newspaper clippings and a bunch of other stuff that's related to Dan Abnett, or wow, I almost said Dan Abnett, Garrett, the first Beetle, and then they also kind of showcase, like they kind of go through Ted's time as leader of Cord Industries up to the point he disappeared. So that was also pretty cool.
Yeah,
I like that.
It was cool. And but yeah, so when I hate it when people honk outside there. Jesus Christ. We have
that sound like a pronounced honk too. Like very close.
Right. Yeah. Oh man. I don't just like we have cell phones now. We just text a person or something. We don't need to let it be known. Anyways. No, but so yeah. So when we get to and then of course we got like Uncle Rudy, which is George Lopez's character, which is funny because I have a great Uncle Rudy, which is funny. I was like, who's Mexican? And but anyways, it was just like he's not like this though. I have another uncle that kind of acts like, anyways. But it was kind of like because I was always worried that George Lopez, just going by the trailer, I'm like, is he going to be too over the top, too much of this? And pleasantly, that he was not like too over the top where I was like, it's going to be like try to do zinger after zinger after zinger. But I thought he did a pretty good job.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah. I mean, I grew up watching the George Lopez show, so I
did too.
Then.
Yeah.
So,
I think I've seen every episode of that show.
Yeah, I've seen that show like crazy. But I was just kind of worried because I was like, is it going to be too over the top? Like, but yeah, I thought it was, I thought he worked the way, obviously, I mean, things can be a little convenient, when it comes to certain things that happen in the movie. Like, I think like when he, what was the like most convenient thing? I think, when Jaime drives back in his uncle's truck to go back to Cord, and he just happened to pull up when Jenny was like about to like make her escape, and it was like, very convenient, sure, but had to move the story along, right?
Yeah, and I guess I just assume he's stolen these things, but it was also a weird trajectory for me to have the family, they're about to lose their home, but then you have George Lopez has like some very high tech takedown security sort of gear. So it's like, okay, I can, and that's where like the 80ness comes in, where I can buy. It's very Goonies like, or like the family, like that stuff for me. Were like, the grandma with the gun, all that stuff like that. Those moments didn't work for me. I didn't really enjoy them, but that's where it's like that does feel like the 80s family thing. I wish it was maybe just Jaime. Maybe you can have Jenny in there for sure, and maybe Lopez. I don't think Lopez was. I was gonna say I don't think he would be too much, but I could have took a little less of him. It's not that the jokes weren't hitting; it's just that I didn't need as much. I think the other one that I was a little confused on too, with what they're trying to do with Jaime, and I know everyone's journey is different. I just wish they have George Lopez, like he has the bug and he's killing people and having a good time laughing, and they have the nanny with the gun and she's shooting everybody and like kind of having a good time. But Jaime's whole story is, well, I don't want to kill anybody. So I kind of wish they just didn't have the other two family members just killing people freely and just kind of having a good time, where Jaime's like really struggling over not killing the guy who kind of killed his dad. So that's where it's like I could have used a little less of them, but they weren't too bad. Like I said, I like George Lopez. I grew up in that era too, where I watched that and Eight Simple Rules, and God, what was Marlon Wayne's show? My Wife and Kids?
Oh
Is
yeah,
that
My
what it
Wife and
was?
Wife
Kids.
and Kids.
Oh yeah, I love that because I was in Living Color guy. So all those shows that were on in like that TBS realm, like Lopez show, like I said, I think I've probably seen every episode a couple times in my life now. So
it was a great show. Great show. I mean, especially if you enjoyed his comedy, it was just exactly what that was. Yeah. You're right though. It's like a little too much, like especially. I mean, like, you know, when it comes to Jaime's Nana, it's like she has this mysterious, like, oh, she used to do some shit, you know, and they really like. But that's again, that goes back to the whole '80s trope of like, I mean, let's have the least
cool
likely,
grandma.
the least likely to be a badass. And just basically take like a big huge like like it's like a mini gun that shoots pulse flares or whatever the heck, it's a cord gun, and she just wails on like all these bad guys, which it was kind of cool because when she saves his ass, I was actually surprised, but not at the same time. I don't know, for some reason I thought it was going to be like a Carapax thing, and I think there was like red, and I was like, oh yeah, it's just him, he's now good or something. But then it was like he's gonna take out the bad guys or whatever the fuck, but then it was her that did it, of course, taking them all out. And there's just a whole running joke of like, I'll tell you later why, and then she's like literally I thought it was funny that she was so happy to be doing a lot of what she was doing,
Oh yeah,
trying to, because obviously Jaime gets we're fast forwarding to like, to basically where after the dad dying and everything, they're trying to get the scarab out of him, and they're going to detach it from him where he's going to die. And they take him to like, of course, some remote island prison, whatever the heck thing. And she obviously was like, she tries to get the family together to be like, hey, yeah, we lost him, but it's not time to do that now, so let's do this. But then it goes from like serious to just flat out wacky, of course, because then she's just like, ooh, I got a big gun kind of thing. So, but I appreciated it, but it is goofy. It is goofy, but
I won't disagree with that. Yeah, I loved it, but I won't disagree with it.
But but like I said, when he first gets that thing attached to him, that was a cool scene.
That was dope.
Yeah,
that was so dope.
I mean, it's creepy because I mean, like, it's essentially, I mean, it's partially, Venom-esque too, I guess you could say. But just the way that especially when you see like the arms start like coming out of his, shirt, and they're just like, going through, and then it looks like it's melting on him. His eyes are like lighting up, and he's just, I mean, it's for being like, hey, this is a family movie. It's like, hey, let's try to make this as horrific as possible. I was getting some American Werewolf in London vibes, or just like
good comparison.
Yeah, like, because you watch that is one of the most craziest, horrifying, like, especially when I saw it when I was a kid, I had nightmares for fucking a week watching American Werewolf in London. Jesus Christ, that whole scene when they did that thing was just, good God.
Oh yeah.
That brings me back. Same thing with the Michael Jackson's Thriller. Could not watch that. I thought Michael Jackson was a werewolf when I was a kid. I was convinced that he was something.
I didn't know for like half my life he was actually black, because I went. My family owns a cabin, and like, because I grew up, from '93, and I think it was around 2003 or 4. Because I would have been, I think I would have been 10, because there was like a Time magazine there, and there was like a whole spread about Michael Jackson, and I just remember flipping through these photos and seeing him in the '80s, like, what is the like what happened here? And then my dad, no, he's black. It's like a skit. I was shocked. So
Yeah.
literally for the first 10 years of my life, I thought Michael Jackson was a white man, and then
Yeah.
I did because like Thriller, he's a zombie, so I wouldn't think anything else. Wise when I saw clips, I was like, well, that's just makeup. So yeah, that was. But yeah, Thriller, great prosthetics, and yeah, no, I loved all that stuff. I loved the turn. I think all the humor with the suit worked. I like the back and forth. All the suit stuff they actually creates is really cool. So I think they nailed that down. I'm not too familiar with Blue Beetle as far as I've read some stuff. I've more read him in crossover stuff. The most familiarity I have with him is Young Justice, which I love him in that show. So you definitely get some sort of vibes. I think they make the Scarab not as kind of harsh in this one, but that's fine. That wasn't a negative for me. It's just like a different take. But I think they nailed it with everything with the suit and the situations they put him in. So.
Yeah, I read an article for from THR where they interviewed Manuel Soto, and he mentioned that they took inspiration from Young Justice and Injustice too. So that makes a lot of sense, and I'm glad because I'm with you, Travis. That's my primary familiarity with Blue Beetle, specifically Jaime's character, but also I think he's in the DCAU, the new DCAU. I think Titans, Judas Contract, and Teen Titans vs Justice League. I think he's in both of those movies too. He was one of my favorite characters in Injustice 2, definitely. I think Blue Beetle is one of the most savage characters in that game. And I love Jaime. I think he's one of the best recent characters in DC Comics history. And I think that this movie kind of did him right.
Yeah, the whole not being in control of the suit kind of thing, and the way that they worked all that out. And I always forget what's the voice that he hears. What's her name? Kajida, there you go.
Exactly.
Which is which is voiced by a Power Ranger, which is funny. The correlation to a Power Ranger. But yeah, Becky G, she was Trini in the 2018 Power Ranger.
Right, yeah. Very, very odd for her to be doing this, but cool. Because they modulate her voice, so like you could literally just get anybody, unless she was just like.
Are you siding with the AI there, Travis? How dare you?
No, I'm saying you could get the director's mom to come in and be the voice. Like I'm still saying pay a person, but I'm sure the director's mom versus Becky G. But who knows? Like we talked about a couple weeks ago when I was on with Turtles, that there's a few people in there where like John Cena is in there and you can't hear him at all. But maybe it's just I'll just do it as a favor, and they're getting like paid like the bare minimum because they don't care. They're just like I'm in a booth for a day, whatever.
Well,
cool,
I think it's funny because I had no idea until they did actually, or maybe it was even earlier. I don't know. When it came to Becky G, like I knew of her from just Power Rangers mainly. I didn't realize she was like a pop star and all this kind of stuff. It was kind of funny because even when you see her in Power Rangers, and then I was like, what does she look like now? Oh, okay. That's different. I was like, geez. So I was like, wow, okay, she is a pop star and she's quite pretty. I'm just saying. But yeah, I think that's probably why they did it, because it was like, all right, let's get somebody in this world. So then when she promotes it, it could like help it a little bit. I mean, obviously that
didn't pan out, I guess now. Yeah, unfortunately.
See, that's the thing is like you try all this stuff and it makes sense business wise. But at the same time, it's like there's still things that work against it. Like I was even saying at the beginning of the stream, is the fact that it's like we're at the end. I think this. I mean, maybe when Gran Turismo comes out, that could be like the last summer blockbuster. I don't know any other summer blockbusters that are coming out because like August is usually like you get to August, middle of August, that's where it ends. It starts in March now, which is weird. Yeah. But then it like goes like into like mid-August, and then that's it. There's no more summer blockbusters. So technically, we would say like this, because Gran Turismo was supposed to come out last week.
Yeah. Right.
And now it's coming out next week, I think.
25th, yeah.
Next
week from today.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just like it's in a weird spot. Everything's weird. I don't know.
Because there's really not much blockbusters. I was just looking at really until November with Dude in the Marvels, because September and October are pretty much filled with like a lot of horror movies and then a bunch of random one-offs. Like the next big movie after Turismo's Equalizer 3, which I kind of
Yep.
forgot that's a thing. And then the 8th, you got The Nun and My Big Fat Greek Wedding. And The Nun will do well just because it's a cheap ass budget, so they'll make their money back. And then
Right.
September, you got Expendables, but that's like Saw, Paw Patrol, Exorcist.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Five Nights at
That
Freddy's.
Exorcist movie looks pretty wicked. Not
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
lie.
excited.
Oh, the prequel.
Yeah, Believer.
Yeah.
No, it's
That
a
one looks
sequel.
wicked. It's a
Oh,
right.
sequel.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah,
sequel.
Why did I
yeah,
think
yeah.
it was a prequel? Duh,
Yeah.
that was before.
Well, because the trailers make it seem like that way until they're like, I know someone who's done this before, and then they bring in the actress, and you're like, oh, okay, it's gonna be her. But
No,
yeah,
because I had Saw in the mind. That's why I was thinking.
oh
prequel,
yeah,
'cause-
yeah,
'cause
Saw,
Saw
yeah.
10. Saw 10 is a prequel.
Yeah, Saw 10 happens in between 1 and 2. The most
2 and 3.
convoluted. Oh yeah, you're right because it's after
2 and
Amanda,
3.
right? Yeah.
No,
And I-
Amanda's still alive. They show her
Yeah.
in the last bit of the trailer, so it's like, yeah, it's
yeah, it happens
I'm
to
a-
reveal. Yeah, and he's like going to Mexico to try and get some
Yep.
treatment. That
Yep. And it's like, I like Tobin Bell. I think he's.
I love
he's,
Tom Bell.
He's
I think he's
fantastic.
fantastic, right? And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, there's the draw there for that, but
I think that was
Yeah.
probably the biggest mistake like. Obviously, they kept him around all the time through the flashbacks, but I feel like because it's funny, James Wan obviously directed the first one. Lee Winnell wrote
Yep.
it, and then they wrote
Yep.
2 and 3. But
Yep.
I feel like they killed him off because they wanted that to be the end, but the studio didn't. Because after 2 and 3, they're not writers; they're just producers.
Correct.
But I think in retrospective, all of them, not Lee Winnell and James Wan, because they wanted to end, but everybody else was probably like, we probably shouldn't have let them kill off Tobin Bell because that was the biggest. Not the biggest mistake. I still like a lot of the movies after, but it was tough always. They're always trying to shoehorn him back in. And now I'm just completely fine with it being, hey, it's just another venture of Jigsaw torturing some people. Like, yeah, sure, do it because Tobin Bell's older. Like, who knows how we're going to get. And what I keep hearing from people that have like scenes, like there's even like test screen stuff that it's like, if it's not going to be so much for the mainstream, not that Saw's mainstream, but it's like this one's really for the fans of the series. Yeah, it's a lot of references, a lot of deep cuts. And I'm like, oh, I can't wait because I love the franchise a lot. There's some stinkers in there, but I've seen every one but the first one in theaters. It was a
Oh, you didn't
Halloween.
see that one? Oh.
No, because I was only because that came out what 2005.
I was a youngin when that first one came out.
I was like 12 when it came out, and I had to like
13.
I'd like
Yeah.
tell my
You were
mom like,
young
oh,
first.
get me this movie, and I remember she got me it for Christmas, not knowing really what it was, and then I was like, oh, I can't wait. And then my dad and I went every October, and he hated it. Like, he hated it because he just like my dad, who's seen a live autopsy, he had to do that, but he's just like he hated these traps, he hated all this stuff, but that's the only way you could get in to see these movies. Dad, you got to get me in. I'm not 16 yet, and thanks, Dad, for taking me to all the Saws. And then once we got to Saw 3D, and that was the final chapter, he's like, I'm out, I'm done. And somehow we're still getting the third one after the final chapter. You know,
Right? I know it just keeps on. I mean, that's the thing is like, and that's part of the. I don't even remember the last one that came out with Chris Rock.
Spiral.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I
Sam
was like-
Jackson, remember?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Sam Jackson. See, that shows you how
Yeah.
forgettable that one was. That's
Yeah.
right. They were father and son, right? Or,
Yeah, they were. Yeah, estranged
yeah.
father and son, both cops and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember it not being terrible, but at the same time, it was like, all right. So it's just taking similar beats, but not
Mhm.
really, Yeah. See, that's the thing. Is like what you said, Travis. Is like when they wanted to just like we're finishing off with the third one, and
Yeah.
it's all. And I like the first three, but yeah, once you get to 4, and all of a sudden they're trying to tack on like another dude, like that.
Oh,
police dude.
there's 4 apprentices by the time you're
Yeah.
all said and done. There's Amanda, and then there's Hoffman, who I actually like Hoffman because I like Costas Mandalore, so I'm a big
Yeah.
fan. And
I
then
agree, I can
in
agree that.
yeah, because he's like a big division in the Saw fan base. People love him or hate him, and
Yep.
I was all for Hoffman. And then in Jigsaw, there was like, oh, there's another secret one, and then spoilers for the ending of Saw, there was Dr. Gordon as well. So it's like there was
Right.
this guy. He's like fucking Palpatine. He is he has all these like backup people and stuff, and that's where I hated that they got Carrie Elways back in the series for the last one. And then he's never come back. It's like, oh, that to me was the interesting, really one as far as like, okay, you have this guy from the first movie, and
Who
now he's
survived.
And he's
Yeah.
been around since in the shadows all this whole
Yeah.
time, and it's like, what else has he done?
Yeah. And none
Right?
of these movies have decided to call him and be like, let's do one with him. Like, he's a great actor too. It's weird.
yeah.
I don't know if he is, because for years he didn't appear in any of the movies because the first movie there was a lawsuit where I guess he was promised to get paid a certain amount and he didn't. So that's why for years he wasn't in any of the sequels because he was like, until I get my money. I'm not
that's
coming
right.
back for a Saw movie. So
You're
maybe
right, yeah.
maybe there's some ill will there too. Maybe he just wanted
Probably.
to do 7 and be like, hey, I'm done with it. Maybe that was something like, hey, do this one and we'll pay you a little extra. But yeah, I'm excited. This is just like another outing, and then I think this might be the last hurrah, but who knows? They're always cheap. These movies are like 20, 30 million all the time, so they always make their budget back within the first weekend usually. So,
Well,
Right.
I mean, the first one, I mean, the reason, I think even James Wan has said that, or Lee Winnall said that in a interview, where it's just like they wanted to make a super small horror movie, and it's like, well, how do we do that? Well, let's just have two guys trapped in a bathroom, and that's most of the film. It's like that's cheap. You can do, and it was funny because then Lee Winnell was one of them, and then of course you got and it was just. And I just remember, that's got one of the best twisty endings too.
Oh,
like
yeah.
you just, god damn that, and that music, that dun 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 dun. It's so recognizable now. Anytime it's like you're waiting for that, music.
Oh
for
yeah,
the
and
twist.
that's the problem now that they do have to do it every time, and then it's
Yeah.
like there's only so much you can do. But it's interesting because I don't know. I kind of hope they take a different approach with this one because I don't think you can really do a twist when it's in between 2 and 3. There's nothing like to twist. So just hopefully they have a good time. And yeah, the original Saw, like when they wanted to be that small, they originally wrote it to be in an elevator, but then they went, it's too small. It's too small. Can't do it, which makes sense because that would have been, I think, I know they would have made a set, but I feel like that just would have been a pain in the ass to shoot because I've never seen. I know there's that movie Devil that I've never seen.
Oh yeah, that takes place mainly in an elevator. It's
Yeah,
good.
I've never seen that.
actually.
Yeah, where it's like which one of the 3 or 4 people is the devil, and it's an M. Night movie like produced or whatever. So I've
Yeah.
never watched it. But other than that, I don't
Good.
think there's
Check
too
it
many
out.
movies in
It's actually
elevators.
Not bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, trying to film it. Oh yeah, so like let's put it into a creepy ass gross bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that movie. Yeah, we went off on a crazy tangent right here.
But either way, to tie back to Blue Beetle, until Dune, there's not really any big blockbuster movies coming out. They're all like Big Fat Greek Wedding. They're all smaller. Like, and that's the other thing people keep forgetting about Saw Patrol is the creator's out the same day too. I'm bummed about that because that's a lot of,
that's right.
Yeah.
So
That's gonna be on Netflix though, right?
I was completely unaware of the fact that there was a Big Fat Greek Wedding
Why did I
2.
think Netflix?
Oh, I know, and we're on the 3rd one now.
Yeah, and I saw the third one in front of Blue Beetle. I was like, "There's a third?
Yeah.
There was a second? When?"
With the
they
greatest
said-
poster of all time too. Have you guys seen that poster?
God. Oh, I saw the third. You talking about the third one?
That came out a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. I talked about it on Film Junkie Live. I said, "Is it created by AI?" I was like, "What the fuck is this?" It is a horrible poster. It looks like it was created by AI.
Yeah.
Oof.
Somebody.
Big.
It's really bad. I remember the first one being. My mom loves the first one. Shout out to Mama Film Junkie. She loved the first one, and I remember watching it with her one time too. And it was like it came out in the late '90s, I believe.
Yeah.
Or mid to late '90s, whatever. And it was like, that's what movies were or that it came out in the early 2000s.
I think it's the early 2000s, right?
Okay, you might be right.
Greek,
Late '90s or early
2000
2000s.
2002.
Oh, okay. So fuck.
We get one
Same
every
year as Spider-Man.
decade.
Yeah.
We got 2002, 2016, 2023. So in 2030, we'll get the 4th one.
Yeah,
Oh,
Jesus
man.
Christ.
Yeah.
Hey, if they can keep it up and draw that audience,
yeah.
nothing wrong with that. I didn't think that. When the second one came out, I didn't think it was gonna. It came out in 2016. You said?
Yeah, 16. Yeah.
My God.
Don't even remember that.
I didn't even know there was a second one.
I remember seeing it was coming out, but I was like, all right, does anybody even really care about that? But apparently it warranted another one. So there you go. At least they got the trilogy.
Yeah, that's what they're really.
You'd have to imagine like that movie, something like that didn't have to be super expensive to shoot.
True.
It's 18 million and made 90 million, so they were happy to make a 3rd one. I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so it
there
made
you go.
90 million, and it probably had no more than a $15-20 million budget or something.
Well, not this go around. They're not paying for those. They're not paying for posters if they're probably using AI.
No, fuck no, they're not.
Good point,
Jesus
good point.
Christ. It's crazy. But so going back to of course Blue Beetle. So yeah, when it came to at least that first go at him in the suit, I was like, all right, that's cool. And but it was funny too because I don't know. Maybe like there was part of me that was like, well, what if like he had like another? Because it seemed like it jumped from. They did a lot of time like establishing, of course, the family and the story and everything, and I guess you got to do that. But then I was like when it came to See that? Okay, so then, because then we got, I'm trying to remember the series of events here, and I just saw it last night. Holy crap. It's that forgettable, guys. Just kidding. Sorry. No. No. Joking. But no,
Because he
because
goes
he
there
has
for the
a
job interview, remember? And then he gets
okay.
that.
Yeah.
He gets
Yeah.
fired, then he gets a job interview. For
Okay.
Right,
No. I was
'cause
trying to
it's-
remember the second time we see him in the suit, and that's when he
Oh,
gets Jenny. I was like, I just totally messed up that, but it was like when he gets Jenny, and then they go.
They got to break into Court Industries.
they gotta
'Cause
break-
remember, yeah, Lopez
yeah.
has the thing in the back, and that's the first time
That's
he
right.
fights Carapax
because she needs to get the watch.
Yes.
She
there
gets
we go.
the watch, which is cool. And see, that's another thing that gave me the 80s vibe was all the cord tech, and
Yep.
even like the Ruby tech was all it was all just shit like put together, and it was like he had a fucking Nintendo Power Glove.
Yeah,
that,
that was cool. I liked
Yeah,
that.
I was like,
That's fun.
bro. I mean, in the key, which was like a watch, but it was, it was like a Casio watch that had like that display that was very, very old school and stuff like that. So, but then obviously, of course, that's when like Carapax was gonna like punch him, and then he just like grabs his arm and stuff like that. But yeah, and of course that fight scene was that fight scene was cool. It was a good fight. Well, the fighting is really I really liked it when he was in front of the house and the angles. I mean, anytime he was just doing like jumping around and kicking everybody's ass, I was like, all right, there you go. That's good fight choreography right there. Especially like with the whole fact that he's not really controlling it, aspect of it. And I did like the fact that it didn't just go full Iron Man and show his whole face. It was just he had to like act with his eyes kind of thing, They did that instead of just showing like the whole face because I was kind of wondering, like, how are they going to do that? Now, of course, easiest way is just to do what they did in Iron Man, but it's like they were like, no, let's just do the eyes. So I was like, that was pretty smart when it came.
They went the Spider-Man route with it. It was a good, smart idea. Like when I think about Blue Beetle and the combat in this entirety of this movie, like seeing all of his signature stuff used, like the sonic cannons, the boom burst, the staple. Cool. Like everything the Blue Beetle arsenal for Jaime Reyes was in this movie, and I'm like, yes, this is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And then, I don't want to jump ahead too far, but like that giant sword fight at the end, that was all of his stuff he did with that was straight out of Final Fantasy VII, and I
100%.
And fuck, that shit was so beautiful. I was just so happy, smiling ear to ear from when I saw that shit happen. It was just so beautiful. Oh my god. The blade beam. He did the blade beam. It was so cool. Oh man, I just loved it. But that first fight between him and Carapax, that was just like, it was interesting because Jaime never had been in a situation like that, and he was letting the suit doing all the work, and it was just like, I don't know, and like his weakness in that moment, like that got the better of him, right? Because Carapax took that as like a point of as weakness and like got the better of him and threatened him. He's like, that this is exactly why you lose, because your family is your weakness. And that's something he kind of has to learn from going forward in the film too. And I appreciated that.
Yeah, freaking family. I know.
Family, it's a big thing.
That's what's been driving that Fast and Furious franchise for 10, not 10 movies. Is it 10 movies?
Yeah,
10.
I was like, there was that spin-off, if you really want to count that, I guess. There was like another little spin-off.
Well, you got Hobbs and Shaw too. That's a spin-off, right?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of like going. Yeah, well, I was talking about that one, and they did one with what's his name as well, right? I thought
with
they
Vin
did like
Diesel in that short film or whatever it was.
Yeah, there was like some short film.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was with Han. It was with Han, I believe.
Oh,
yeah. So, because I did not know that. The only reason why I knew about that is because Scott was like rewatching all of them to lead up a while back. I think it was before 9. Yeah, got a dog barking. No, but and then he like put all the different ones. I'm like, there was like a little short film spinoff thing. I had no idea. I haven't even watched it yet. I've not.
Thank God there's not a TV show. That's my biggest fear. It's like, I think a movie's good enough, but a TV show. But Vin, he always got stuff up his sleeves, up his white tank tops. So.
That's so crazy. No, but it's good family vibes when it came to here. I mean, it was funny because Steph, I mean, I wasn't sure. It was kind of funny because when we were watching, I wasn't sure. I was like, is she liking it? It wasn't obviously in her movie theater. when I watch things with her that she hasn't seen, just like at one of her houses, it's always like one of those things where I'm like, what, when you watch something that maybe you like so much, you watch it with
Put your
somebody
phone
who
down.
hasn't
Good
seen it.
parts coming up.
Yeah, you just like you're constantly just doing that, like,
Yeah.
Are they liking it? And I love that. I love it when somebody hasn't watched a movie and you show it and you're like, but then it sucks when they're not reacting.
Yeah, or you just know this isn't for them. This is not like, because there's some movies where it's like in the middle, you're like, oh, like you could like this, it might not. And I remember when I watched the biggest one this year with my wife, as we watched Babylon, and I could tell she ain't digging this. And we're like an hour and a half in, and I'm like, oh, this is only halfway. And I just remember her just not enjoying that, but I could just tell. And because she likes Whiplash and La La Land, but it is a very different Damien Chazelle movie. So it's like, okay, you like those ones, but this is very different. So we'll see. And I could just tell, oh yeah, this isn't your bag and stuff. So then it leads to some fun conversations. So
true. I try to do that with Steph with Face Off.
Oh, Face Off,
dude, because I told her the premise and she was like, that sounds cool. And I'm like, yes, it is. Put it on. She wasn't digging it. I mean, it was funny too, because then you start questioning yourself. I'm like, she's not feeling this. And I'm like, yeah, is it because it's too, it's like, cause and I'm like, is it because I just enjoyed it so much as a kid? I'm like, nah, she's just, I mean, I get it. It's a cool concept, but it's not the concept is second in, because it's all about the action at first, but a lot of people, when it comes to Face Off, the brilliance about Face Off is the fact that it's a sci-fi concept, but it's, wrapped around this crazy John Woo action movie, of course. But then the brilliance of it too is both Nick Cage and John Travolta have to play each other. Yeah. It's like the first action scene, they're playing like their actual characters, and they flip-flop. And then there's like 2 more action sequences where they're flip-flop. Well, the rest of it, they're flip-flopped, and it's just, that's what I think is the brilliance of that movie, is the fact that especially John Travolta has to go full Cage.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah. And that's what's so fantastic about it, is the fact that it's like, and they pull it off. So, and Cage pulls off Travolta, like he's nuts at first. He's like this crazy, just over the top character. And then he has to bring it down where he even has to just like, and he has to try to do some of the Travolta mannerisms, which are not as strong as the Nick Cage mannerisms. Let's face it. Travolta had an easier time, I would say.
Oh yeah.
Because
yeah,
I agree.
That's why I watched that movie. Like, I love John Woo and I love the concept, but it's those two. Like, if that movie exists with some other actors, which if you go to IMDb, there's a bunch of different people that were linked to that. To me, that's why I watched that. It's because, and like Travolta, especially nowadays, people talk about like Reeves and Nick Cage. Travolta has a bunch of those type of roles he can be very overacting and very cheesy. And that's what I love Travolta. He's one of my favorite. Like, that's the only reason this year I watched that Die Hard movie that was on Amazon with Kevin Hart. That I'm not I like Kevin Hart enough, but he was playing like John Travolta plays like a stunt man, like a former soldier turned stunt man, and he's like very aggressive and just over the top. And that's the only reason that got me through that movie. So those two, I love it. I don't know what's going on with that sequel. I know they keep talking about it. And I know they're talking about bringing them both back. So I guess they survive. Like, I guess Travolta's character or Cage's character still survived somehow. So I don't know what they're gonna do.
Face Off or something like that.
They are, and it has like a decent director
Adam
attached
Wingard,
to
right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That was announced a couple
years ago. Yeah.
Like, so wait, you'd have to imagine he's doing that after Godzilla Kong New Empire.
Oh, I don't think it's happening.
Hopefully.
I hope, but I just
right?
we've gone so long without hearing about it. I just worry, especially like look at Amazon today. They canceled those 2 shows that they renewed a couple months ago. So I feel like we could be in that process soon of we're going to start losing stuff that was announced or was promised, and they go, we don't really have the budget to do Face Off 2, because I don't know how Face Off 2 would do nowadays, to be honest. Because I think it's like what Dave's saying. I feel like you kind of had to grow up with that movie. I feel like if I show it to people, it's like the same way, like I absolutely love Hook, and then when I got older I found out that almost everyone does not like Hook, and I was like, Hook to me is amazing. It's the weirdest.
I'm right with you, dude.
Yeah, and that's what's like, maybe because I grew up with it, I'm just, my mind's twisted, because everyone I meet that was like the next generation, like, that's not a good movie. I'm like, Hook's phenomenal. That's one of Steven Spielberg's best movies, but that's a shit movie, man. I'm like, what? And I feel like I wonder if that's like Face Off now. If people watch it today and they don't have the love of Travolta and Cage of that era, do they just look at this and like, this is dumb, right? Like, so I don't know how.
We didn't even get through the whole movie.
Yeah.
Like when I was watching it with her, because then all of a sudden, like, a conversation was had, and then we just ended up shutting it off and put on some like comedy thing. But yeah, she just was not. It was right after when Cage like, escaped from that prison
with the big boots.
Yeah, and all that stuff. And I was just like, but it's funny because I'm watching it and I'm just like going, because I could tell she's not into it. So I like I said, I was picking it apart and going, yeah, you could tell that's a stunt man. And it's funny too, because John Woo actually came out and said, yeah, I didn't care that you could see the stuntman. I just wanted the stunt. And if you watch that movie, Jesus Christ, it's so noticeable. It's like everything. I mean, there's even like a shot in the third, because you could basically break up Face Off in four big action sequences. You got the opening, you got the prison break, and then you got the raid on the hideout, and then you got the final act. The final
boat
showdown.
Is fucking awesome.
Dude,
that whole boat
somebody
chase,
almost
man.
died. Somebody almost died, apparently.
Oh, really? That makes sense.
John Woo won the MTV Movie Award. I remember that he won the MTV Movie Award for like best action sequence. And when he's there, he accepted it. He goes, yeah, I'm glad that this won this, because we almost had a stuntman die during the whole thing. And I'm like, yeah, when you watch it, you go, no shit, Jesus Christ. I'm like, how many times like did somebody almost die? I mean, they literally ram a boat into something, and the two guys are just in the air as the boat is flipping behind them. It's like, but apparently he just did not give a fuck about hiding the stuntman's faces, and it's noticeable. When you watch it again, you go, stuntman, that's totally but hey, it's whatever. It's still great action. It's the Woo man. Anyways.
The Woo man. I like that.
The Woo man. That's what Tom Cruise called him after Mission Impossible. When they try to do that, and a lot of people hate that movie, but I will defend it all the time. I love Mission Impossible 2.
I don't really think there's a bad one.
Yeah,
right.
There really isn't a bad Mission Impossible.
No, if Mission Impossible
like Star Wars
is like bad, I don't like. There's a lot worse movies out there than that. So.
Right.
True. Very true.
But back to Blue Beetle.
I like these weird tangents. I don't even know how we got to Nick Cage and Travolta.
I don't know how we got there too, but that's what I love. I mean, that happens a lot with when Scott and I are doing DC Fanimated. We'll just go off on like a random tangent too, like when it comes to things. But like moving forward when it comes to I mean, obviously I would say like when they go to the Cord mansion, I was like, that's cool. This whole
that was
thing
fun.
is cool.
Oh, yeah.
And they go to into the Blue Beetle cave, and you see the suits. Obviously it's like, but then it's like they kept zeroing in on like, oh, there's like this other mannequin that doesn't really have things on it. Yeah. That's what was funny. And I was talking, Steph and I were talking about that afterwards. Like, she was like, yeah, they kept zeroing in on the third suit. I'm like, but there wasn't really a suit on it. If you realize that, if you think about it, it wasn't like anything on it. But I mean, obviously showing all that and talking about all that and of course, okay. So did anybody catch the Man of Steel reference? I thought there was supposed to be a Man of Steel reference in this movie.
I think it's more of a visual thing, because there were a few times in the film that mirrored. Like,
I can see that.
Like, for example, in the final fight, when Beetle flies up, he has his arms out, and it's almost just like Superman, not only from Man of Steel, but also
I saw that.
Like, there's that. When he's punching Carapax through the grass.
Totally got that too. Yeah.
Yeah. And I even mentioned the parallel for Superman 78, but that's not, Man of Steel. I think it was, again, just a more visual thing than like outright, here's an Easter egg.
There's another one too, and he flew for the first time and he was falling in the sky. They do a lot of those. A lot of those shots of Man of Steel where it's like you got the visual and then you do that hard zoom in. It's kind of like a shaky cam on it. They do that on him, and I was like, okay, right there. So I agree. It's probably it's more visual stuff, because there wasn't like they say Superman and Batman, but there's no
and Flash.
yeah, they say Flash, but there's no like alluding to a specific version of them. And I like,
Yep.
obviously that's the way they'll probably rework it. That really, like, maybe other than some stuff with Cord Industries, that's why I think James Gunn can say this could be DCU, because it's not a world affecting problem. Like, luckily, okay, you have these OMAC machines that are supposed to be this army, right? But they get shut down. So you can say, okay, well, that didn't happen. That's fine. It's the same way with, like, I always say with Defenders, when people say, oh, would that be canon in MCU if they won? It's like, well, the heroes always won. So this stuff just didn't happen, right? So it's the same thing here.
Yeah.
The OMAC machines got shut down. You can kill Susan Sarandon. Like you could just have Blue Beetle and go. Like, it was a very isolated just to that city. So that's why I think they were smart that way, to just keep references, but they're just to other characters. They're not anything beholden, but I think there are references visually to Man of Steel and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, I think,
Agreed 100%.
yeah, because I remember when earlier this week, because obviously I think it was last week that Soto was saying, like, oh yeah, we did a good job of, there's no definitive, these definitive heroes, like who it actually is.
Mhm.
Did a good job at that. But then this week it was like, oh yeah, when Zack Snyder said that, and I was like, oh yeah, we referenced, and I'm like kind of wondering, because he does say it in Spanish, maybe there was like a loss in translation kind of thing there. Not so much that they're referencing it, but the fact that he was inspired by, because I was catching, just like what you were saying, Travis, is like some of the shots being like, oh yeah, you could tell that he definitely got inspiration from Zach just from watching Man of Steel. But I just wasn't sure. I was like, yeah, was there a reference to it? Because a lot, I just thought, well, maybe somebody references the Black Zero event or whatever the fuck, or something like that. But no, there's like no reference, no nothing. Like I said, they mentioned the 3 characters. That's about it.
Because if you do Black Zero, then that's a full-on connection. Like, I don't care what Gunn would say then about its first DCU character. Then it's like, well, Black Zero's happened. That's like, unless there's like another, Flashpoint reboot in between. It's like, if you reference any specific event, then you're tying yourself. And obviously, that's been the whole debate this week of young Superman versus.
There's also references to LexCorp and Ace Chemicals in that one shot, the establishing shot of Palermo City.
Yeah.
Yep. I like that.
And now I'm not trying to take us off another path, but I'm going to for a quick second, because Phil did mention Ace Chemicals. I found it very interesting that Gunn tweeted out this week about like the inspiration, like the Man Who Laughs, the original Joker.
Yep.
And I feel like that was him.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like that's like the same way when he tweeted out like just images of stuff before, and then it's like, oh look, Hawkgirl's gonna be in here, and oh look, Mr. Terrific's here. I feel like that was his tip of the cap of like, oh, obviously Andy and him aren't writing anything, but they're definitely writing. So like, there's no way you can't tell me that Andy's not at home writing something, because like he's planning on doing the movie. So I feel like whether it's in that movie or in the DCU, I felt like it was a very odd. Like, I feel like Gunn doesn't tweet stuff accidentally out, and I felt like him tweeting that, I was like, okay, we're gonna get a very kind of almost classical looking Joker, which I would like, as far as because I love Heath Ledger's Joker, but my always worry has been that since then it's always been about, you got to do like the gross looking Joker, right? And even Jared Leto's Joker was the closest to a nicer looking Joker with the suits and the cars and the toys, but obviously then you had the tattoos, that was different. And since Heath Ledger, because you got Joaquin Phoenix, which is what, paint, and he's messy again, and you got Barry Keoghan too, that looks like it's naturally white, but like he's super gross looking and everything. So I feel like that was Gunn probably saying we're gonna get like a very, very close to the Man Who Laughs type of Joker with that big grin, the white, the Ace Chemicals, the hair. So I don't think that had anything to do with Blue Beetle. I just found it interesting that he tweeted that out randomly of like, okay, what, you're celebrating this thing, and maybe it was an anniversary or something, but I just felt that he specifically had to be, an inspiration of the Joker. So and get Ryan Gosling. That's all.
Which they should. Yeah.
Hey, he was talked to before Leto in Suicide Squad. And the rumor is that he turned it down because it was like it was going well, and then it was like a 4-picture deal, and he was like, it's the same way everyone forgets that. Remember, Strange or Cumberbatch was not the first choice for Strange. It was Joaquin Phoenix.
Yes,
and the same thing happened where they're like, hey, and here's the contract. And he's like, the rumor is supposed like 8 movies, like whatever, 8 movies. Like, I'm not doing that. So I don't think Gosling would do it, because I think any DCU Joker signs on, it's going to be the same thing where, hey, you're here for like, I
Here
feel
for
like
a decade.
yeah, the good comparison is, hey, do you see Tom Hiddleston over there? What he did? That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna be here for a long time. So whether you like it or not, but that's what I hope. It won't happen, but I hope it happens. So
Did you see how he debunked when somebody said that
Yep.
Ben Affleck had a
Yep.
voiceover in Blue
What a
Beetle,
weird
and I'm like, what?
and like, okay, obviously it's like a lie scoop, but even if it was a real scoop, it's like, who cares if you like cut like clearly the reason he would cut is because like, yeah, you're the same reason Cavill was cut of Flash. You're getting a new Superman. You're getting a new Batman. It would make sense if it was cut. So I don't even know why it would be this thing, but yeah, I was happy to see Gunn put that out because I don't even follow that all the time, but that made it onto my timeline just because almost everybody I know was dogging on that specific person. So
I took a snippet. I laughed my ass off. That was fucking hilarious.
Weird hill to die on. Weird.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, when it comes to like a lot of things now, sometimes you just got to make shit up.
Yep.
More than you usually. I don't know. It's just, but the fact that when I read that, I'm like, why would he even have? Why would you even want to incorporate? I mean, I guess if you were going to actually, if at one point they were really trying to attempt to make Bruce Wayne that Nick Fury character, and they wanted to connect everything and whatever. But it just, to me, when I watched Blue Beetle, I'm like, there was no need for any kind of
that. Yeah.
fucking Bruce Wayne voiceover. I'm like, what the heck is he gonna say? Like, was gonna, he's just gonna be growly and just be like, Jaime, yes, you're gonna be part of the Justice League. We have room for more on our table. Even though I said before, I don't know. I just don't know what I just don't know. Like it's not like I just don't know what he would actually say, or he just shows up in the keys and just be like, hey, what's up? I have the Justice League initiative.
I bought the house. He does that again, because the house. But that's what I just kept thinking. Like, I know we're gonna get there, but that's all I thought about the end credit scene. I was like, man, there's a version of this after the Flash that's very identical to the scene. And it's just Bruce Wayne. I found that very funny. The whole, you gotta get my daughter and tell her, like the whole Lost in the Cosmos or whatever, because that was one of those things Affleck filmed, right? Was that supposed end credit scene where he was lost somewhere? But yeah, I don't think that. Like, I think this fits as like its own sort of deal. The same way as like the first Shazam didn't really have any of that. It had references, and you would see like the same symbol, like the Batflick symbol, but there wasn't like a Ben Affleck coming down and being like, hey, Billy Batson, you want to be with us?
The second film kind of just drives that home even further. But
exactly,
you're right. Yeah, I think the first film is pretty self-contained. It doesn't even have that that DC logo they used to use, where it's got every character of they start off with Batman or Superman and then Wonder Woman.
Whoa! Didn't even think about that. They did not have that opening.
Nope. It did its own thing into the DC logo, and then it gave the credits to the appropriate people, and it kept the score. It was actually,
and this didn't have it either, right?
No.
The Blue Beetle, as I said, I don't know if it's hot take. As I said, I'm fine because I've never liked that opening. I want a new opening. I think just because it's very just like the generic kind of blank faces. I don't know. I've never really dug it too much, so I'm fine if they. And I think with the DCU, if you're starting a new, semi-new, you should have your own this is it.
It was a cheap attempt at trying to do the Marvel Studios thing.
Yeah, and almost at times it felt like it was.
It was probably a Jeff Johns idea.
Well, it's always reminded me of like a lesser version of like the Justice League animated opening with the theme and them coming in, but it just didn't have that same chutzpah. Like, you need like a theme, you need something, and maybe it's just because it was always weird. You'd show the JL and you'd see Green Lantern. It's like, we even got a Green Lantern movie. Like, why are we seeing him in the end credit or in the opening credit stinger before we get a movie and stuff? But yeah.
To be fair, he was supposed to be at the end of Justice League, but
that's true. Yeah, he was supposed to be. And I guess technically we did get a Green Lantern in both versions, even
fair,
right?
Yeah,
so
true.
That's what they were probably saying. Oh, we got that, but and then it's just when you go back, there's
just not the one that's that's shown in the opening theme.
yeah. I would have loved if it was that one, the one that dies in the Snyder cut. Like, if you would have got,
man,
and you would be like, what's
Gallon Yar?
What's this Green Lantern?
Yeah.
And then they kill him off. Yeah. Because you guys have seen more than me too. Justice League, that doesn't have that opening either, right? That DC World.
No, it
one?
does. Oh,
it
yeah,
does. Really?
I think it does.
Does it? No, I don't think it does.
I can't
No,
remember.
no, I'm wrong. It's just got DC to the
Yeah,
thunder
and
the
then you
purple.
see like the lightning, and then
Because I think the
yeah.
2017 version might have that. Like, not saying people have to go
Probably.
watch it. I'm just saying that makes sense. But that's what I hope with Superman. Well, I guess you got Creature Commandos, but if they want to hold off, I hope with Superman Legacy they have just like a really cool opening with a cool logo. Obviously,
Well, they
we've seen
have
those
to.
like shirt logos, right, with like kind of a new 52 aesthetic, which
Yeah.
kind of makes sense with what we're hearing nowadays of some people staying, one some people going. It's like, yeah, it is very new 52-ish. So I hope there's something very fancy coming up. I don't know if Creature Commandos will get it, but that'd be fun.
Well, I mean, they need to have something. Yeah, they definitely need to have something for DC Studios.
Yes,
They
Yeah.
have to have a
100%.
logo.
Yeah.
So they're gonna probably just and somebody's actually saying that intro is in Zack Snyder's Justice League,
Really?
so
Okay.
I'm pulling the movie
Mandela
up right now.
effect.
I'm just gonna
I
check.
think you know what? I think it might be now. I'm like, yeah, because I can hear like the music and you hear the sound effects of obviously how it starts. But yeah, I think it might be in there. It might be. I don't know. We'll see.
And,
But
I've never watched the Justice's Gray version, so I need to like. That's interesting that just that aesthetics
should.
on that too and stuff. I will get to it at
Yep.
some point because
It's
I
in it.
have it.
It is in there.
It
Yeah.
is. It is in
Okay.
there. The big character intro is in Zack Snyder's Justice League. Yes.
Fascinating. Wow.
Yes.
It's a cool intro, but yeah, like you said, it's too just hey, and then even like Aquaman is like blonde hair, it's like
Oh, I know.
it's
And the
not
Batman, suit changes color multiple openings too. Like sometimes they make the symbol like
So
really bright
orange.
yellow.
Yeah,
or
right.
like it's just an odd little opening. Like why like the things that they do change. Why do they change? But
Well,
it's all
Aquaman's is even through like a water effect,
You're
and it's
right,
got
it is,
a
yeah.
bubbly feel to it too. So yeah,
again.
Yeah.
It was Jeff Johns.
Yeah.
more than likely.
Anyway, no, but like yeah, they gotta update that logo, and I'm pretty sure that they probably already have something cooking when it comes to that.
But non-Blue Beetle. So
Yeah, still being cooked. It's gonna be the first. We're gonna get that with Superman Legacy.
yeah.
That's when we're gonna get that, or maybe even Creature Commandos. But I think they would probably debut like a new opening. I mean, that's where Marvel Studios kind of they got it right when it was like, hey, let's show all the different what we've created here,
Yeah.
and then of course show that logo, which has obviously they've updated that as the time has gone by. So I mean, but yeah, they're gonna have to definitely, and who knows if they might even have a whole different logo from what we've even seen when it comes to like the silhouettes and all that.
Yeah.
They could just have something completely different because
if I remember correctly, they did the whole like Marvel comic flip, like how Sony and Fox did it for a while, and then in 2011 with it. No, it was 2013. I think with Thor: Dark World is when they did the Marvel Studios with the Silver Studios like slash through, and then I think with Doctor Strange is when they did the update again to the logo, and then from then on they've just been updating it every other year or so with it, whatever else they've done. I think that's how it was, but I don't really recall.
It's somewhere in that era. I don't think you get the characters until at least after Avengers, because that was smart to have all that footage. And it's like, it is a smart logo because you can change that at any point. It's just film footage. So I think the only thing they're not going to change is, I think other than when they've done the specific ones, they always have Chadwick as like the last thing because it's always that one where he explodes it. Other than I think Guardians and a few ones like that. But it's an easy thing. You can throw in whatever characters you want there. So it'd be good to have that. And that's where my thing with the DC one was at the end when they would zoom out and have all these characters. It's like, okay, where have we seen these? When are we seeing these? What does this mean to this universe? Like, I feel like as the smart thing with the film thing is someone can go watch Doctor Strange and, I've seen all these movies. When you see the DC characters all out like that without seeing them, people are gonna be like, who the fuck are these people? I don't know who they're like. You literally have like Solomon Grundy there, and you're like, Solomon Grundy? Like it's
when he's got Solomon Grundy, Atrocitus, like all these really deep pulling characters there.
Which, I appreciate the fact that they're like, hey, this is the DC universe. And maybe, people could just like, when you get like a high res version of that, you could start, picking like, oh, yeah, look at there's so-and-so, there's so-and-so. Or you people who don't know, just contact, obviously we have friends that, always probably go like, hey, and you're like, oh, what? Oh yeah, that's Solomon Grundy. Yeah, or that you start doing that.
Solomon
That Hawkman.
Grundy.
That's exactly. You start going, but at the same time, you're appealing to a movie audience that most of them don't know who the fuck or what the fuck. So, but what movie did they have it where they had the opening where it's entirely Stan Lee? Didn't they, after he passed away? Didn't the movie come out? I forgot which movie that was. We are going off on so many
It
tangents.
was either it might have been Captain Marvel or Spider-Man: Far From Home.
Maybe
I
think it was Captain Marvel.
I think it might have been because
Captain
Captain Marvel has probably top 5 and top like cameo, because I love that he's reading the Mallrats script. Like that's great.
Dude,
yeah, that's
that was so
fantastic.
good.
Yeah, that's very
great.
fun. And like if you
That was
listen
the
to
first
Kevin
time I
Smith
even
tell
found
a
out who
story.
he was because of Mallrats. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And no, I think you're right. I think it was I think it was that one that Endgame was his last cameo, even though I think the rumors they do have more film, but they want Endgame to be like his last one, which I feel like, for me it's a little
I
selfish. But
feel
that's
like
okay.
they did one for Spider-Man: Far From Home, and they have it locked somewhere.
They should have just put it there because like Spider-Man was such a big deal with his legacy. I get the idea of like, oh, we want to tie it to Endgame, but it's also like, yeah, but Stan Lee as a figure is much more bigger than what Endgame's going to be like in 50 years from now, right? But maybe it'll come out. They always do those big releases, like when you had when they did the Infinity Saga and they released that first post-credit scene they shot with Nick Fury when he said like, oh, there's mutants out there in Spider-Man. So maybe they'll do, when you get a multiverse saga, you'll get like, oh, here's some unseen Stan Lee footage. Hell, it might even be, because I haven't actually got around. There's that Stan Lee documentary on Disney Plus. I still haven't watched that. I keep putting that off. But yeah, I keep putting that off. So.
Oh, Dave, you mentioned earlier that Captain Marvel, it was a pair that directed Captain Marvel. It was Bowden and Ryan Fleck.
That's right, it was a male-female cat. Yeah,
right.
Again,
and they did not return for the sequel.
No. I don't know. I don't know if they've done anything else since then.
I don't either. And honestly, that's the one film, at least from at the time, like that was the one origin film in the MCU that I felt like didn't have much of a like soul connection between director and main actor, because it just felt like they told Brie Larson what to do, and Brie Larson was like, all right, fine. The second film, I think there's a little bit there's hopefully more to it, because it feels like they all had fun making that movie. I know you hate that word, Dave, but hey, it is what it is.
No, that's definitely one of those like kind of director for hire sort of gigs, which, hey, it's not bad because, I'm sure they made some money off that. They made $1 billion movie, whatever you want to say. Of course, it's MCU and Endgame, but still, it's always on your resume, right? And like, it's a good thing. But yeah, I think there'll be just more personality in this one. Now, like I've said before, I don't think the Marvel's going to do as well as that, but that was also just because it was sandwiched in the middle of Infinity War and Endgame. Like, I think you could almost put any Marvel movie there and it probably would have done quite well, because it was advertised as like before you see Endgame, you got to see this, and you really didn't need to, like, because Captain Marvel really wasn't in Endgame that much. If she was a main character, then I'd say, oh, absolutely, you should. But she was in there for a cup of coffee, a couple fun scenes, and that was about it. So.
Yeah, and came in at the end, completely destroyed Thanos' ship. So
yeah, so you get it. She's very powerful. Yeah, but anyways, man,
not anymore, because now there's Gaia.
That's true.
Oh, Gaia.
But going back to Blue Beetle, So when obviously, one of the spoilery things was, obviously they established already that Jaime's father had a heart attack, and they do this whole thing where it's like, you're trying to find purpose. That's that's a trope thing, obviously, in a superhero movie. Find your purpose, and we already like. It just kind of sets it up like, well, he's gonna have his purpose, obviously, but so his dad, I mean, which of course they made him very likable and very, and like I said, he looks like he could be related to one of my dad and my uncles. I was like, geez, I turned the stuff like, and she goes, yes, and I was like, she knew exactly what I was talking about. Like, yeah, it looks like one of my uncles, huh? Jesus Christ. Anyways, so when he actually does die, it's like you knew he was gonna die. I was like, fuck. It was just like one of those things where like, God damn it, I didn't want to get choked up in this movie, for fuck's sake. But hey, you have to have that. You have to have that with these movies. You can have fun, fun. But then when you got to add the drama a little bit, And they nailed it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a superhero origin. We all knew someone was going to die. I mean, honestly, I thought it might have been Lopez, but then in one of the trailers, I think it might have been the final one, they do like kind of show one of the shots where the family is walking around and
they kind of give it away. Yeah, they're all wearing the black, and you don't see the dad. You're like, yeah.
And I didn't think about it until after the fact. I was like, holy shit.
Exactly. I didn't either, thankfully. But when they established that he had a heart attack, it's like that's going to come into play. And and it was cool that correlation that you said when it came to Superman 78. And it was just kind of like, okay, yeah. But then it was kind of almost Black Panther-ish too. Is like when he has that, when Jaime is like strapped in there and he's like in his own, basically dying because they're trying to remove the scarab. And he just kind of like, he sees his dad and that whole thing. I thought that was actually a really cool scene. And then,
That's a good
and then
point.
it was it was interesting the way that they did it, because it's like the house and everything was like on this floating, like, island in this, wherever the hell he was. And like the Blue Beetle suit was just floating out in space. And so we had to like launch out to like reach it. And he does the whole little, Michelangelo, whatever the hell, the painting just, they're like everybody, touch like that. I thought that was kind of cool. That was a cool scene, especially his dad saying like, hey, my purpose was to push you to be this hero kind of thing.
Thinking about that scene now, that almost kind of mirrors the whole conversation between Cal and Jor-El in the ship when he busted open, almost, but not quite the same. But visually, it kind of looks like it too, just a little bit.
And it's the second one we've got in a comic book movie this year, because remember they did that with Warlock and Quill.
Oh, true,
as well. So it's a big trope this year, the whole Michelangelo finger poke and stuff. So
I like that it was from the below angle. I like that it wasn't a straight up homage to it. I actually like the way it was shot.
That scene in Guardians, when Peter's out there and his face starts going, I was like going, oh god. I was like, okay, so like, and they can't be, something's gonna happen, but it just made me uncomfortable because it's just like, his face, just the way that like made me. Yeah, there's a lot of things that made me uncomfortable in Guardian. That's why I liked it so much, though, because it was just a lot of things that happened in that movie just made me just, oh my god, like. But that was one of them right there. Just seeing his face get all puffed out. Yeesh. But yeah. So when they do that, I mean, like it's a great little scene, because obviously they're trying to drain the power. They want to put it in Carapax, and that's when, and like you said, Travis, it's like,
OMAC.
Yeah, to the OMAC suit. So basically, it's like they just kind of make this guy just being like, this guy, he's got scars on his face, he's old, he's grizzled, he's got a mechanical arm and a leg, and then all of a sudden it's like he has this locket, and you almost think like, is that his wife and kid that died? I do like the little twist, because it's like once you find out what it is, it's like, oh no, the kid is him, and that was like a
His
mom
mother.
figure. It wasn't his. Was it his mom, or was it a mother figure?
I think it was his mom.
I'm pretty sure it was his mom. Yeah.
I don't know if they actually ever stayed. I just insinuated that was his mom.
See, to me, it seemed like, because I thought that he got taken from his home and just kind of put through the ringer, and that's why he's like this, this soldier dude.
I thought
But
that happened
then-
after. Like the mom dies, and then he gets recruited because he has no
okay.
home and stuff like
Because
that.
and maybe that's just the way they show the flashback. It just it's like going in reverse, huh?
Yeah.
That's probably what happened. Okay, because when they show the flashback, cool little flashback sequence, but I think I got confused because I thought it was like, okay, so he's just like an orphan type. They just kind of pulled him out, and then he just, on this certain part, he just found like a mother figure. But yeah, you're probably right. But I did like the fact that, at first I thought, oh yeah, he's got a wife and kids, a wife and a kid that died or that he left, and that's what it was. But it turns out that it was him. So I could respect that. But at the same time, I'm like, this should have been peppered throughout the whole thing.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, you know, as opposed to just like, hey, we're just gonna throw it to you at the end.
I think the confines in which it's presented works out really well. The fact that it's the Scarab, but also the fact that the Scarab and the OMAC and the Carapax prototype were all kind of intertwined. I think it made sense, but to your point, I also think it could have been peppered throughout too. That would have like say when Victoria Court is just like not really drilling him, but tell him I can fix you, and he like just has this twinge of like PTSD, and he has a flashback like that. I think it could have worked in that way too.
Yeah.
No. I see your point. Yeah.
And then we have that character who. I can't remember his real name, but there's a running joke that she keeps calling him Sanchez, which they do that a few times in the movie, because I really like Yeah, I really liked the joke when he go way back when Jaime goes into like Court Industries. He's like, "Oh, I have a meeting with Jenny. That's for Jaime." And she's like, "Oh, Jamie." He's like, "No, it's Jaime." And she's like, "Yeah, Jamie." And like they
Yeah.
have a little back and forth. And she's like, "Oh yeah, Jamie, just go sit over there." Like I think there was a couple good relevant. I'm not Spanish, but I feel like that happens a lot where it's just like, okay,
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
people just, and that's why it's like I will
Dude.
choose not to say the name because I don't want to offend someone, or I'll choose to, okay, how do I say it? But that way of like, because I have someone, it's reverse where it's someone that's French in my family and his name is like Mathieu, but you don't call him Matthew, and when people do, it always feels like a on purpose dig, like even if like, hey, it's pronounced like this is the way he would like it pronounced. That's where his country's from. That's where he's from. So I think the Sanchez thing, they hit on a couple good things there.
well, I
did
mean,
laugh
like when it comes to the Jaime Jamie thing, of course they chose like the whitest, blondest girl.
yes,
receptionist.
yes.
Yeah, they definitely did that, and it was funny. That was funny, but also what was I mean, yeah, but it's a true thing. I mean, it's not similar, but my last name Pena, but people see it, they just automatically say Pena. I mean, it's not like the same thing because obviously she's just being like, no, it's Jamie. I'm looking at it like that, but yeah, it's just like one of those things where it's like, yeah, I mean, that's what happens. It's just what happens. Like you can't make a big stink out of it. It's like, yeah, people are gonna just say it the way that they're gonna say it, and it's like, yeah, it's whatever. You could correct them once. If some people, usually people are just like, oh, okay, I didn't know. Okay, cool. But yeah, they made this character just like she didn't give a
Deliberately
shit.
ignorant. Yeah.
Which I thought was funny. But all right, we got a couple other people that are showing up right now that they just got done with their show. We got Sleepy Chainsaw Reacts and Evil Andy. There we go.
Happy Blue Beetle Day, bitches.
You fucked up.
I love how you guys like did that so perfectly together too.
I didn't even know what he was doing.
No, I was trying to turn myself like I'm ready to. I was just thinking back on my wife at times filming reactions, and she's sitting there or watching like it's a flash show and there's something happening, and she's sitting there just. I'm like, wake up, and I included my videos because it's funny.
I thought he was coming in like a really hot Blue Beetle take. Like that's like that's how he thought about the movie. He was dead asleep, but luckily it's not that.
No, Blue Beetle is actually a good DC movie. So
hey, all right.
Yes.
So yeah, we've been talking about it.
Yeah,
I know you guys were doing your stream for this, and so yeah, we were just kind of going through a lot. We've been going on so many tangents, though. This is what's been fun. The three of us have like, we'll talk about something, and then all of a sudden we're talking about Face Off, Nicolas Cage, John Travolta, somehow. And then
how does that connect exactly?
I still don't remember how
that happened.
Yeah,
but we've been like, we'll talk about certain scenes, and then all of a sudden we're like going through like the movie and talking about certain things, and then we just kind of veer off somewhere. So. But I'm glad you guys joined. Thank you for joining. And obviously, you guys have both seen it. Jordan, you said you really enjoyed it.
Yes.
Andy?
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. Look at this. Wow.
Hot take.
Right. That's right.
Yeah.
Such a hot take.
It's such a hot take.
It would be a hot take if I said something like, "Oh, this is like better than Avengers Endgame" or something. It's not even like it doesn't even make sense comparing those films. But given what we've had with DC films over the last few years,
I mean, you could. There's Infinity Stones and there's multiple colored scarabs. Just saying. Just saying.
I don't have the bandwidth to think that far. Yeah.
Let's wait till the third Blue Beetle film, okay?
Yeah, wait till the cap of the wait till the trilogy.
Wait till the trilogy. But yeah, we were just I just wanted to get your guys' like reviews on it, things that you have to say about it. Go ahead, Jordan. You can go first since you know. Yeah.
Okay, so this film is first of all fun. It's exciting. It's really emotional. Like, I think they did a great job in the marketing that it is more emotional than people are prepared for. And I think back on Shazam, the first Shazam's marketing, because in the first Shazam's marketing, they were like, oh, this is a fun origin film. And it's going to be fun, right? Zachary Levi is crazy. It's fun. Well, they don't show you all of the emotional stuff with the mom and also all the stuff, like all the darker stuff with the villain. Like, they hide a lot of that. So I'm glad they hit all the emotional elements of it, and the action is great. And the fact that Zolo, of course, from Cobra Kai, did most of his stunts in this movie, clearly that really saved on budget because they didn't have to do a duplicate Blue Beetle suit. He's doing it himself, pretty much. They did a really good job with the budget too, because this felt like a pretty decent comic book film in terms of its actual scope. But you can tell they were really saving money and effectively making it work. It didn't feel like it was cheap. It didn't feel like, oh, they were definitely saving money here. Like every single scene felt like it had a purpose to the overall story. And everyone stood out. The family was the highlight of the movie. The family is definitely the highlight. And yeah, I mean, if James and Peter don't, like, I know they already said they're going to continue with this character, but they have to bring everybody included. They can't just say, okay, well, we'll just stick with Blue Beetle. No, you got to bring the whole family, especially how they set things up and how everything's interconnected, especially with the Ted Cord situation, his daughter. You can't then go, okay, we're just going to continue with Zolo. Like, I know that's not, they're kind of ambiguous on that, but they have to continue that. They can't go, like, that's what makes the movie work, is everything.
You have a surge of blood rushing to your midsection. That was a funny joke.
That was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, when at the end, when we get a little kissy kiss with, you know, of course,
and then,
that we were waiting
his
for
family's freaking out, like, oh,
yeah.
Right.
It was just funny when what's her name? What's her name?
Gadot.
Yeah. It's just like saying to him, like, it's like, you have to make that joke where it's like, you're about to kiss this woman, so naturally, blood is surging to a section. Anyways, Andy, go ahead.
You know, I had so many expectations for this film, and yet, like, they, you know, even by seeing it today, you know, it surpassed them nonetheless. You know, there were things I was not prepared for it to happen in this film, which I appreciate, because, you know, some of these DC movies, they like to show a lot of things sometimes in them trailers, you know, like, you know, I had no idea that the father was going to die, you know, the whole twist about Carapax, that was great. You know, it was also kind of like creepy in a way. There's scenes in this film that like really reflect situations from my own life where I'm like, I fucking had this conversation with my own family. Like, you know, they've literally done the same thing to me. Like when they were telling Jaime about, you know, oh, we're losing the house and your father had a heart attack. Like, I was like, oh my God, it's like they talked to my mom and dad and were like, hey, so how did you fuck up your son? I cannot believe this is a movie that was made for $100 million. But again, it's like, this is what happens when you let cooks cook. When you actually let them do their shit, you can get greatness. You know, there was never a point where I'm like, oh, look, this looks like a video game suddenly. You know, like, this all felt practical and real and legit. And, you know, for me, I mean, again, I'm not Latino, but I can only imagine how much this must mean for that community this weekend, of seeing their world really reflected in this big genre. So that's, you know, I had a genuinely good time from start to finish, which, you know, like, hasn't been the case with a lot of DC movies in the last few years. I came out of the theater. I was like, why the fuck couldn't The Flash have been this good?
Really? You liked it more than The Flash? Oh yeah, you didn't.
I mean,
I know. Yeah. I forgot that you were not a big Flash fan.
Well, I mean,
wait. Did you just say I'm not a big Flash fan?
Well, the Flash movie fan.
Okay, cool.
I did. Obviously, you host a podcast called The Flash.
Yeah, exactly.
So I know you're a big Flash, but the movie disappointed you.
The movie disappointed me greatly, and like, I'm like, and we gave all the money to that movie. We had the Tom Cruise comment for that movie. Did you see that the director actually retweeted, like, someone in one of the trade reports of, like, they should not have spent this much money on The Flash. They should have given it to Blue Beetle instead, you know, marketing, and, you know, had Tom Cruise say something about it. And the director actually retweeted. I'm like, oh my God, he just got shady. I love this.
Well, he should, because I mean, this is what it is, you know. They actually did a Blue Beetle story, right?
True.
Not like, oh, Blue Beetle in the multiverse. It's like, okay.
Oh Christ, I think I can take a little bit of a break from the multiverse for.
Well, until Deadpool 3, then.
Well, fine, but that's gonna actually be good, you know. The Flash.
Well, it's gonna make fun of the multiverse.
Yeah, but there's no way that movie comes out next May.
No. Fuck no.
No.
Oh no.
Ain't no way.
No,
No.
those yeah, so many things are gonna get postponed because of the strike and everything. So, god damn, it's just such a weird. We get through the pandemic, and everyone's like, "Hey, things are turning back to normal," and then all of a sudden, whoop, there's this now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now actors can't even like promote their own stuff, which is I was
What
like,
it's weird 'cause I'm not sure when Zolo filmed it, but Zolo was in a podcast recently,
yeah,
and I think it was after the strike started because the only reference is that he got nude for the movie or like his clothes burned off.
yeah.
But they weren't asking about the movie. They were like, so how was it to be naked on set? And so that's the only thing he actually addressed. They referenced that he's Blue Beetle, but he doesn't actually respond to it. He's just kind of there answering other questions. So I'm like, I think this was because usually with those kind of because they mentioned the guy saw the movie, so that implies to me, okay, this is during the strike. He can't actually acknowledge it, so he's skirting around it without actually promoting it. It's promoted in the title, but he's not talking about the movie. He's talking about, oh yeah, I was naked for the first time. Yeah.
So we have 2 DC movies where the lead actor has burned his clothes off. Interesting.
Well,
why not? Hey, I mean, you get it. You get into the superhero shape. You want to show off? Hey,
True.
I mean,
And
when it comes to the Marvel movies, I mean, he's essentially you just get that shirtless scene kind of thing.
The Flash was they just did it. That was just awkward. Like it was just like again because remember that tie-in comic that came out a couple months ago.
Yeah.
And one of the covers had Barry naked. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, they want to do it in the comic because they could surely not do this on the big screen.
Oh no, they did. We
They
see
did.
Ezra's
Oh, they did.
ass. Yeah, he's full on inside view. I mean, obviously, some tape had to probably be involved, but hey, you got to do that. You got to tape it down. Anyways, but when it came to Cholo, I mean, he was kind of like, it was like I mean, I guess it was kind of, but it wasn't anything like, it wasn't as much as the Flash, I guess you could say.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Plus, you didn't need that much. I mean, just the idea like that's what happens to him.
Yeah,
because if I remember in Young Justice, which really promoted Blue Beetle a lot with its storylines, that wasn't the thing that happened to Jaime on that show. But this, I mean, the way they did the animation, especially when he got first transformed, which they showed in the trailers, but they really didn't show all of it. But man, it was brutal. The burning effect, it had to destroy the clothes. Like, there's no way that he could keep his clothes,
shoes, and everything. I mean, like the way that like the beetle legs start like coming out of his shirt.
Yeah, that was definitely like an alien, like alien creature. Like it was, it was creepy, but it was effective. Yeah, because it's supposed to be scary, and the families were screaming, "Oh my god, he's being possessed!" And all this stuff. That was really good.
Yeah, I mean, like, and then his eyes were like turning yellow, and then it was very like,
and his voice even started to distort too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like that. Like he was like screaming. He's like, "Whoa!" At a certain point, his voice shifted from himself.
Yep.
So, yeah, that was really cool. And did they show the mouth moving in the marketing when he talked?
They did.
Yeah,
I can't remember if they did, but
I remember watching the trailer, and I think on one of my streams, I was like, I didn't even realize that they added the effect of him, like when he's got the full on.
I'm wondering if that was planned or if that was something they added it in.
Probably planned.
I would say it's planned because I think in the haven't we seen him like that in the animation and
but I mean they could have just got away with not doing it, and it's like a mask because it covers his whole face, so you could just have the Deadpool no mouth moving.
But I also think since the fact that it's alien and organic, they'd probably want that organic feel to make the mouth move. That's true. Yeah. And honestly, it feels like more of a Deadpool effect, which I think worked out in Spider-Man's favor and now in Blue Beetle's favor too.
Again, going back to the fact is like, how do you, when it comes to these superhero, costumes, I mean, it's very hard to make them comic book accurate. Mm-hmm. It very much is. And I think like when it comes to like eyes and mouth, like, especially with like some of these costumes, you have to have a little bit of, you have to have practical and CGI just to make them work as well as they can work, if you want something as accurate, because everybody just wants, I mean, again, going back to when we first saw this costume, everybody just kind of went, oh, wow, look at that. That's the Blue Beetle costume. They nailed it. Like, look at the practicalness of it, but there obviously is going to be CGI elements to it. And I think the mouth was probably, I don't know if that was, that or it was built in. I mean, we'll have to see a behind the scenes featurette of like, because I don't think we've seen behind the scenes where he's actually, you could see him moving his mouth. I don't know.
There's a set. There was when the set videos came out. There, you know, when he falls on the car, that's when like you could tell. Okay, there is nothing happening with mouth. That is all post production. So,
you know, I hope that
have the balance.
If they do more with this version of the character, and you know, I certainly hope they keep going to their promise and keep Sholo going forward. You know, if they were to tap more into the alien aspect of the scarab and do the other colored scarabs, I would hope that they keep them practical, more or less, because it really worked out in this character's favor, if you ask me.
I mentioned that on our stream we just did. It's like, well, in the very opening, they make a very specific point to show all the other colors in that short little sequence. That tells me they have at least plans for more of them down the road. And the question is, where did they go? Like, we don't know where they went. Did all of them land on Earth? Did some? Because it felt like that one trajectory got off and went to Earth. So,
well, if they go by Young Justice canon, one absolutely landed on Mars.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think there's possibility for a lot of things. Because what they could do is the scarabs won't activate till the story allows it. It's not like all out there. There's a bunch of other, you know, beetles running around. Like, they could just say, okay, so in hypothetically the Booster Gold show, one of the scarabs gets activated, right? And then that ties into something. Or maybe hypothetically, even though they've had a crossover in Brave and the Bold show, Brave and the Bold movie could maybe tie in Blue Beetle somehow there. Maybe Blue Beetle knows Nightwing, or maybe Blue Beetle meets one of the Robin or Nightwing or something in that movie, and maybe that's a tie-in to his connection to the DCU. Because maybe somebody that he's following goes to Gotham, because he was wearing a Gotham.
Yes,
he did go to school to Gotham. You're right.
Yeah.
I pointed that out to Steph. I was like,
Gotham
maybe
Law.
Terrible choice to go.
Yes,
where are you going to go to school? Gotham. Oh,
so maybe he goes to Gotham and Brave and the Bold, and he runs into Nightwing or runs into Damian Wayne.
Like, they're lucky they got him back. They're lucky he came back in one piece. If he went to school in Gotham, you know, it should have been over for him.
Right now, I think Andy Muschietti should just focus on making his Batman movie a Batman movie and not focus on other superheroes, because we saw what happened last time. Love Andy Muschietti.
Oh, Andy.
What?
I don't know.
You know, it's what I live for.
I know.
Like,
I get
just
it.
acknowledging the fact that, you know, I love Andy Muschietti, but, you know, that Flash movie is not fully a Flash movie. You know, it is.
It's not. I get it.
It is the weirdest threesome I've seen in the superhero genre ever. So, but yeah, I don't mean. I think Booster Gold will be the natural choice to continue more Blue Beetles after this.
I mean, the way I'm looking at it is like, okay, even if this movie doesn't do well, and yes, everything's running against it. I get it. Hopefully, like I said, because it's got such a low budget, I mean, it really just needs to just get 350 million and starts making a profit, you know, essentially. You know, so it doesn't need to make $500 million or whatever. It's a small movie. It's whatever. It's the, you know, and I root for the underdog. And so, like, but I just hope that there's just enough chatter out there where they're like, yeah, I mean, obviously, if Gunn and, you know, what he's trying to do with his universe and eventually could, I mean, the fact that with the first Superman movie, he's got these random characters that are already established. So a Blue Beetle is a random character too, and it would be kind of cool just to see him, you know, throughout. And I think with Sholo being a rising star, you just you no matter what happens with the movie, you have to keep him as it. You have to keep the aesthetic. You have to keep the backstory and the family, and just keep it and just go. You know, just move forward. You know.
I'm just gonna point this out. I don't want to be that bitch, but I'm totally gonna be that. You know, last time a DC movie failed, the director got suddenly promoted to co-CEO of DC Studios. So if Blue Beetle doesn't get that, I will say, you want to know what white privilege looks like? There you go.
Well, let me counter that, because you also are someone who brings up the pandemic quite a bit. The pandemic is why the Suicide Squad tanked, and also releasing it on HBO Max same day and date also hurt it worse too.
Yeah,
making
all those numbers to me are like kind of irrelevant, you know, up until December 2021.
I just think it's weird that, like, you know, if Blue Beetle, I mean, again, because, you know, right now we can technically say that the strikes are is the Hollywood's version of the pandemic again, because now a lot of promotion can be made. So I'm just
I
saying.
think-
And you also want Andy Muschietti in there too, because the Flash also failed. So you want him in there. You want David Sandberg in there. You
Well,
that's
want
right.
all these
on
people.
that point of
Andy
Andy
Samberg?
David
okay,
Sandberg.
on that point of
Director
Muschietti,
Shazam. Yeah, Andy Samberg too. Make him
Andy
co-star.
Yeah, why not?
Hey, Phil,
why
Phil's
not?
got
I like
something to
Pop
say.
Star.
Hold on.
Just bringing the whole cast
Yeah.
of Brooklyn Nine-Nine to
Anyone
oh
named
my-
Sandberg is in. You're a CEO. Go.
What were we gonna say, Phil?
I was just going to say that, to the point of Muschietti's movie not doing well, what happened with him? Well, he got Brave and the Bold.
Yeah.
But then again, he's also Argentinian. He's not, James Gunn, who's a white man.
No, I think it's just one of those things. I 100% believe that no matter what this movie does, they have their Blue Beetle. James Gunn has his Blue Beetle if he wants to use it.
To that point, this movie does a lot of heavy lifting for him in regards to if he wanted to do Blue and Gold with Ted Cord and Booster Gold.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about the Ted Cord stuff,
Right?
But it's funny too. Okay, so are we just? It's Andy Sudeikis, right? That Ted
You
Cord.
mean
is?
Jason Sudeikis?
Jason
Yeah.
Sudeikis.
Is that who it was?
I thought he
Because that's who it kind of looked like in the painting, right?
Well, because there was years ago rumor that he was playing Ted Cord. I don't know if that had anything to do with this, but the painting looked identical to him, and it sounded like Sudeikis. I think that was the plan, but I think maybe he's not fully signed on. It's kind of like you remember in Hobbs and Shaw, the rumor was Keanu Reeves, but they didn't lock him down. So in Hobbs and Shaw, the voice is very this default, and it's well, maybe we'll get back to Keanu one day. I feel like that's what this was, where it's we don't know if Sudeikis is gonna do it, but that's the idea.
I guess because we actually had that. People were asking in our chat too. So what had happened was when filming was happening for Blue Beetle, a casting notice had gone out that they wanted a Ted body double, and I'm reading it right now. Seeking blonde and brunette talent for a still photo shoot must match the complexion of the reference photo. Per production, you're considered fully vaccinated 14 days after your second shot. If your second shot was taken more than 5 months prior to your work, you must receive a booster. And then booster goal.
Booster.
And then the photo is literally it is Jason Sudeikis, but his eyes are crossed out. So but then later that day, the studios confirmed, no, we're not casting Jason in this film. I think they were just looking for someone that looks like Jason.
It's like She-Hulk when it was Alison Brie was rumored, but it really was no. They just want an Alison Brie type. They don't want Alison Brie. As bad as that sound, that was the whole thing. Where it's for a while, it's she's She-Hulk, and then the next week it's no, she's not She-Hulk. They just want and they do that all the time. There's all those I can't remember. Sonic 2 had some of those leaks too of who they wanted, or first Sonic had
a certain type, and then you go
and I think it was Chris Pratt on the poster. That was James Marsden, but it was okay, we want a Chris Pratt type, and we got Marsden. But that makes sense. It looks a lot like him, and I think he would match. And I like him enough. So yeah.
Although not to sound like a kiss up to Dave, but even before I knew Dave, when I always thought about what Ted would look like in live action, I almost kind of imagine a Dave. I'm not trying to kiss, but again, in my head, you look like what Ted is supposed to look like to me.
He's kissing ass.
What am I for? What?
You're kissing
what
ass.
am I?
You're kissing ass. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of James Marsden, I thought about this a couple weeks back. We were talking about potential casting for we did a stream talking about this.
Oh, that was fun.
Even though they're saying potentially that he's going to be younger for Hal Jordan, I think James Marsden would be a great Hal Jordan if they were to go older.
I can get behind that.
Yeah, but that's just
it could be, but I think just because the age, they're gonna.
Yeah, the age, they're definitely going to have them both younger, and I think they're going to obviously Guy Gardner's older, but they're going to have these two main Green Lanterns younger so that they can stay for a while.
They'll probably be mid-30s, I think. Maybe you'll get someone that's early 30s, and then the other one's mid, whichever one it's John.
Maybe Jon Stewart is a little younger.
Exactly.
I still want Volley Parks from Super Lois. So, who plays John Henry Irons, or
Ronnie C. right here talking about what about Static Shock could also tie into Blue Beetle and help continue the story.
I was thinking about that too.
I think at some point he's on the table. There was that rumored movie, and then because wasn't it Michael B. Jordan was producing that, and that's been kind of quiet. So I feel like that's probably not happening. But I
Well-
think like to me the two
I
examples
think
like
I think it would be in James Gunn's best interest to do something with Milestone.
no, I meant just the Michael B. Jordan version's not happening. I bet that's what I mean. Like I think you could.
That'd
but
be
that
smart
movie,
too to have his name attached.
it would be, but if they
Yeah,
have different
it would.
visions, right? If it's the same thing of if you're not going to play ball, like, I don't
mean,
know. So,
But at the same time, we could. I mean, I'm just hoping that like James Gunn is just like, hey, like just spread it out, have different,
have my wife in
different. Yeah,
there. No, I'm just joking.
Well,
I mean, if you,
I
if you're
don't
gonna-
mind his wife in those. I actually think she.
Oh, I don't. I
she's
just think
hilarious.
it's the internet joke.
I don't
have
mind
no
either.
care.
She's quite beautiful.
Yeah,
so,
I don't care if you put your wife in everything. I don't care. Just make the movie good. As long as it's good, I don't give a damn what
That's
she's
it.
doing.
if you can allow, oh fuck, who is it? Damn it, James Mangold to do Swamp Thing his own way, yet still have it be in the universe.
Mhm.
I don't see why Michael B. Jordan's Static Shock can't operate.
But
the
see,
same way.
that's
Yeah.
the thing. I mean, like going to what James Gunn has to, and I know a lot of people like hate his guts and blah 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 and whatever the hell, and they're thinking like he's just gonna make it like how he made his Guardians movies or whatever the hell. I mean, if he ends up doing that, then that's fucking dumb.
Yeah, then we talk about
I'm
Fighter
saying
and we
if-
go, yeah, it was a bad choice.
Yeah. But
yeah.
at the same time, it's like if he's saying like, yeah, I want to have filmmakers come in and make like make tones different. That's something that Marvel's not doing. I mean,
Mhm.
the only reason why I have like some faith in it is because he's seen how the machine works over there with Feige. I mean, Feige was giving him
Oh,
scripts
yeah.
like, hey, give some
Right.
notes and all this kind of
Yeah.
stuff. So my hope is he takes what they're doing wrong over there, which is like, hey,
A lot of
make
things.
everything make everything similar tones where we don't know who the director is. I think one of the best things he could do is like, make every story distinct. Yes, they could all be part of the same universe, but make them distinct. Have the director do is like, you can give some notes, you can do like give some input, but make sure he's cooking at least 90 to 95% of the fucking movie.
Well,
Give a little
as-
input.
we discussed this a little bit last week, and we were talking about
Yeah,
the
we
difference
did.
between studio heads versus James Gunn being a very different type of studio head. He's a director first and foremost. He's a writer. So I think that's going to be smart because Feige's been around the business for a while. Of course, he started working, way back in the day on old projects. He was working on the early, the
Lethal
the
Weapon
Spy-
4. That was his
Yeah.
first, I think.
Yeah,
Was
and
it
so
Lethal Weapon?
working on the early.
It was
So-
the Lethal Weapon movie, yeah, because he worked under
Yeah.
Richard Donner.
But he's not a director. Like he worked on the Spider-Man early films, X-Men early films.
He worked
and
on
he saw
all
what-
those, Blade, everything.
Yeah,
he
he-
worked on Man Thing. He worked on the fucking terrible
Yeah.
Man
So
thing.
he
which-
worked
Yeah.
on he worked on the oldest
Oh,
variety
yeah.
of things and saw what worked and didn't work for those projects. But he's not a director. So with James Gunn, of course, he's been, like I said, in that machine. He's been thrown other scripts that he didn't direct to look at and do touch-ups. And he, of course, was helping with the Avengers movies when they used Guardians characters. So he knows how the ensemble stuff
Right.
was working.
Right.
So I feel like that's going to be the same thing here. You're going to see distinct visions from these. So Andy Muschietti is going to be able to do, because I'm assuming the Flash was meddled with quite a bit. So he's going to be able to do more of what he wants to do with the Brave and the Bold.
100%.
And then when we get to that Justice League movie down the road, that's where he is going to do what Marvel did. Bring in the different directors that worked with these characters to work with the main writer. Maybe it's him, maybe it's a collaboration effort, and they all get to help pitch in to make it the best it can be. Because regardless of what you think about the individual films, the Avengers films were really successful and mostly people loved them and they worked because I feel like they had a good collaboration effort with that. But the
Especially
solo
Phase
stuff,
One.
yeah, because the solo stuff is very different because you have a lot of studio notes from Kevin Feige and there's certain things you cannot do. Even if you want to, you're not allowed to. But with this, I feel like there's gonna be more freedom as long as you're not breaking the bounds of reality or making it to where this other person can't do their
don't
movie
kill
because you
Batman.
because you destroyed the city that they want
Yeah.
to use or
There'll
something.
be some notes, right? Like, don't kill
Yeah.
Batman. Don't use this villain.
basically
Yada
don't,
yada. Yada.
just don't hire Walter Hamada again and we'll be fine. What I wanted to say,
Jesus.
because
Of course you had to bring him up.
I haven't that man. If that man ever sees me in real life, he better run. But
Well, I mean,
I don't-
he made a smart decision by keeping Jeff Johns out of the writers' room that was filled with like Tom King and all the other DC writers that he had on there. Good job. He kept a snake out of that room. I'm proud of him. He made one smart decision there.
what I because again, I don't know what this dynamic is like, so maybe one of you guys can speak to it. But I remember when James Gunn got hired, one of the things I saw why people were so excited for it, they were describing it to similar something of again, I'm not the biggest Star Wars person, but like someone had said somewhere, James to Kevin Feige is what Dave Filoni is to George Lucas.
Okay.
What is that?
I wouldn't go that far.
No, it's
I
not
think
the same.
Filoni and Lucas were way closer than Feige, and I legitimately believe they're friends. Gunn said the first person he texted after he got the job was Feige. I'm sure it's for business wise, but I believe they're legitimately friends. But I think with Lucas and Filoni was very much a, not a pun, like a master and apprentice situation where I think they're colleagues, but Feige and Gunn are both doing two different things. Where Filoni's supposed to try and be the new Lucas, right? I don't think the Gunn was never planned to be the new Feige. I think he was going to be. Maybe the plan was for him to do the space stuff, but
he's seen inside from. He's at least seen inside the machine.
Yeah,
we're working with Feige. Like, so let me take what actually works here, and let me just don't bring the bad stuff that the Marvel Studio does.
Which is to just hire some director and then just have a similar tone and whatever the hell. I mean, that's what I'm really hoping is like, every movie has its own distinct aesthetic and tone. And
that's what Blue Beetle felt. I felt like there was, it didn't feel like a repeat of what we've seen before. Looking away from all the cultural aspect of it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, that's one of the things I liked about it most is it brought me back to just like an 80s adventure movie with the score and some of the aesthetic and the tech, the old tech that had, you had a Nintendo Power Glove and you had like this old tech, the Ted Cord tech was like really cool. I thought that was a great aspect to it, but it just brought me back to that 80s, like when I was like a kid just watching like these adventure, just everything just kind of, that's what it felt like, and that's what I liked about it the most.
And like the reason why you should just focus on the creative vision and the good movies, and I'm not saying all the Phase 1 movies are great, they're not, but if you look at Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, Captain America, they're not like vastly different, but the thing is they are movies and they had some connective tissue, and people liked those characters enough that when Avengers happened they showed up. So it's the same thing here of like Swamp Thing, Blue Beetle. If you connect them a little bit and then you just do a movie where, hey, a bunch of these characters that you love are in this movie, people will go see it. That's what you have to do. And that's why I think it would be smart to keep. I do think Blue Beetle will stick around. I don't think it's going to have legs. It's not going to, I think it's going to, probably drop to like 15 next week. I think it'll lose money regardless. But the point is where you look at some
domestically or internationally. So
I think when it's all said and done, because originally the budget was reported to be 70 to 80, and now today the director said it's 104, and then that's before marketing. So it's like, I think by the time it's all said and done, you might just squeeze like a break even, because I just don't think it's going to have that word of mouth. I personally, I like the movie, but I don't think enough people will go out and say you have to see this movie if people are tired of superhero movies. I don't think it breaks that barrier. I think if you like the genre, then sure, but if you don't, I think like when I was seeing Blue Beetle, I had about 15 people in my theater, and all the Barbie showings were still sold out. I think people will still go see Oppenheimer or Barbie. But with my point is, I think you could keep them, because if you look at Hulk's numbers in the MCU, they still kept Hulk. Incredible Hulk did not do well. True. That's a movie. It's like what, 300 million? Like if you look at all other ones, it's super low, but they didn't go, oh shit, really low movie, let's cast out Hulk. Yeah, no, you don't do that. Even with Blue Beetle, if it money wise doesn't make money, that's fine. And look at Spider-Verse, same thing too. That's a movie that was a $400 million movie. A hit, but not a massive hit, right? Some studios would have looked at it and been like, you know what, it's not worth to do a second one. And Sony was smart that they did it, and now look at the success they've had with this one, right? So that's where I think with Blue Beetle, you put him in other movies, you put him in appearances, and maybe one day you get a sequel, maybe you don't, but you can use that character around and keep him around. I think the actor's a good fit, so I think they will keep him. I don't foresee a Blue Beetle 2 happening like in the next 5 years post strike settlement. I think you will do like a team up and maybe Blue and Gold, but even then or Young Justice. Yeah, something like that. Like that was always before Barbie my thing with Harley Quinn, of like they should do Sirens, because I always thought her with Ivy and Catwoman, that's like a really
David
good
Ayer wanted to do it, and he wanted to do that next.
And I think they'll do it. I don't think they'll do it with Ayer, but I think they will do it, because Margot Robbie's not going anywhere now. They're going to throw the bag at her.
Fuck no. Are you kidding me? After everything
no fucking way.
Yeah,
Jesus
so
Christ.
I think keep them around and put them in other projects and build that character up, and then maybe when you do a sequel, more people love them and you'll get more return. But I think it'll be a little bit before that happens.
I don't know if you guys have already talked about it tonight. Are you guys familiar with the actress who plays Jenny in this movie?
No.
No,
So-
Bruno, what's her name? Marquez or something like that? What's her
Not
name?
not Marcus.
I just know they're definitely fucking. That's all I know.
Oh,
in real life.
you know what? I'm
Jesus.
glad
In
there's
real
more
life.
healthy Hollywood couples out there.
Hey, the way I look at it, they're young. It's like enjoy it, but don't think it's gonna be long term. I'm just saying.
oh my god!
Already jumps into Solo's DMs. Hey, listen, this is great. Not gonna be long term
Just
though.
let you know.
Yeah,
Just let you know, man.
She's gonna
I
break
know-
your heart.
Dude,
Look at
they're
Toby
young,
and Kirsten
they're
Dunst.
young.
Look at Emma and Andrew. Never works out.
It
Peter,
doesn't.
Zendaya and Tom
Zendaya,
are still together.
Zendaya,
I'll say.
yeah.
It could happen.
It could happen, but I'm
I
like,
met my
you know
wife
what?
under
They're
20.
both-
You know.
They're both like rising stars. She's
Yeah.
like a model. She like
Yeah,
models.
no, she's
like
like,
crazy.
Bruna is a huge star in Brazil, and that's
Yeah.
I didn't know how big how big of a deal she is in Brazil. So I think domestically, I don't know if Blue Beetle is going to do that great. I think internationally, but especially in Brazil
Yep.
and other Latin speaking countries,
Could do
I-
gangbusters. Yeah.
I think they're going to do well. Like I have a little more optimism. But again, is it going to make it 500-600? No, but I
No.
think it's going to make. I think 300 is a reasonable number. I can see 300 happen.
Same. I'm with Andy on that. I think people are vastly underestimating the international market when it comes to this film, given some of the anime influences, given the culture that has in it. Yeah, I really think that people are really underestimating just how well this could do overseas and internationally. Like,
When does it release in Brazil and stuff like that? Is it like a opening weekend, same thing as us? Is that later on? Like, when is that type of stuff?
It's different because I know like
Mhm.
Well, my
I
friend in
know
Brazil, she saw it yesterday. So
Okay, it'll definitely beat Shazam because I was curious. That's 133. It'll definitely beat that. Like I think I'm over the two. Like I'm like a 210, 215. That's where I kind of am on it for a finishing. But maybe it will. You never know. That can happen. But I always hold back on that because you never know. Because I remember when China started bringing movies, everyone's like, "Oh, these movies gonna hit $1 billion," and that didn't happen. And then I remember when Crazy Rich Asians went to China, everyone's like, "It's gonna be huge there," and they're like, "We have our own movies that do this. Like, we don't need this movie." And it didn't. If you look at the box, I'm not saying that's the same case here. That's why I just. Like, I feel like 10 years ago, like, those markets did really hit, but now it is a bit more 50-50, like the international markets. You never know what they're going to jump onto. So, and I don't follow Brazil's box office, so I don't know how it does, what it brings in. Like, even then, like, is a massive weekend at Brazil, like, what is that? Is that, like, 50 million or is that, like, 10 million? You know, so that's why I think the domestic's going to be so low that the international will balance it out. But I just, who knows? We'll see, but it's, yeah.
well, I know in Australia, Cyprus, and Greece, it opens in September.
yeah.
Oh my God, it's a 10. Jeez.
Yeah, the film is opening up in a few more countries next week, and yeah, so it's pretty much getting released. It's already released most places, so I think we will see its trajectory sooner rather than later.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely like I think Warner Bros. They're gonna invest in Blue Beetle as a future for the as a character for this franchise. Does it have to be Blue Beetle 2? No, I'm just happy if he shows up in other places. And the thing is, like, once Cobra Kai is over, that studio is gonna rush to Zola and like have him sign for multiple stuff before he gets snatched up by someone else.
That's the thing. He's a rising star, and it's one of those things where it's like, and he drives this movie. He does a great job. So, and like you said, he did a lot of his own, stunt work and everything. So,
That's
and
probably what got him the job, really, is that helps that he
Yeah,
can actually
that
do it.
helps.
Because a lot of times actors have to actually train for months to get to what he's doing on Cobra Kai and here. So he already was doing it.
So it was like, just tell me where to go.
Yeah.
I think had the strike not happened and streaming not be in the accelerated rate that it was, this film would have fared a lot better at the box office.
of course, that's the thing. And that's
the thing, right?
2023 is just a bad year
Streaming
of a
has-
lot of movies.
Well, I also think that streaming has also kind of hurt the theater industry in some respects because people
Definitely
now more often than say,
I'll
I'll
catch
just wait
it
for
on
it to hit
streaming.
streaming. Yep.
Well, definitely more when the pandemic hit. That's when everyone
Yep.
started to embrace streaming more. I think that changed a lot there.
It
And
did.
also, too, they're just announcing super fast a lot of films just going to digital. Like, they pretty much announced after opening weekend, sometimes even when opening weekend's occurring, here's the digital release. So when it's coming
Yeah,
out.
it's dumb.
The
Barbie's
last
coming
way-
out next month.
only
Barbie's
that,
coming out
too.
next month, and it's still
Why?
dominating the box office. Like what?
I don't know why.
Last
You hold that
Voyage
shit till
of
Christmas.
Demeter.
Yeah,
Last
I'm
Voyage
like-
of Demeter's coming out at the very end of the month, and it hasn't even been in theaters a week.
Yeah,
That I
29th.
can understand because it didn't do as
It tanked.
well.
It tanked.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why.
Yeah, but probably didn't take as much because I'm sure that budget. I still want to watch it. I wanted to watch it when it came out, but I'm gonna watch it when it.
The budget was 45 million.
Holy fuck!
Oh.
Okay, never mind.
Oh man.
David Dashmashin's
For
rate's
that?
gone up.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Hey, I will give it to him. The Dracula looks great, so I guess
He
that's where the
looks
budget
cool.
went, you know.
Yeah.
But
It looks
It's
cool.
made
and then
nine.
you're-
It's
you
made
have
9.3 million.
a lot of water. There's got to be a lot
Wow.
of
That's a
water
big
in that
loss for
movie.
them.
That's a shame.
there was that, and then
Ugh.
what was the other Universal Dracula movie recently?
Renfield.
Yeah, and that also lost them a bunch of money too. So I think Dracula's going to be benched for a little while.
Which is crazy because man, everybody was talking about that talking about Renfield.
but everybody in
also-
our circles was, right?
Yeah,
That's the
it was
thing,
like-
and that's where I
But it
think
was like a
GA
weird
just
thing because it was like Nicolas Cage, he's Dracula, and everybody's like, "Oh my god!" And then and it just kind of came and went. It was
Yeah.
weird. I enjoyed it. I
liked
enjoyed that
enough.
film. I thought it, but I think one of the biggest things was he wasn't the main. He was.
he
like
was.
the
Yeah, when you
side-
watch, he's not in it that much.
It is
really.
called Renfield for shit's
Yeah.
sake.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, but it's like I liked the movie too, but that's where I definitely was like, man, he was given a great performance. I wish he was in this a lot more. I wish it was more of a because it's more of a two-hander with him and Awkwafina. I wish
Yeah.
somehow you switch that, get rid of Awkwafina and do more Cage. And I like Awkwafina, but just Cage they were like, and I think they had good chemistry, but it just might be like one of those franchises. It's the same way as like I feel like King Arthur, Robin Hood, where I think the general line is just kind of like they want to break from some of these because you got so many versions over the like how many decades. I think people might just be over Dracula, you know, like just like I don't need like right now. I'm not saying forever you'll never get a great like a big box office Dracula, but it's just like, and we had the vampire like reign after Twilight, right? So I think people might just be like, like. And that to me looks like a streaming movie. And same thing, it sucks for them because we talked about like in Halloween
No
you
pun
already
intended.
have. But yes, yeah, exactly, yeah. But in Halloween you already got Saw 10. That's the end of September, but still bleeds in Halloween. You got Exorcist, and then you got Five Nights at Freddy's. So that it would have been better for them to put it there, but it's already a cramped Halloween month. That's three big horror movies. Yeah, and you know horror movies too in streaming. You know every streaming service is holding on. Like I know Amazon, they're doing that. Oh, it's called like Timeless Killer or something where it's something like these kids go back into the 80s where it's like a slasher. But you know all these streamers are holding on to like there's some horror movie that they're going to pump out like a month before tell you about. And so it's just like same thing where it's just like that's and Halloween. I don't know if it would have done much better. I think it's just a movie that like it has a very small audience and it's 9 million's worth, you know.
What the question is, because there's a lot of people who support the director. Robert Eggers is Nosferatu. Like when that comes out, how is that going to do? Because
Not well.
No,
Well,
his biggest movie's 69 million. So his movies don't usually do that well. Northman. Yeah, like
they're all so good.
they are, but they're like for a very weird specific audience. Like I think The Lighthouse made like The Lighthouse, which I like a lot, but it made like 16 million. Like I think Nosferatu's like a 16 to 20 somewhere in there probably.
But his budgets are low. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Northman
Well,
wasn't though.
Critically praised like crazy.
Yeah. Northman, I think they lost money on because I think
Yeah.
that was a higher one. Yeah.
That was.
Well, the question will be is like, how will they market it? Because I think the marketing for Smile made that movie way bigger than it probably would have been.
Oh,
100%.
absolutely.
But so
Yeah.
if they
Yeah.
market it well, Nosferatu might actually do good. And because I mean, regardless of the quality of the movie, because you got to actually get people excited. You know,
It just depends how weird he makes it, because that's the problem. Like you look at a movie like The Lighthouse, and you bring it back to studio. It's fine, it's A24. They're probably like, "How the fuck do we market this thing?" Like, and they couldn't. There's no way you can market this movie about it. Willem Dafoe. Yeah, like gaslighting Robert Pattinson for 2 hours in a lighthouse. Like, there's no way to sell that. So it's like if it's like a sexy vampire movie, sure, but if it's some psychological,
Robert Pattinson fucks a mermaid.
yeah, that's what they tried, right? And they tried, but like with Nosferatu, if it's just like a deep character study that's weird, they're just gonna. I think the marketing is gonna be a lot of creepy shots of Nosferatu. That's what they're gonna try and do. And because who is it? I think it's Bill Skarsgård and it's Lily Rose Depp. It's Aaron Taylor Johnson. So there's there's some stars in there, but no one that's like the people are gonna run out to go see the new Bill Skarsgård flick. Like he's a name. So, but I can't wait. I love to like all of Eggers' stuff. It was which is great.
He gave us when it came to Northman, he gave us a nice little naked Anya Taylor-Joy. Anyway,
I thought you were gonna say
there's a lot of nakedness that's in that movie. Even
the fucking fight, like two men are fighting on a volcano naked. It's fucking the most epic thing ever. Just
when I walked out of that movie, I was like, I have just like testosterone.
I gotta go challenge some man to fight me on a mountain while there's fire naked. Yeah.
When the twist,
dripping.
When the twist happened, which I won't say what it is, when the twist happens, with the whole crux of the movie, whole point of it, I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? They're actually this is okay." I was not prepared because the movie was like establishing a certain narrative, and then once you learn this piece of information, it completely changed your whole perspective. Like that is brilliant.
And Nicole Kidman fucking kills that scene too.
Oh, yeah,
she's so good in that. That's one of her best performances in the last few years.
It hurts my brain because you got to think how often that actually occurred at that time.
Yeah,
that particular thing. Like I didn't even think about something like that.
My theater, it wasn't obviously not a big movie, so there was probably like about 5 other groups of people. Man, when that was all happening, everybody just made a noise of like, like we all just collectively went, like it was, for the little group that was in the theater, we all collectively were so into the movie that we all gasped.
And that's what Eggers does.
Yes.
Like, I remember being in the light. I was watching The Lighthouse, and I never in my life did I ever think I'm going to see a mermaid's vagina. And I did. That's never something I thought I was going to see. And it happened. And then Robert Pattinson proceeds to have sex with this mermaid. And you're like, well, that's why I always see Robert Eggers, because you know he's going to give you something that you've never seen before. Or if you have, he's going to do it very well and stuff. So,
some of the visuals of the Northman is just like, I still think about it. Like, it's so crazy how good that movie looks.
Oh,
it's insane
for that budget too. Like I think it's only. I don't even know if it's 100 million, but
no, it's less. It's less.
All right, we got somebody else joining right now. Watch out, Scott! There he is.
Hello. Drink in hand
with a Rebel Moon shirt on.
Oh, very nice. That merch looks good. The merch for that movie.
I know
it did while it was available.
I know exactly. See how he said that? He said that like an evil villain.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Available. It's like,
were you worried you were going to get an email at any point saying, actually, like, we can't send you the shirt? Like,
no, because here's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
I ordered it Tuesday night. I got a notification email by the time I woke up Wednesday that it was shipping and that UPS had a tracking number and it was on its way. I didn't discover the links had been pulled literally until the day that the shirts were already sitting at my garage. And when
that's awesome.
So, and then I went to go look at my wish list of all the other shirts I kind of saved for later. And that's when I discovered all the links had been pulled. But no, like by the time I stayed up late Tuesday night, just kind of digging through all the variations and saving them to my wish list, placed my order. And by the time I woke up the next morning, I had a UPS tracking number and it was on my way.
Of course I want the shirts for the other people, but if they for some reason don't put out those shirts, that shirt you have is going to be very valuable.
The 3 shirts that I have.
The 3 shirts that you have. But no, because sometimes you're lucky at ship, because I've had that happen so many times where people see like there's a good deal and then it's like, actually, sorry, that was not the right pricing. You can't get it for that amount. So that's awesome that you got it like that.
The only one who's ever done that to me is Best Buy, because they screwed up with a really great price on the 4K for Mask of the Phantasm. And then they went, sorry, that was a mistake.
I'm not gonna say who. Scott knows this person. He's maybe guessed it on his podcast that has comic books as the theme, and it's monthly and it's about being something fine. He at one point got a really good deal on, I think it was either a PlayStation or an Xbox, and he got it for like, there was a pricing when they both came out like last 2 years, like for $100, and they never said anything to him, and he still just got it for $100. So while the rest of us were paying like $500-$600 for the PlayStation 5, just because his pricing area got it for $100, he was waiting for an email, waiting for something, never happened. So he got this new console, and he may or may not have made a good penny recouping that somehow.
Well, Travis, I'll tell you, that's what I love about Amazon's pre-order guarantee. I have because like as soon as something becomes available, I pre-order it.
Yep.
Because no matter what the price is, whatever the lowest price is, that's what I'm going to get. Well, that's happened a couple of times where something started off as a paperback and later they changed their mind and made it a hardcover, but I locked it in at that paperback
That's
price.
smart.
So I remember getting the Supergirl Silver Age, what was just supposed to be Silver Age Volume 1, $17.99. It later became a $75 omnibus that they still had to give it to me for $17.99.
I gotta steal this. I gotta do that. I've not invested in that. I gotta start pre-ordering stuff like this
Dude,
because
Because
great.
because what
Pre-order
it is,
king right here.
Yeah.
here's what you need to understand. Because
Yeah.
I coupon, like everyone is just like, teach me.
Yeah.
Teach me your ways.
Because what happens with Amazon is that the moment you pre-order it, it's tracking the price, and it's tracking from the date that you pre-ordered it to the date that it's released. And it is keeping a track of however the price fluctuates, whatever lowest point it hits between those 2 points in time is the price you get. I've had it shipped, charged, and then they refunded me because the price dipped between the time they shipped it to me and the actual release date.
Wow. Jeez. Okay. I'm taking notes. I'm doing these things.
People wonder how I have all this shit that I have. It's because I play it smart.
Everybody's like, he's got to have credit card debt, but it's like, no, he's smart. He's like, if you watch those shows about like couponers and stuff like that, that's Scott when it comes to all this nerd shit.
Nice.
So have you seen Blue Beetle, Scott?
Yeah, no, let's get it.
I saw it last night. Okay, I have a story that goes with this though that pissed me
Good.
off.
Goody.
Okay,
Oh, I love it.
so because Andy, I DM'd you like the day that I ordered my ticket. I got it in IMAX. I got it first day, but AMC
Got the receipts.
I got the receipts. AMC does this occasionally where you buy a ticket for a showing. And then if you buy it, I guess, too far in advance, sometimes they'll adjust their showings, but then they don't tell you. So you've got a ticket for a showing that no longer, exists. This has happened to me several times. So last night, I'm realizing that the AMC app isn't doing the whole, hey, confirm your reservation. Hey, get ready. Blue Beetle starts soon. And then I looked at it because the 9:45 IMAX showing I was supposed to be going to just disappeared.
Yeah.
We saw it.
So the only way I could go see it last night, because Tim and I have got to record our review for DC Squadcast is I could have seen a matinee today, but I wanted to see it in a more premium format. IMAX was out of the question. IMAX, there was no more IMAX after 6:40 last night, and the IMAX matinee wasn't early enough for me to watch it and still get to work on time. So I ended up having to go to an 8:30 with a Prime, which I think is kind of like AMC's version of like a Dolby theater.
Yeah.
And so I saw it 8:30 last night, and which was fine. I got to see the movie. My seat rumbled a couple of times, but still, it was tainted ever so slightly by the. I was supposed to be seeing this fucking IMAX at 9:45 last night.
Yeah.
So
you can always see it a second time and add to its box office. Yay! And with an agenda, I would never.
So thoughts, Scott?
Entertaining, enjoyable. But it's one of those movies that it's like there are high points, and this is stuff that I'll get to in the review with Tim, because I'm really interested to know what Tim's reaction to this is.
Same.
But it's like it's fine. It's fun. The crowd I was with, which I had about 20 people in my theater last night at 8:30 on a Thursday.
Same.
I was probably the only white guy there.
Nice.
What was that like?
You're supposed to be at Oppenheimer.
Wrong movie.
That's the white guy movie. Barbie's the white girl movie. This is our movie. Get out of here.
So, so it was fun watching the crowd enjoy it. You could definitely tell the Latino members, like there were certain jokes or references that you could tell. Oh, you're getting like this means something to you. Like it was. Yeah. There was a lot about the experience of watching the movie that wasn't for me. I mean, literally, like it's not about my culture. It's not about me. Mm-hmm. So there were things that I wasn't in on the joke a lot of times in the movie. And so when you take that away, because I felt like that's such a significant element of the movie and what's going to help the movie maybe have some legs or some word of mouth, it was kind of, I hate to say this, but it was enjoyable, but kind of a run-of-the-mill superhero origin movie.
It does. Yeah, it definitely it has those beats, and I even said that too. Like it just kind of plays out. But what I liked about it was what Soto added to it was it felt like an 80s adventure movie with the score
from the beginning. Yeah. I mean, that movie managed to be more 80s than Wonder Woman 1984.
Fucking shit.
Oh, damn.
Yes.
Bam.
Exact. Wow,
That's
you
good.
just said it right. You just nailed it.
That's
Scott.
good. I like that. Wow.
Has no one said that yet? Like, am I the first person saying that?
I didn't even think about that.
The only one who's ever the only one who's ever pointed anything about the title is when Rebecca on Super Radio said, they were pointing out like, why was this movie called 1984? It has like this plot has nothing to do with being 1984. They could just call it anything. So
yeah. So the score, the synth score, the vibe of Palmyra. I mean, because Palmyra City's Miami. Well, let's be honest, it's Miami in the DC universe. The Keys, right? Yeah. But so you got that sort of Miami Vice feel.
Yeah. Wow.
Even with like the neon and
the neon and the tracksuit and all of that.
Yes, and even like when they did the opening credits, you have that certain fonts that they utilized too, and it really just gave that feel. And that's what I really dug about it, like the most.
And the energy, and like you said in your first reaction video, because I did watch it, Dave. It was that it does have sort of an 80s, maybe even 90s, like the beats it plays as a movie feels like a superhero movie from like the 80s or the 90s.
Yeah.
Like it has all that thing. My big, like, and I have nothing to like bash the movie on because it's not like that. If I'm going to bash anything in the movie, it's that Susan Sarandon was there to collect a paycheck.
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what I thought. I was like, I mean, like, I joked and I meant, she played Hillary Clinton, and then I was like, just kidding, because the haircut and everything like that.
But oh my God, her line delivery is like she was so just there. She was just phoning that in.
And it's similar to Helen Mirren, and
I loved her.
I love her.
See, I enjoyed Helen Mirren. I actually enjoyed Helen Mirren in Shazam myself.
I forgot she was in it.
Yeah,
she did too.
I had to be like Shazam. I don't remember she was in the first Shazam movie, and then never mind, she was in the second Shazam movie.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like you ask her in 5 years. It's gonna be like Dennis Quaid when he forgot him and Jake Gyllenhaal.
Or when Lawrence Fishburne.
I think that was a goof.
I think so too. Yeah,
or Lawrence
it could be like
forgetting
that.
he was in Ant-Man too. Like I would love to be in the MCU.
I love the MCU.
Yeah, and I'm like, Lawrence.
I think that was true. I think Lawrence.
I think he forgot.
Because let's face it, Ant-Man 2, it's so.
I mean, we never had a good Ant-Man movie, so
No, I like the first one a lot.
I enjoyed a lot.
Edgar Wright's Ant-Man movie.
So do I. I love Edgar Wright. He's one of my all-time favorite directors.
Yeah,
and he even, you know what? Recently, he even said like the heist was going to be like more.
Had 15 people.
Yeah, it wasn't going to have just 3 dudes. The 3 guys.
Yeah,
it was going to be like 15 people involved in the heist, and I'm like. Can you? I'm like, I can only imagine.
Thing. That's such an Edgar Wright thing.
Edgar Wright, and then the way that he would shoot that thing.
But of course, if we get an opportunity after Blue Beetle, because we're speaking of Edgar Wright, I want to talk about that teaser trailer we got for Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. Because
we'll talk about that. Yeah, let's talk about that. Yeah. But okay, so you enjoyed it, Scott.
I enjoyed it. It just wasn't anything special to me.
Yeah.
But it was fine. There were moments that I felt were very derivative of other films, because in my head I was thinking, oh, there's a move from Man of Steel, and that feels like Iron Man with Ironmonger, and that looks like Whiplash from Iron Man 2, and like my brain, this is where I get, I don't take it down the negative path like others would, but I've just seen so many freaking comic book movies in my life that my brain just automatically I start seeing the
Matrix.
I see
You see the coding. You see the coding. You're like, I've seen it, and I can't unsee it now.
Right,
Travis, I like that.
So it's that sometimes happens to me a lot, and it's an annoying thing. It's like when I figure things out in a movie before the movie tells me, because my brain just goes, but this is how a story goes, so this obviously must be, it's them. It's
it's a tough thing. You want to be unpredictable to surprise you, but then you don't want to be so unpredictable that it doesn't make sense anymore. So you got to find the line movies nowadays. So.
AKA Iron Man free.
So Scott, did you catch the Superman 78
Right.
reference then?
Actually, I did not.
Well, it's not more of a reference; it's more of a parallel. But yeah.
Let me think.
It almost sounded like a second that you were like saying that you're Superman 78 invented like men having heart attacks.
I was just giving you a hint, Scott.
Yeah. Well, he talked about the heart attack, and
I
thought about it when it happened.
Yeah.
Was that what you're talking about?
Afterwards.
Phil,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's absolutely it. Yeah, because it hit me afterwards. I was like, oh wow. I said it earlier. I was like, this is basically like, in my opinion, the best updated blueprint to the Superman 78 origin tale. If that makes any sense. If you look at like Superman 78 as like a blueprint for superhero films, and you look at like Iron Man as the blueprint for the MCU, I feel like Blue Beetle is the best update to the Superman 78 blueprint. For me, there's a couple of things. One, Dave, I've been wanting to talk to you about this. After the week that we had, we continue.
Like Dave, I need to sit you down. We gotta have a talk.
Bad boy.
This is how conversation between Dave and me go. It's like, because we get to bookend our week with more Kirby.
Yeah. We do.
Dave doesn't know why, does he?
Wait, why? Because of what's going to be happening on Sunday.
No, it was in Blue Beetle.
No, I don't. What are you talking about?
Kirby created OMAC.
Oh, yeah, because it was funny because when I was, obviously there's 2 post-credit scenes, and I saw the special thanks. I'm like, Kirby, and I was like, and then I got, oh yeah, that's right. So there you go. Because we just talked about Jack Kirby, of course, on last week's show, because Superman the Animated Series went full fucking Kirby.
Yeah, so I was just like, because I knew that. And then I was waiting. I was like, because you noticed there was no created by credit in this movie. We had the special thanks, but at no point did they say Blue Beetle created by. Now, because this movie does something else that I really appreciated was, damn, we got Dan Garrett, we got Ted Kord, and we got like the entire Blue Beetle legacy included in this movie. Which is cool because, Phil, I'm sure you know this. I'm sure how much other people know, because, the Scarab existed with Dan Garrett in the Golden Age, but it was magic. And then, as always happened when we kind of moved from the Golden Age into the more modern age, anything that was magic becomes science.
Or alien.
Or alien, right. Because, like, Alan Scott's ring was magic, but then by the time you get to Hal Jordan, it's, alien space technology and that kind of thing. So I like the fact that they kept that continuity from Dan Garrett to Ted Kord to Jaime, because that's the way it was, in the post-crisis continuity. They tied all that together,
right?
And
did you like during the intro monologue? Did you like all the headlines and kind of like alluding to the larger history?
Okay, I liked that because it was exposition without it being exposition.
Dialogue.
Yeah.
Right.
I didn't have exposition dialogue is like, it can get, if you don't do it correctly, it could fucking just ruin
it was one of the things that worked in Godzilla, and it worked here too.
Yeah. It's like, because you just read it, and so I'm quickly, because I can fucking pay attention. And you're like, and so I'm watching the headlines to the credits, going, "Oh, cool, Dan Garrett. Oh, that's how we're gonna get this." Like I was connecting all the dots because it gave you the entire backstory in the credits, so we didn't have to waste time in the movie having an exposition dump, which I appreciated about the film. I did, however, find it interesting, and this feels very old school. This is a movie that exists in the DC universe, but it's just a generic DC universe. It does not tie itself down to any particular version of the DC universe. It just mentions Superman's a thing, Flash is a thing, Batman's a thing.
But how is that generic though? Like that's just like generic doesn't have. I mean, generic would mean that it's something bad.
Well, it's just because it ties itself to to a DC universe as opposed to like a certain DC.
But it's like if Jaime had mentioned, oh my god, do you remember like the time when
the Black Zero event? Remember that?
Yeah. Or like remember
Superman broke that guy's neck. I couldn't.
Or what if they showed like?
What if they showed a fake mustache? Like when he had a CGI mustache.
Remember his face really fucked up before he died? There's a video.
Well, it was kind of like I think about like how Shazam. We had a specific batarang. We had the Black Zero event Time magazine. Like that was in the DC universe, and it was a specific that was going to be the DCEU. Blue Beetle sets itself up where it's like it's the DC universe because we got Superman, Batman, the Flash, but it's not constrained to being part of a certain continuity or being part of. So I can see the talk of how when it was first created, it was just going to be like its own little thing. It's like, this is a movie. It's a DC movie because we can make DC references. But I understand now how this movie can basically go wherever anyone wants it to go because there's nothing
in it that basically explains which continuity it lies in, whether it's been prior from the last Man of Steel to now or something new entirely that James Gunn's in.
Right, because it's just DC references.
Yep.
But you know what? Just to give a counter to that is that because this film could have easily become the next The Amazing Spider-Man 2, or somebody's or even though I love Batman vs Superman, I can see some of the issues people have now today with it, that they feel like it's a setup for so many movies. Blue Beetle was just about Blue Beetle. Like that's why I'm like, again, like I came out of the theater today and was like both excited, happy. I was also crying a lot. I think I'm hormonal today. I don't know what's happening, but I was also frustrated as a Flash fan. I'm like, why couldn't I have gone out with my Flash movie where like it feels like it's the worst superhero threesome I've ever seen? So for Blue Beetle, I'm like, I'm glad they just said, Flash in Central City, Superman in Metropolis, Batman is a fascist. You studied at Gotham City law. I like the fact that it's not spending time like the movie like. There's no like secret Easter eggs that is supposed to set up like here's what the next movies are gonna do for DC. I like that this is a strict Blue Beetle movie. So for me, saying that it's generic, I feel like but it doesn't have to be specific.
I'm not, but no, Andy, hear me out. Okay. You are implying connotation to what I'm saying that I don't have. I am not using the word generic.
Okay, because I only hear it in bad context by others. So like for me.
No, I am using generic in the literal objective definition of the word. Enough. It is not specific to any version of the DC universe. It just exists in the DC universe. So my point is that I can see how if this movie is something that people want to use or not use, they have the complete freedom to do that because the movie doesn't tie itself down to anything. It just is a DC movie that takes place in the DC universe, and we acknowledge that other DC characters, exist. It's not like, the old Batman movies where it was just Batman, and then we all creamed ourselves in Batman Forever when Bruce Wayne mentions that the circus is halfway to Metropolis by now. We're like,
I'm just gonna add English. So English is not my first language. So for me, like as someone who speaks English as a second language, generic I've never learned as like, I didn't want to misconstrue what you were saying. I was just saying what I've learned about.
I think generic, like to Annie's point, it did used to be just a regular word, but I think as the film community has taken that to make it be like generic means very bad, and I don't like what Scott was
especially in
saying.
the superhero film community.
Yeah,
too.
I think it was just generic as far as it's free flowing. You could do whatever you want with this universe. Not generic in the sense of, oh, those bastards didn't pick a lane, they didn't pick a Batman or Superman and stuff. So yeah, I think generic a long time ago used to be just a regular word, but now in film criticism, it has a whole different meaning behind it.
I think I've also been because I think I also have PTSD from when my teacher scolded me on one of my big exams in junior high for because one of the options was like this or generic. I chose generic, and she was like, "Why would you think that? It has negative. It's a negative shard word." I'm like, "How?" So now I'm just I like that's why again. I'm gonna say sorry, Scott. I didn't mean to like say that you were saying.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying that my implication was just that this movie is, and to your point, it's a Blue Beetle movie. It would just happen to be in a world where we have Dan Garrett, we have Ted Kord, we have Jaime, like I said, the entire Blue Beetle legacy. It's just a DC movie. It could continue to just be its own thing. It could easily be, tied into,
Joker
another
too.
Right. It could be anything.
Well, I think the point about like words, like obviously words change its meaning when it comes to like people using it for negative connotations or whatever, like the word generic, because that is seen as a bad word when you talk about movies. But in terms of like Blue Beetle, I think it works as it is, because if they were to say, hey, the final fight is not going to happen on Island, it's going to happen in Metropolis. Well, if they do Superman Legacy, they have to address there was a giant fight in there if they're going to keep it connected. But since they literally made it to where, unless they're going to specifically reference the Cord Industries or reference the Island and blow it up, they could realistically, if they wanted to, not connect it to the DCU. But it seems like that's the plan. They want to use Zolo. So
well, and also because Safran also produced this movie, it's once again, it's the idea that they have their toy box of their toys and they want to play with those toys.
And they, that shot of the city has LexCorp, of course, and
Ace Chemicals.
So they're already like doing like, hey, we got little Easter eggs here, expanded universe, but at the same time, it doesn't have a specific which one it is.
Because if the DCU Superman Legacy comes out and uses that same exact LexCorp logo, then there you go. Or Ace Chemicals, because there might be Ace Chemicals in Metropolis. Who knows, right? We don't know. So until we see some of that, we won't know. But I'm assuming they'll do that.
Yeah, but the question is, Scott, who is Ted Kord? Do you think it's Jason Sudeikis?
I have no idea, because I was looking at that painting going,
yep,
that looks like Jason Sudeikis.
That's what I thought too.
I don't know. The mid-credit scene, obviously this is a joke that's been going on before I even got here. So, but the mid-credit scene was like, okay, yeah, I didn't think Ted was dead. So, like, once again, it's it's just,
but that's the thing. The mid-credit scene it didn't sound like Jason Sudeikis too much.
It didn't really. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I thought it did at the beginning.
Jordan, say what you said at the end of our review tonight about the boys.
So essentially, what they could do is that. So it seems, based on how it plays out when the actual message starts to come through and it's all choppy, it could be implied that whatever connection he's using could be manipulating the audio. Yeah. And so that when they do hire Ted Kord, like they don't have to explain it, but in our minds, if you want to get technical, when that message, we're assuming for years he's been trying to get a message through wherever he is. Right. So when he finally did it, it's not gonna. It's gonna say it's me, it's Ted. But maybe there's a line where she goes, "That didn't sound like you," or like, "You said it was you, but I didn't know if it was really you. It could have been a trick." So they could say, "Oh, it's just a connection problem or something," and so
or they could not worry about it at all and just
I feel like that's what they're going to do. But there's probably people that go, "Well, that didn't sound the same," there's
and those people need to, and those
don't
people
worry
need
about
to like
relax,
unclench.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, it's the same thing when it comes to like. It's the same thing when it comes to recasting. Like they don't like did they address that Rhodey looks different in Iron Man 2? No.
Yeah.
So
I'm here. Deal with it.
Yeah, like that was their way, but that was also like saying, "Oh, Rhodey's here. okay, he's here to save Tony's ass.
And-
So
yeah.
it's the same thing.
Racist.
Yeah, like we just don't need to address it. It is what it is.
No, but yeah, I mean,
Fucking scroll.
that's the thing is like when that was happening, because I knew I was like, it's gonna be. I'm like the mid credit has to be something with Ted Cord, and when it did it, which is funny enough, it's like it's a message from somewhere, and I'm like, it's the original Ben Affleck Flash. Okay, it was like,
But where is Ted? Where is Ted? That's the
Yeah,
That's the
question.
question.
He's with Affleck.
That is his question.
yeah, lost in the multiverse.
They're all lost somewhere.
Well,
I'm stuck.
but he
I'm
said
stuck
it-
in crisis.
I was like listening, and I was like, does that sound like Sudeikis? I'm like, it's like
The only way I can hear Sudeikis now is that, well, golly, I'm stuck, Jenny. I'm like, if he sounded like Ted Lasso, like that would have been like, that's the only way I could know that it's Jason Sudeikis. I know that's not it.
Immediate gut reaction to that is where to answer the potential question of where Ted Cord is. My immediate reaction is like, well, obviously it's Booster Gold, but that would be
Like
that-
That's what I would
Period.
want it to be.
that would be the ideal thing, right? Like that's where he's lost. He's lost somewhere in time with Booster Gold, and
fine.
that would it inevitably and possibly could potentially even lead into the Booster Gold show. I don't know. Maybe not. It's just something that I've been thinking about, or it could be something even more Scarab related. Who knows?
Because that was something that was something in the film that, once again, it wasn't what the film was trying to do, but it was, they really breezed over. I was hoping for a little bit more like acknowledgement of the alien race that the Scarab, comes from.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, like Young Justice season 2, like just
The
like
Reach,
Oh,
yeah.
exactly.
the Reach. Oh, that just nailed it.
See, I think that makes. I think they intentionally left that open ended for
Yes.
exploration somewhere down the line.
Oh,
If
absolutely.
this
Similar to
movie
what Venom
is-
1 did, where like they didn't talk about much about like they went a little bit into the whole symbiote planet and whatever and so on, but it got deeper in the second one. So I think we could see
randomly
like,
mentioning the multiverse. Like what? Like they
That
can
w-
fill the multiverse. It's like okay.
as long as they just say the reach, like the Reach, I will be happy.
I mean, that's a fair point because I mean, if you start diving into the Reach and that backstory, then it's not really. It's now becoming more than just a Blue Beetle story. I mean, they
Right.
literally in the opening few seconds they show all those variety of scarabs, so they're implying that it's out there, and I mean, they could do anything really with it. They
Yeah,
could
and-
hypothetically say all of them landed on Earth, some of them didn't.
And Jenny just knows that it's some sort of world destroying, thing. And it was just like, okay, I'm just going to chalk that up to Dan Garrett, Ted Cord. They did all this research kind of deal.
Yeah.
It just does what, your standard kind of superhero thing is. We're just going to breeze right by all this, stuff because the general audience doesn't give a shit. The only people who care about any of this stuff are nerds like us. And
Like
so,
I jumped up when I saw the first Dan Garrett headline, and then like we got the little photo of Ted Cord with a costume hanging from the bug, and like I got excited, but like all the other people, the video was like, I'm like, you guys are boring, but I got excited. I hope when the movie
I had a
comes out
smile on
on
my face. It was
all
really
media
exciting.
release, I can't wait to just pause frame and just look at what all those things are saying.
Yeah.
Well, like Phil was saying, the whole thing like tying to Booster Gold, if he's like stuck in the future, that could be a great way to bring Zolo's Blue Beetle into the mix. It's like that. This is that version of Ted Cord that's stuck with him,
Well-
and that ties into the like bringing
Again,
him back.
Well, think
assuming
about-
they want to tie that continuity together.
Well, I mean, I feel like they will. I mean,
Well, think about it. I mean, like when it came to the Flash, they wiped out that entire ending because that wasn't going to be like where they go, and they just put a gag in there. There's no wiping here. Like James Gunn even said, like earlier today, like there's like barely anything that was removed from this. So I think they're going to work on. They're like, okay, we have this already established. He has this, so.
do you think
This is
anything
something-
they removed was potentially DCU connections or Easter
I
eggs,
don't
or
know.
maybe it
Maybe,
could be
yeah, like
story.
little
Maybe it could be
stuff.
story that they don't want to necessarily have to be locked.
Well,
into
we know he
continuity.
didn't remove Ben Affleck's voice.
yeah,
That. Oh my god.
fucking hilarious. So hilarious.
Ugh.
Yeah, if you wanted to believe some bullshit scoop out there, yes. I don't know if you saw that, Scott, but
Go ahead.
I know you
That's
don't
just
pay attention.
the answer to that question. Did you see that? The answer to the question these days is nope, and
Nope.
didn't give a shit.
Yeah. No, yeah. Apparently, there was like somebody trying to put out a scoop out there saying
It's amazing that if you just live your life and just, go to work, spend time with your family. It's amazing how much bullshit you never know exists in the world. It's
Well,
quite liberating.
So when
No,
that
it
came out, I know we're not saying the name, but when that came out, of course, James responded, which was amazing, by the way, how he did it. Then someone also posted, well, this is where he actually stole this leak from, and they linked where he stole it from. I'm like, okay. So that just further proves.
I didn't see that part.
Yeah, someone said, oh, this is where it came from. Yeah. So, and I
Yeah.
thought, oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Well, that's what it is. The scooping game is gross. It's slimy. Stop it. Just stop it. It's ridiculous now, especially when you just rip shit off or make shit up. But yeah, that was the whole thing. It was like, oh yeah, there was like a voiceover with Ben Affleck's Batman or something
For
like
what?
that.
For what?
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
what
would it be
purpose
for?
would it have in this movie?
It would have
Because
zero purpose.
to Andy's point, this is a Blue Beetle movie.
Yeah. There was no need for that. It's like, what, he just sends like a fucking USB and he listens to some audio,
Or is he like in the Scarab and somehow the Scarab can connect to a cell phone call? And
Ben Affleck
Bat-
voicing
and
a
Batfleck's
Scarab
just
would be
calling
so
him or
fucking
something.
hilarious.
Yeah. Bruce Wayne is like,
We've
I've
already
hacked
given it
into
more time than it deserves.
Exactly. So
Just
there you go.
Where he's like at Cord Industries in a movie, and all of a sudden Bruce Wayne calls. I don't know.
Which would be kind of cool, but at the same time, that makes sense. So
No,
don't listen to that shit, anybody. But yeah, when it comes to Cord, we'll see. I mean, the fact that they left that in there, they did leave a cliffhanger in there where it's like, okay, there's a potential there. We've seen costumes. There's a missing costume too, by the way.
And what was that about?
that's the one he's wearing. Clearly,
That's the one that he has. Yeah, with him.
Yeah, and so they're making that non-specific so that when they bring Cord into the mix,
They'll have
a suit.
Right. They'll have a suit. They're not tied into, a suit that's very comic book accurate, actually, to Ted Cord's Blue Beetle suit.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's that's what was cool about that. It was like, oh yeah, they keep on showing. I mean, there's like 3 mannequins and they're showing like the different suits, but one is not really there. It's like,
and they keep focusing on the one.
Yes,
and they especially cut to that one that has no suit on it when they say, like Ted, like I am alive. Like they focus on that one. Like, okay.
Yeah, so that's. I mean, who knows? Again, who knows if they're gonna actually? But if they could. The fact is, he's in the universe, so he could be utilized, and the whole, even Ted and Jaime can be utilized, and it's gonna be interesting to see how how they're utilized.
This feels like they're gonna take.
When.
Feels like it's going to take more of a note from the Rebirth era, where Ted Cord was alive and was a mentor to Jaime.
Yeah,
because in the post-crisis continuity, Jaime doesn't become the Blue Beetle until after, Max Lord kills Ted at the beginning of Infinite Crisis. Like, that's what prompts us to get Jaime is Cord gets shot. So it's true. It's
Max Lord.
Yep. Right before Wonder Woman decides to, snap his neck.
Yep. So. Oof, that book was wild.
I remember everybody was like wondering if she was going to do that in Wonder Woman 84. They were like, is she gonna do that?
No, because Max Lord wasn't nearly as diabolical as which was really an interesting twist that they did there, because if you go back to the 80s with Justice League International, Max Lord was running the Justice League at the time, and Ted Cord Blue Beetle was on that roster. Like, the concept of blue and gold came from like the Justice League International era of Justice League. I mean, because that's when you get Guy Gardner and Batman. I mean, that's the famous one punch. That whole scene. Which, by the way, if you all have not read Justice League International, it's what's referred to as the Bwahaha era of Justice League. But it's got some gems in there. Martian Manhunter, Fire and Ice. Mr. Miracle show is in the mix. It's a really good era of comic book, but it's like Keith Giffen and J.M. Dementes were the team on that book, and I would check it out.
I mean, James Gunn has said he loves Justice League International. So,
well, Justice League International would fit with Gunn's sensibilities extremely well. There was even a crossover between that and Ostrander's Suicide Squad, like in like the first like 10 or 12 issues of Suicide Squad, because that was all going down at the same time in DC Comics. Because at that point, that's why Grant Morrison's JLA run was so important in the 90s, because in post-crisis, that was the first time we got, the big seven together was JLA. Because before then, the Justice League, as we traditionally think about them, that wasn't the lineup. Because we had Justice League International, Justice League Detroit, like there were so many Justice Leagues, in the late 80s, early 90s. Sorry, I went down Professor Scott rabbit hole, but that's
no, you did. I know, we're all like listening. Like,
we love Professor Scott.
We're good. We're good students.
We are good students. We
Right.
were listening, and yeah. I had my hand on my chin. I was like, yeah, this is what I do. I mean, when it comes to Sundays on DC Fanimated, this is. I mean, Scott always brings the fucking goods when it comes to like the significance of the episode, and especially the last one. Jesus Christ, with that Jack Kirby stuff, man. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the best part was because you had no fucking clue about any of it. So
dude, I was like, especially when they drew like what's his name? Herpin. Like I was like, I had no idea. I was like, what? Like they base him off of who? Oh, they base him off Jack Kirby. Wow, did not even know that. Nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's what I do. It's my job.
That's what he does.
It's what
he does best.
And I just look pretty and say random shit. Anyways, and frail my hands. No, but yeah. So when it comes to Ted Kord, yeah, it'll be. I mean, yeah, there was that whole thing about. I mean, it looks like it's Jason Sudeikis, but if again the voice didn't sound, because Jason Sudeikis has a pretty, pretty distinct.
And it was interesting that they gave Ted Kord a family, because he doesn't have a family in the books, and they specifically made
Victoria introduced just a few months ago.
Like Victoria, if Victoria actually exists in the books, it is such a recent. Then it is an extremely recent addition that I'm not even aware of. Because I noticed that they made a point about making Jenny Brazilian, and because so they could keep the the hideout was off the coast of like Cuba, so like they worked really well and really hard to make sure that that Latin America was the identity of this film.
Yeah, just good.
Agreed.
So Victoria was introduced in 2022 in Blue Beetle Graduation Day.
Graduation Day is because Graduation Day was also when they introduced Palmyra City, because before that, Jaime was from El Paso, Texas, which they have a nod of that because where does he live? He lives on El Paso Street.
Yeah. I know some were angry that the film didn't take place in El Paso, which
Who made that?
If people are mad, boo-hoo, they can fucking cry.
I was like, where did that noise come from? Did that come from the beetle?
The beetle
going up his ass.
The bug.
They actually had the bug fart.
Yeah,
the bug fart. Yeah,
I thought it was funny.
I did too.
I'm a child. It's whatever.
I rolled my eyes personally. But
I thought it was funny. I was like,
I loved it.
They literally have a bug fart that comes that just gasses all the dudes. But it was good. Again though, that seemed like
dudes. Let's be honest. Some of those dudes went out hard.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, but I did like the fact that it kind of reminded me of the night, there was the Nightcrawler from Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Yeah, the Nightcrawler.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of that because it was crawling up the walls, and then it like got to like the top of it, and it was like, oh yeah, that gives me Nightcrawler vibes. That whole ship right there.
I'm just waiting for somebody who's a little bit on the edge to start trying to say that they were ripping off Watchmen in this movie, and just so that
I know where you're going with this,
just so that I can point out the fact that Night Owl is Alan Moore's ripoff of Blue Beetle. Like that's the point. Like all those characters
are ripoffs.
Are ripoffs of Charlton characters.
Yeah, because basically they were like, hey, you could do your thing, but you can't use the actual characters, right?
Yeah, and then so basically Blue Beetle became Night Owl, the Question became Rorschach, Peacemaker became the comedian. Yeah, so all of that, because the whole time I'm looking at the bug, I'm like, oh yeah, this is very accurate, and it looks like Archie from Watchmen.
Yeah,
because
that too. There it
Scott,
is.
did your theater have like there's the bug popcorn? That's where you can open up the wings, and there's popcorn. Did your cinema have it?
AMC, yes, that was an AMC thing.
No, I mean the actual bug, like the one with eyes and everything. Like I know there's two of them. One that can be like a backpack, but the other one is like it looks like the ship.
I think the one at AMC was the one that looked like the ship. I'm not really sure. I didn't get it, so I can't speak to it specifically.
But Jordan, I know you got to go.
Yeah, we're gonna see what happens tonight because first of all it's late, but my dog has been whining randomly in the middle of the night for some reason. Don't know why. So I have these earplugs. We're gonna see how that works because I'm a light sleeper, so I wake up. My wife can sleep through it, but I can't. So hopefully I can get some sleep. I mean, I feel better because last night she, after 20 minutes, finally stopped, but I don't know how she's gonna act. I don't know what's her problem.
Okay, so Andy, no, I do not have that because my theaters aren't Cinemarks. My theaters are all AMCs.
Okay.
Makes sense. All right, Jordan. Well, I appreciate you dropping by.
No problem.
Always good to talk to you.
Good luck, Jordan.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
All right. Chainsaw Reacts, everybody. Subscribe.
Yes. Bye.
All right. Take it easy. Damn, that sucks. Yeah. I could sleep through a lot of things, man.
I slept through earthquakes.
Oh, this isn't good.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
The Last Voyage of the Demeter is already going to be on digital on August 29th.
Oh.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Actually, we were talking about like how obviously nowadays because we're hoping that Blue Beetle can make a splash, but it's a splash that it can make a tiny. It's going to make a little. Somewhat. Hopefully, we're trying to make that it's going to have something. And then we were talking about how they already announced the dates for streaming, and that movie. I mean, it didn't do well at the box office.
Oh no, it flopped.
Yeah,
hard.
I didn't know the budget was $45 million. Right? Is that what you said that?
It didn't need to be.
I think it
not need to be that much.
Yeah.
No.
So the budget was way too high on that, and but then what's also crazy is like the movie that's dominating the box office is going to be on digital download in less than a month, which is Barbie. Like they announced like it's going to be you could watch it at home, but then again they said VOD, so it's not like it's going to be on a streaming service. It's not going to be.
You're going to pay to play.
Yeah, you're going to pay $20
or $24.99
or that. Yeah. So I mean, to be honest, I'm like, all right, I think they're realizing like now, like, okay, yeah, it's going to start to decline, even though it's doing so well. But it's already made past $1 billion, and let's get that fucking VOD, digital download money, which is, like I said, $25 a pop. So, and a lot of people are going to be rewatching or watching for the first time. That thing's probably going to do gangbusters on that. So
absolutely.
And The Flash is coming out on Max this week or this coming week.
It's funny. It comes out like 1 or 2 days before the physical release comes out, because the physical release is August 29th, because I ordered the Steelbook from Best Buy, and that's my release date.
Wow.
All right. Travis is just saying he just hit me up. He doesn't look like he's going to be coming back. He had to get out because of family stuff. So don't expect Travis to come back. How dare he? You know.
Oh, I don't get to see Travis that much anymore.
Right. But yeah. So I mean, I guess we could just, you know, I mean, we could kind of just wrap up we've been talking about, not to wrap up the whole stream, but wrap up the Blue Beetle talk. Is the fact that, I mean, yeah, we all enjoyed it. You know, I enjoyed the 80s vibe and the aesthetic, and can't wait to watch it again to see how I feel about it the second rewatch. I think it's going to be one of those things where when I watch it again, I'm going to enjoy it much more the second time than I did the first time. But yeah, it's a small movie. I'm rooting for the underdog. I like Sholo as the character. I hope he returns, and I think everything is there for it, but it's, you know, it's just the odds were against it. And yeah, I don't know if anybody else has anything to say about it.
I mean, I think I put it up there with, if I had to compare it to like past DC movies, I think I'd slot it right after or before Aquaman. Like again, this one really worked for me. I really, really like this one a lot. And I think it's personally just a top tier one for me.
Well, the thing is, because it doesn't actually exist in the DCEU, I don't find it appropriate to rank it like with that.
It's hard. It's
yeah,
hard.
It's more like a movie where I give it because it kind of separates itself. It's more like I can give you just sort of a generic, you know, as a movie, this is how I would, you know, rate it. You know, this is the movie that fits more kind of like in what we do with Squadcast movies, where I would just compare it to how I enjoy it as compared to other comic book movies, you know, in general, you know, generically, as we might say, Andy.
Don't say the G word. Don't say the G word.
He said
this
the
man.
Oh,
myopic.
I stand with my union. My last sentence on it is that I, you know, again, as a brown man in this world who doesn't get to see a lot of super movies like this, you know, yes, Andy's woke, deal with it. People watching this, I am. Because 2020 was ruthless. All of my brown supers were taken away in just 1 year that I had in media. And Blue Beetle for me is like, I left Blue Beetle the way I left the theater when I saw Man of Steel. Like, I want more. I'm inspired by it. It's something new, something fresh, and you know, I'm happy for, you know, I had so many Hispanic friends who are going to go see it, and you know, I'm happy that they finally get to see their culture represented. You know, whether or not, you know, it does it just or not, that's not for me to say. But yeah, whether we get a Blue Beetle 2 or not, I know we're gonna see Zolo again somewhere, whether it's in Booster Gold or, you know, a Young Justice or something. I am, you know, I'm ready. You know, and fuck, that Nana is awesome. Like that was one of the best things I've seen in, like, you know, a big family ensemble in a long time. Like, this woman has clearly had a life of like, yeah, I've seen some shit. I know how to I know how to hunt people. Also Uncle, I never thought I would come and be like, oh my god, George Lopez icon. Like, I never thought I would come out of here and feel like, oh my god, I love Uncle Rudy. So yeah, go see it, go support it.
I actually really like that he admired Ted Kord over Batman. I thought that was actually kind of funny.
Well, I think they set that up big time because, you know, he makes, you know, Uncle Rudy makes, he tries to make his own tech. So, and, you know, Ted Kord, I mean, that they were emphasizing, again, this is what also helped with the whole 80s vibe too. It was like everything that he made was just like, you know, it wasn't all super tech. There wasn't like holograms and all this. It wasn't like all this crazy tech. It was just like basic shit. He turned things to, like, again, I love the fact that he turned a fucking Nintendo Power Glove into this thing that could have, like, you know, be a shield. And, you know, the sister, of course, used that. I forgot her name. But even like when it came to the ship, all the the different switches and everything was like it had label maker like labels on it and all that, and I think it worked because he obviously somebody needed to fly a ship, so why not the crazy gadget guy in Jaime's world he understands what Ted Kord was doing. Like there's like I think there was like a little parallel there. It's like, oh yeah, he understands. So if there is some kind of Ted Kord in the future, yeah, we need to have Uncle Rudy and Ted Kord to talk. And holy shit. Sorry.
If Ted was active like in the 80s, could that theoretically mean that, because what is around in the 80s usually in the DC universe is the JSA, for example. Like, do you do we think that he's part of kind of like that era? Like, when do we think he was actually active?
See, JSA is usually like the 40s and the 50s.
But we're so far in the future now that we have to like accommodate.
Yeah, it's always so weird when you start doing like the time shifting. Like at what point did Magneto stop being a survivor of the Holocaust?
Exactly. That's the thing. It's like I always think about that. I'm like, yeah, man. I mean, like the further we get, we get 20 years, and they're still trying to tell these stories. You have to update them. You have to, because let's face it, there's certain things with certain characters that's not going to freaking work anymore. It's just not going to.
You mean like if Back to the Future was made today, he'd be traveling back to 1993? Yeah, that hurt.
But that hurt. But also, then I start going, kind of want to see that movie. I know it's
Dave.
I know you can't. We can never. I get it.
If you want Back to the Future, just write fan fiction.
Or go see the musical.
There you go.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
But I'm just saying, like the fact that like when I saw that show up on my feed, that if you were to go back in time, the same amount of time when it came to Marty, and like if it was now, it'd be 1993. But then I'm like, kind of like, I'm a 90s kid. I'm a 90s kid, so I'm like, I kind of want to see that. And it was like, so somebody makes up
it's like that means that we're the parents, Dave. That means we're
the
parents.
Oh, I know. That's what's so crazy. It's like we're no longer Marty. We're George and
Lorraine.
No, we're Biff.
Well, maybe you are. Bully. You big bully. Just kidding. You're not. I know. You're a sweetheart.
I'm neutral.
You're George. Yeah.
I'm generic.
Yeah.
Subjectively speaking. Where's Ben? But we need
I know, right? Ben actually enjoyed Blue Beetle too. He
saw that.
He was like pleasantly surprised by how much he enjoyed it too, apparently. So like he really enjoyed it. And I was like, oh, okay, good. I'm glad that he did. But yeah. He like did a whole thing. Like, didn't he do like some? His video said like I was wrong about Blue Beetle.
Yes, his video said it was the title. I was wrong about Blue Beetle. Yeah,
wow. I didn't know he was. I didn't know he was that much like. I don't know if this. I didn't think. Yeah, that's good. He probably. I mean, obviously, with his background, he probably got a lot of the. Some of the jokes that some of us probably didn't get. Just like how I probably got some that you guys didn't get because, I'm sitting there going, Jesus Christ, Uncle Rudy reminds me of my Uncle Larry. I'm like, I'm like, holy shit, Well,
it was funny. One of my
even the Nana reminded me of my Nana too a little bit. So, yeah. Anyways, go ahead.
I was gonna say, one of my co-hosts on the Flash podcast. There we go. She had seen the movie on Monday, and she said that it was weird, like the kind of Latino reference they were making, because they're referencing things that I knew when I was a kid in like 2001, and I'm like, how many people in the like the Gen Zs of the Latino community are gonna get these references? And I was like, early 2000s, interesting. That was specifically the era they were going with.
Probably because that was probably like Soto and
Garrett.
Well, the right and whoever
I think it's Garrett. Writers. Garrett something, Dunkar or something.
Who wrote Blue Beetle?
Gareth Dunnett Alcocer. Or
there you go.
Gareth. His name is Gareth, at least.
that part.
I'm not good with names.
I'm not. You're speaking to the not good with names master here. Jesus Christ.
Oh
See how
God, yes. Oh jeez.
see how Scott just laughed? No, if anybody's like, watches my streams, I fuck up names all the time.
And I'm in the comments trying to spell it out phonetically for him, like say it like this.
Yeah, sounded out to me like a Webster's dictionary. That's who Scott is. He's a Webster's dictionary for me.
I'm like that little. I'm like the speak and spell. It's like,
yeah,
say it like this, Dave.
pretty much. Yeah, no,
Felix.
so don't worry, Andy. I fuck up names all the time. You're good. But yeah, it was like one writer on there, which I appreciated.
Oh yes, one.
Yeah,
yes.
right.
Fucking A.
Remember
When I
those
saw
days?
that, I was like, one writer. Oh.
It wasn't a
And
bunch of
it-
like and
And it sounds like it sounds like after Manuel Soto read the script, they were both in simpatico on things that could be, done on set or whatever. It honestly, it was the right call, and it feels like they also cracked the story pretty quickly too.
Yeah. I heard this mentioned, and I did appreciate the fact that the suit was practical.
Yes.
For a large chunk of it. That was it's like go back to Iron Man 1. It just feels right when you're like, I know Robert Downey Jr. is wearing something when he's
Well, I mean, what we were saying earlier too is like just, I think if you do like a 70-30 kind of thing, it's like make it mainly practical and then add some shit. I mean, obviously they had to add some shit to this one, but for the most part, like probably about 85% of the suit was just practical, except for, of course, the legs and maybe some
and the mask sometimes.
Yeah, and then of course, him being able to talk and you see his mouth move. That was probably in the eyes and everything, which I really liked it when like he had that great hero moment in the obviously getting beat the fuck up, where like half of his
that was so cool.
That reminded me of Spider-Man 1.
Yes, it reminded me very much.
Do you remember the Blue
It was
Beetle
very
cover
much
that had-
Spider-Man 1.
There was a Blue Beetle cover where like his face
There's that
was seen
too.
half.
Yeah.
But what makes that great is now we could see Sholo throw out some fucking acting chops and throw out like the fucking drama and add to it. So that's what I always love it when, especially when you have a hero that has, his complete face covered. It's like you have those moments where it's like, okay, if we do this, there could be some more emotion to it, which he did. Like when he was about to kill, like, I mean, there was that moment where he was just
Carapax. I'm gonna fill it in for you since you're
that.
struggling with that.
Yeah, and I was like, wait, I've had a little too many of these, but when he was about to just like, we just see that emotion right there, and that's why I think the third act is strong, very strong,
which is rare for superhero films.
Because sometimes it could be the weakest part of the whole thing. Just going back to Iron Man, when you were saying, like, as much as we love Iron Man, I think that the third act is the weakest part. Like everything built up to it is so strong, and then you just get the Ironmonger and whatever the hell, you just get that fight, and it's like, okay, but that's not the memorable parts of that movie. It's all the build up and the building of the suit and the beginning when he's like in the cave and trying to escape. We remember
Which
that
reminded me of him going through the tunnels in this
Yes.
movie. Was like, I'm getting Pakistan, Pakistan, Afghanistan vibes from, the first Iron Man movie.
I just remember the day set photos came out for Blue Beetle, and I was like, there's a whole suit. Like everyone was like very calm about it, but I'm like, guys, like there's like an actual, like it's a full suit. Like there's like it's a full suit. I was like in legit shook mode, and like that's why I commend Zola for wearing it as long, because probably got hot in it and so on.
Oh, definitely.
I wonder if he's gonna, for every hour that he streams online, he's gonna, if he's gonna, I wonder if he's gonna go talk about standing.
It's
in the
not Rachel Zegler.
Oof.
Yeesh. Her.
Oof.
Oh, that poor thing.
Yeah.
Again, I came to her.
Yeah, she wore a princess dress.
Your bestie, Dave.
Yeah, my bestie. I'm the
She wore a
fun police.
princess dress, and she's complaining about it. Zolo is putting on like this big, it's not a spandex, so it's obviously heavy, and he's like, it's an honor, it's a privilege, and so on. And he's out there picketing, but she,
Dude, I mean that I know. It's always one of those touchy things too, because I mean, this could even go back to like I remember one time, like remember Amy Schumer, folks? Yeah, what's she?
I'd rather not, but
I know. But she even complained one time about I think for what was that movie she was in? What was it called? That comedy with Judd Apatow directing or producing. God damn it, I can't remember. It had John Cena in it too. It was a funny movie, don't get me wrong, but she was like, yeah, they were like, they made me lose weight and try to do all this. I'm like, try going into like one of these superhero roles where these dudes have to like literally eat like every 2 minutes and fucking and have to gain like and then probably take shit that's not good for them to try to like gain fucking 30 pounds of muscle in 3 months. Yeah, I'm like,
if I can play the double
Christian Bale. Look at Christian Bale for fuck's sake.
every role he's done.
Every single
and you're
role.
complaining about getting fit. I mean, like, come on. Like,
I mean, I think he went from Vice, right? Like he went from playing fucking Cheney to whatever the fuck.
Dude, what about the machinist
Thunder.
of Batman? The machinist of Batman, he literally had to gain like 100 pounds. Yeah.
Right? It's like, what the fuck?
I mean, I think in the case of Amy, I can like, because there is a double standard in Hollywood, sadly, when it comes to, how Hollywood treats women and their physical appearances, like.
But at the same time, you don't complain about losing some weight when like you have people that are trying to gain like in muscle, which is way harder than, I mean, obviously, you could just sit there and just eat whatever and gain 30 pounds, but to try to make that muscle, that's hard. Extremely difficult.
Yeah. Because going back to your point about the double standard, I remember hearing a conversation about Anne Hathaway talking about doing Ocean's 8, and she just had her child, and apparently, she was very self-conscious, and of course I'm sitting here going, why you look like the hottest ever in Ocean's 8? There's nothing to be worried about there, Anne. Let's talk. Let's spit facts here, right. And it's So I totally get where you're coming from, Andy, when it comes to that, because it's like, no, let there be something on there. It's fine.
Yeah, nothing.
I just think it's so interesting to see these two big Latino actors right now, where one is wearing like what is obviously a heavy suit, and he, again, he's making his history, whereas the other one is like go and just trashing everything that is Snow White, but also being like, if I'm gonna wear a dress for 18 hours, first of all, wearing a dress for 18 hours, like versus.
Andy, you're muted.
Andy, you muted yourself.
That was very strange. I was like, did that happen on my end?
No, that's fine.
Your ghost was like, stop it. Don't say it. You're going to get canceled, Andy. No. No, I get it. Like, when it comes to the Rachel Zegler thing, I mean, obviously I talked about it on Film Junkie Live. And, it was like one of those things where I was like, well, she's young. She just got
Zolo.
Yeah, but it's different because we didn't know about him until he showed up on Cobra Kai, which is a show that I think a lot of us were like, the fuck is this going to be? We're all, everybody
on
was like,
YouTube.
Yeah, it was on YouTube Red.
Yeah.
And it was like, I remember seeing the trailer going, this is going to be the most stupidest thing ever. And then watching it going, and everybody was like, oh, wow, this is quality. This is actually good. This fits everything that has to do with Karate Kid and expands on it. What the hell? Pretty crazy. So with her again, and what I brought up in my when I was talking about it, I mean, first of all, she's never done anything original in her life. I'm just saying, like, she got noticed because she did cover songs of Lady Gaga, and then Steven Spielberg was like, all right, you're going to be in my remake of West Side Story. And then all of a sudden she just goes right to the DC universe, then to the Disney machine, then to the prequel to Hunger Games. She just never it never got to a point of but Cholo, I guess you could say almost the same thing because it's all franchise stuff too, but just not as much as her. And I think she was trying to be like, all right, people don't want, people want to hear like this, and it's all about being progressive. So I'm going to act like I'm progressive, and we're going to say this. And I think just the way that she explained it just came off as very stuck up, very just.
But to me, it sounds the opposite, because she's basically saying that female empowerment only looks one certain way.
Yes.
That was what I saw from some TikTokers who were commenting on her comments,
which were female ones too.
Right. I'm talking about female TikTok influencers who are looking at her comments going,
that's not the way to do it.
No. Well, but Andy, to your point, going, oh, so you're saying this is the only way? Like, I saw one going, maybe I want a little romance in my life. Is that so terrible?
Well, that's what I even said on mine too. She's like, "Oh yeah, it's not going to be about true love," and I'm like,
and I was like,
I'm like, yeah, because nobody wants true love anymore, right? Who wants that? Get out of here.
And the thing is, I know people are saying, like, oh my God, people are angry because I know some people are angry that she's Snow White because she is Latina. For me, that's not the problem here. Like, for me, like, be Latina, whatever. Right. My biggest problem is the fact that she is going out there, and I think she's doing some harm with the things she's saying. And I hate the fact that no one is like on her team or it still bothers when I see the interview with her and Gal Gadot, and I'm thinking, Gal, you're literally our Wonder Woman. You see what Rachel is not good for her. You could be the influence for her. Coach her. Just talk to her. It's like, again, I think there's.
But she was adding to it.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like disappointed.
The prince, it's not going to be about the prince. They're like totally stressing on the whole prince thing, and it's like, okay, we get it. Gross, or something, whatever. It's it's not even like the fact that it's it's just. I think she's going to eventually get like that coaching when it comes to all this.
But the fact it's happening in the worst time. It's happening as she's, because these comments were, I think, made last year, and
right. So
he's her biggest stan. These comments happened like last year, but they're now resurfacing, and she,
that's what was funny too. And I mentioned that I was like, this is just like somebody made a montage, and then also I'm like, we've already seen some of this shit, and now all of a sudden it's blowing up, and I'm like, oh, because that certain side of the fandom. Or of fandom in general, who say everything's woke, everything's this, and then I even came to the defense by saying, like, do you guys even do you really give a shit about Snow White? Is Snow White like your Disney princess where you give a shit about like what's gonna happen?
Which is funny because no, it's not my Disney princess. I have a very clear Disney princess who's my princess. So
yeah, is it Bella?
It is Belle. It really is Belle.
No, because I'm thinking like you guys like because she's very artistic. You're very artistic. I think you as someone who loves to read.
The fact that her entire introduction is her reading a book, and like that's their whole thing. It's like, oh no, Belle's my princess.
That's right. I've seen Scott use the shot.
I love that I was just able to like Bert. I'm like, is it Belle? Like I have a feeling it's Belle.
Yes, it's
he likes her book.
I like it's Belle, and then right after Belle is Tatiana from The Princess and the Frog.
Oh, there you go. They're making a live action version of that eventually.
And they don't need to. I'm sorry.
But they're gonna do it for everything, and it sucks.
Which, by the way,
I'm a Jasmine guy, by the way.
Me too.
Oh, I get it. I get that.
I'm tied with Jasmine and Mulan.
Ooh,
Jasmine. But Princess and the Frog,
exotic.
Talk about I know we don't like to use the term underrated, but that movie like went under the radar, and it is so good. Like, have you seen The Princess and the Frog, Andy?
I'm not laughing at that.
I know you're laughing. I know, when it's exotic,
Yeah, that's continue. That's just it's not like always the best. I love it too. I just think that when you talk about Middle Eastern characters and the word exotic, it can get
it can get a little
I would just be Professor, what were you saying?
Have you seen The Princess and the Frog?
Maybe in 2011. When did it come out? Like I think I've seen it once. I just don't know when it was.
Probably right when because it was the last traditionally animated Disney movie before they went to all CGI.
It was the last one, huh?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it. I'm
Oh,
not
you
big
need-
on the Disney movies. That's the
I know
thing.
you're not big on this one, but the
Yeah.
Randy Newman score
Okay.
is New Orleans jazz.
Oh, okay. I would like that a lot. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like all the songs sound like New Orleans jazz, except for the bad guy is voiced by Keith David,
Hmm.
and he's a voodoo priest.
I love Keith David.
Yeah.
I love Keith David too.
Okay.
Because I fall in love with him ever since he was Goliath in Gargoyles. So like that's when I hear Keith David's voice, you know, that's what I imagine is that cartoon.
I lost my shit when he was on The Flash as Solovar because I was like, oh, I cannot. We're getting all these great voice actors as like Grodd, as Solovar, as King Shark, etc. So I was like, when
Tony Todd is Zoom.
oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Love Tony Todd Zoom.
Oh,
I
good.
miss the show.
I still need to finish the show, so you know, I got to finish all the shows basically.
I don't know if I ever will.
I
show?
will because I'm a completionist. Like
What
That's
show?
fair.
the Arrowverse,
Ev-
basically.
Yeah, every
Oh,
show
yeah.
that exists on television.
But we did mention Keith David Spawn, right?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh, on HBO. Oh,
Yeah. Jesus
Classic.
Christ. I totally forgot that he did until I started rewatching it on Max. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that.
I
He's
hate this new name. I want HBO Max back.
It's whatever. I'm just like, I still have it. It's fine. It's cool. But yeah, so when it comes to the whole Rachel Zegler, yeah, I think I know she released a new video talking about the whole situation. I'm like,
Apologies.
but
can she-
but
get
that's
humble.
interesting. Can she though?
I know that's the thing. That's why I was like, I remember it came out like Wednesday, I think. And I was like, I don't know if I should talk about this because I don't know if it's a new video or an old video. It's just
What does she say in it?
she just basically is like, she's like hoping that the internet gets friendlier. I'm like,
Oh God.
Oh,
What?
so she never promote. Well, that's never gonna happen because the internet is
no,
the
the internet's
But, like,
always
The internet
does
is
she-
the internet. Yeah.
Does she ever
Agreed.
address specifically Snow White?
no, she can't. I don't think
Because
I
then-
haven't
then-
watched-
I
that
think-
would go against.
if it's
that
a
would go
new
against-
video, she cannot do that. That's the
No,
thing.
yeah, I think that's why it was very general. Like I remember because I think either Zola or Bruna posted something on their IG story.
Yeah.
With I think they posted like one of the reviews
Okay.
on Letterboxd.
Somebody just said in the chat that it's an old video from a year ago.
Oh, so that's the
That's why I didn't talk about it.
right.
How are all these videos becoming like why are people?
Because Andy, you know the internet. People don't have a life, and nature abhors a vacuum. With the strikes going on, these people can't say anything. So these people who have an axe to grind, all they do, it's like the people who have receipts. It's like I don't have the energy to collect receipts the way some people collect receipts. But the point is that now they are digging through everything because there's nothing new coming out. So all they can do is go and collect all the old stuff and weaponize it. So that's what's happening.
Yeah, so I mean that's why I didn't even like touch that. I was like, I saw this other video where like people were claiming that it was like a new one and she was playing the victim, and I'm like, how could she even talk about that without talking about the movie that she's about to? And that goes against the rules of the strike.
Yeah.
And sure enough, I mean, if Ambush is right, is the fact that was an older video, and I'm like, I had a feeling because there's no way that she could actually.
The
talk
only
about it right
video that is posted recently was 13 days ago. It's a cover of the song Complex
now. On her YouTube.
on her YouTube channel. Yeah,
So she's still, not doing original things. Sorry. I'm
she's
just
no
saying-
film. She's
Jay,
no film
let it
junkie.
go.
She could never be film junkie. She does like fun stuff. Like could you imagine her on Vodka
But
stream?
I'm just saying, I'm like, she has a beautiful voice. Write something yourself.
She
it's
really,
like-
she really does have a beautiful voice because
She
here's the thing,
does.
because her Maria in I mean Spielberg's West Side Story was an excellent movie musical.
I didn't see it, but
I'm right because you don't dig
Yeah, I'm not a
musicals.
big on musicals, so
But
as
as someone who does dig musicals, Spielberg's movie was really good.
Yeah.
And Ziegler was a really good Maria. So,
I mean, that's the thing is like the way I look at it is she got just pulled into this whole thing. And now she's just jumping from like big movie to big movie to big movie. It just, I mean, she's going to be in the next Paddington movie. I mean, that's also a franchise that's established as well. Apparently she got cast in that. So after Snow White, she's in that. I mean, like everything that she's been in is an existing thing already. So it's like she just got really just pulled into, I mean, and then of course being pulled into Snow White and being the lead in that, starring opposite of Gal Gadot in Wonder Woman, who's playing the evil queen, which is interesting because she's supposed to be ugly and Gal is.
Well, I mean, as the witch, she's ugly,
Yeah.
but as the queen, she is, she still looks beautiful. Like,
so I'm kind of curious to see how they do that.
I think
because I don't really know the
fun
story of
makeup.
Yeah.
Or
Which
they're
I
gonna
hope
do
they
a lot of CGI. It's gonna be
which
a lot of CGI.
which I'm all about. It's like, yeah, good. And I know Gall even said like, she's after playing all these heroes and good, being the good girl, good guy, whatever the hell you want to say.
She played Wonder Woman. That's all she's played. Like, like as a good role. What else is she known for?
Hardest
Giselle in the
Red Notice.
Furious movies.
The Fast and Furious movies.
But
gave a shit.
Are there heroes in Fast and Furious?
Yeah.
They're the good guys.
They're the good guys. Yeah.
See, I can't understand this shit. All I think about that, I'm like, it's about cars. It's not that it cannot be this deep.
Her character started off as she was working for the bad guy. In the fourth one.
In the fourth one, which is the best one, in my opinion. So
yeah, which I appreciate when you said that, Scott. I was like, yeah, show some love to the fourth one. Everybody always talks about the fifth one because that was when they really found their footing of like, all right, it's not all about just racing in cars. It's all about the heist, but I thought the fourth one was like the perfect like reintroduction and transition to where it went to because, you had the first one.
It's the bridge.
It is the bridge. Because the first one was obviously the introduction. Second one, Vin Diesel was like, with his ego, whenever I'm not going to do it, I'm going to go and do my own thing. So then they rewrote his character into Tyrese's character of Roman, which is not a bad movie. Eva Mendes. Oh, anyways. God damn it. Ryan Gosling is son of a fucking. Whew. Anyways, she still looks. See her Instagram? My God,
dude, her and Ghost Rider. My God.
Oh, Jesus Christ, she hasn't aged. By the way,
no reason to watch Ghost Rider.
She's a fine wine. By the way,
Ghost Rider.
It's not 1947 anymore. You can't talk like that.
I know. I can't help it.
That's what ticks me off the most when she says like it's not 1947 anymore. I'm like,
I know. See,
it's 1938. Apples don't cost a nickel. WPA ain't hiring.
Not in here, not out there. You drop this thing.
Action
back in my day.
Action Comics issue 1 is about to drop.
We used to walk to school and
then everything was fine.
Yeah. No, but okay. So then, of course, you got the third Fast and Furious, which went off the reservation. Tokyo Drift. Then you had that cameo of Vin Diesel at the end because he was like, "Oh, wait a minute. I kind of need this franchise because my other franchises aren't doing as well." And then, of course, when you get to the fourth one, which is they drop the and of, I guess it was just Fast and Furious,
yep.
Or Fast and the. So they
having a good time there, Bella.
They dropped the articles, and that's fine.
Yeah, they did. But that's what I love about it. It was like, all right, we're pulling everybody back. We have the core group, and we're gonna like revisit all this. And some people will not put it. They'll put it further back, and I'm like, why?
Why?
This is what saved. This is what brought the franchise to where it is because everybody came back. Paul Walker, Vin Diesel, Michelle Rodriguez, and I can't remember her name. The Vin Diesel's sister, Paul Walker's love interest. Jordana Brewster. There you go. Yeah. Jordana Brewster, right? I think so. There we go. They all came back, and it was like, all right, here it is. Now it was like one of those things, and it's a good fucking movie. Like, I'm like, why are people not praising this one more? I'm like, I like it better than 5. I do. So that's where Scott and I was like, when Scott said that, I'm like, fucking high five, dude. Thank you. People don't. Yeah, seriously. I like 5 too. I do, but 4, I'm like, come on, man. That might be my favorite. It might be. So
That's like me and Friday the 13th. I love part 6 so much. That one's my favorite.
I'm like trying to remember part 6. Which one was that one?
Jason Lives.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's
Yeah.
I remember the fucking I remember the poster to that. Is that where like it showed this hockey mask and it had like these creatures going through it, or is that?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no.
I don't know. Maybe I just remember Jason Lives. Is that
That one kind of the Bondy opening where they kind of close in on the hockey mask and then they show Jason kind of slashing. Blood
okay.
splat. I can even hear the theme now. Dun, 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 dun.
Anything's better than Jason X, right?
I don't know. Jason Goes to Hell was not that.
That's the one I'm thinking about. That's the poster that I was thinking about.
Because you know what? Yeah,
there's fire behind it. There's fire
Yeah.
behind it.
That's Jason.
Didn't
Goes to
Jason
Hell.
Go to Hell? Didn't it have that like post-credit scene where you see the mask and then Freddy's fucking claw comes out and grabs it?
Oh,
one of them had
so.
that post-credit scene. I mean, again, post-credit scenes were pre-Marvel kids. Yeah. Watch
Ferris
Masters of the
Bueller's
Universe.
Day Off.
Ferris
Why are you
Bueller's Day
so
Off.
busy here?
Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
home.
Yeah.
I rewatched that recently. Hot damn, that movie still holds up. Then again, any
does.
John Hughes film still holds up.
I mean, if you got to take in the time period, you know.
True.
And
Very true.
you know what Matthew Broderick movie I watched pretty recently was Election.
Nice.
Great
I
movie.
have still never seen that, and I
Watch
need
it, dude.
to.
Watch it.
Because
It's
Reese
on Max.
Witherspoon
It's on Max.
It's on Max. Okay.
Yeah. Reese Witherspoon is annoyingly cute in that movie. You hate her character,
Mhm.
but she is so fucking adorable. I'm like, I want to punch you, but you're so fucking cute.
It's
Like,
like
you
she
should-
goes from that to Legally Blonde like
Yeah.
really easily.
But yeah, watch
What?
Election.
Like it's hard?
Yeah. What? Like I don't know. She definitely pulled. But yeah, in Election, she's just like this stuck up little. You want to just but she's so adorable. It's just weird. It's just like it's a good movie though, and I forgot who directed that movie. He has a new movie coming out with Paul Giamatti as well, and I saw the trailer for it.
The Rhino?
Yes.
What's it
I know
called?
What is
Yeah.
it called?
Yeah, but I forgot what that director's name. I don't know if but I know it's kind of funny because like I just watched Election and then I saw the trailer for the movie and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I just watched Election that he made way back in the late 90s.
1999.
Yeah.
And the director is Alexander Payne.
There it is. And he has a new movie with Paul Giamatti coming out, which looks really good too.
It looks really good. I saw the preview for it, I think, before The Flash.
Yeah, that's what it
Yeah.
was. Yes.
Yeah.
I think I saw it another time too. I saw it online as well, but I was like, Jesus Christ, I just watched Election that he directed. But yeah, if you haven't watched it, watch it. It's a great movie. Just a great movie. I hadn't seen it in a long time, and I just put it on because I was like, somebody mentioned it on a podcast. I'm like, fuck, I haven't watched that movie in forever, and I put it
The
back on. I'm like,
Holdovers is the name
The
of the new
Holdovers.
movie.
That's what
Yeah.
it is. Yeah.
about college students who aren't going home, so they spend Thanksgiving break or
At their,
something like that
at their
the
boarding
college.
school.
Yeah, at the boarding school, and then Paul Giamatti like is with them, but he's a disgruntled fucking asshole kind of type. But
he
then,
gets
of course-
babysitting duty for the ones who don't get to go home for Christmas.
Right.
Yeah. But yes, Infinity. One of Broderick's best is Election. He does a great. I mean, his character, Jesus Christ, goes through some fucking shit. But
remember when it was Inspector Gadget?
Oh yeah.
No, I choose not to remember when he was Inspector Gadget.
Oh, Scott doesn't like Inspector Gadget.
I've never. I mean, I grew up on classic Broderick. So like for me, it's Ferris Bueller, it's War Games.
War Games.
War Games is a good movie. War Games
I
is
love
really-
interesting
Godzilla?
game. No, Dave, no.
I think he's pregnant. Good God. Remember like he like
Those Godzilla
literally
movies
in
were so
Godzilla
whack.
1997, Matthew Broderick's character gets a a pregnancy test and finds out that Godzilla is pregnant.
Yep.
That's right.
I still love, because he was on Broadway, because he's actually he's a song and dance man, which is really interesting about him, because he did How to Succeed
Nathan
in
Lane,
Business
right?
with, what you say?
Nathan Lane, right? Him and they did what's
Producers.
Producers, there it is. Yes.
Yeah, and even before that, he did How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying,
There it
which
is.
is which is a fun, like, it's like pre-Mad Men, like it's that, it's like you work for an advertising agency. How do you get yourself promoted without actually having to do your job?
Yeah, but Broderick's always great. So.
Oh, he is so good. Oh, by the way, because now on digital, No Hard Feelings, and he's in that.
Which one's? Oh, is that the
Jennifer Lawrence comedy?
Yeah, I gotta watch that still. I've seen a clip. I've seen a certain clip. And I'm like, oh yeah, I should watch this movie. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this clip.
I saw the movie in theaters. So
okay, yeah. So it's the
the beach.
She did not care about being butt ass naked fighting people.
But that's an interesting thing about her, because she produces this movie too. She's only done nudity twice. She did Red Sparrow.
Yeah.
Great movie. It was a good movie. The book was so much better, but the movie was good if I just separate that. Yeah. But it's interesting is that whenever you'll notice this, think back to Red Sparrow and then think about how it's used in No Hard Feelings. Notice what's never being done when she is nude on film. Sex. She is never being sexualized.
Yeah. And and she's comfortable with her body, which fine. But it was just like when I saw it showed up on my feed and I was like, whoa, she just was like, because there's a scene in there where that dude, they go skinny dipping in the ocean, and then something happens where some dudes are like, and then she ends up like fighting, and she is full on, just everything, full frontal, back, everything. And I was like, wow, you go, Jennifer Lawrence. I'm perfectly okay with this. Just like what's his name in the Foundation show, Lee Price piece. What's his name?
Lee Pace.
Yes,
Lee Pace.
He has a whole that showed up on my feed too. I'm like, Jesus Christ! Apparently, Twitter knows I like to watch naked fighting. I don't know, but he had a whole.
Dave,
clip where,
you are Dave. You are you.
Yes, I am. It just shows you what I'm searching for. No, but he fights.
We know.
I've never even seen the show, but I know it's about vampires. But all of a sudden, he's just like, I see a scene. I'm like, okay, I don't know.
Foundation's not about vampires.
I thought it was. Somebody.
No, it's. Oh my god. Oh my head hurts. Oh,
all right.
My head hurts so much.
I thought somebody told me that.
No, someone told you horribly wrong.
Okay, well I've not seen the show. All I saw was. Okay, somebody said it was about vampires.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Which by the way, Lee Pace, I would totally be okay with him being a Batman in the DCU. I think he'd be a good Batman if
I would accept it if you play Ted Cord.
Phil, Dave just broke my brain.
It wasn't my fault. Jeez.
You believed it. That was your fault.
I thought maybe it could have been. I have not. Again, I don't know.
I'm just going to just for clarification, Foundation is based on a series of novels by Isaac Asimov, the same guy who wrote I, Robot. I'm just putting that out there. Okay.
And so be
on the exam,
Professor. About vampires, maybe. I don't know.
Yes, it will be, Andy. So you better study. Damn it.
Okay. Is it going to represent 50% of our grades?
75.
7. That's unethical. That's a fun job.
I'm in charge, so suck it.
You don't challenge the professor, you know that, right?
you clearly not met me in a classroom. 75, one exam representing 75%. If that was ever said to me, I'm like, I'm dropping this course. I
think that's the point.
I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, all this.
Am I bad that I started googling for Blue Beetle villains that they could do in the sequel? I'm like, there's a lot of funny, not funny, but intriguing. I didn't know, for example, about that Black Beetle was actually in the comics now, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, Yeah. Well, there was Young Justice was, really, popular enough that stuff became continuity with that. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, them making Calderon homosexual, I believe, was something that the show did and then got transferred to the comics.
Mm.
I may be speaking in turn here, but I
think you're right. I think, or at least maybe like there was some correlation. That it's kind of like when we got Tim as bisexual in the comic, and then the following year,
New Titans did it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it was so good. I'm sorry to go back to Blue Beetle, Dave. I'm just like,
no, go for it. That's
I
fine.
just like if they want to go deeper into the Cord legacy, there's Jarvis Cord, the evil uncle of Ted Cord.
I didn't even know. I'm not that well versed in Blue Beetle beyond beyond Blue and Gold. Like I love me some team ups between Ted and Booster. So
the only things I know about Blue Beetle, I got into Rebirth Blue Beetle, and then of course whatever Young Justice gave us as well. So that's all I really know. I don't know going to the Rogues Gallery of Blue Beetle.
I still remember that Tom Taylor wrote a story arc for the Injustice 2 comic that dealt with Ted and Booster that emotionally just destroyed me. I wanted to go, fuck you, Tom. You made me cry, and I love it. Because
I really hope Ted is in the Booster show. I feel like it would be.
I know, right?
You feel like that almost feels like the best inclusion you could do for Booster Gold on a TV show would be having his friend Ted.
I wonder if they're just waiting to be able to announce it until the strike is over. Because it's like, James Gunn must know that this is the golden opportunity. Gold. I didn't realize that. It has to be. I didn't realize that I said gold, but he must realize that this is. I almost wonder if this is what they're trying to do, and they're just waiting for the right pitch. They're like, we want Ted and Booster after the Blue Beetle movie. We just want the right pitch for it, because I haven't heard if they actually have any creative team on Booster Gold whatsoever right now, because I think Waller is ahead of Booster. But I agree with Scott. I think that relationship should be explored, and I kind of hope that maybe the Booster Gold show gets reworked to like Blue and Gold, or DC's Blue and Gold.
That'd be a fun thing to explore.
All I'm saying is like, you do it right and it works
because they're both because that was okay. So since we are going back to Blue Beetle, that was a thing that when Rudy was talking about why he liked Blue Beetle over Batman, he talked about how Blue Beetle had a sense of humor. Because if you go back to the comics, Cord was kind of a cornball. He had a little bit of a gut. He was kind of goofy. He wasn't a badass superhero. He kind of fucked up a lot.
He was more of a semi-decent inventor more than anything.
Semi-decent,
which they already established in the movie.
Yes. Sometimes
she even his daughter when everything, like when they're going through like the weapons, you're like, oh my god, like look at all this. And she's even going like, yeah, some of it might work. It's like
it's
bubble gum. The bubble gum was
that was cool.
That was dope. The more I think about like the whole Ted Cord and adding the whole family element, it kind of feels like how they not in the same way, but like the same way they did Vulture, giving him a family for Spider-Man Homecoming and kind of making it a little more relatable in that sense.
And
because that really worked. That really worked in Homecoming,
right?
That was. I'm sorry. The as they call it, the doorbell, the door slam, like that whole. You don't get that without giving him a family, making that character his daughter, which she's not in the comics. And I don't care what people, I really like Homecoming. Like
I like Homecoming too.
I like that whole trilogy, but that's just me.
I can't stand Far From Home.
I know that's everyone's fucking punching bag. I know.
What's funny about Far From Home, it's the weakest one of the trilogy for sure, but a lot of good moments in there. Like even like rewatching it, when I rewatched it, because I was showing I was like, Steph, all right, we're gonna go through the whole, and I showed her out of order, which was fun because I was like, all right, before we go and watch No Way Home, we're gonna go back. Not telling her why, even though she probably already knew. But yeah, it was just kind of fun.
She is a smart person.
She is. She probably was like, "Why are we?" But
if you make them happy, I will play along.
Yeah, but the thing is, I was like hoping. I was like, "Don't."
No, Andy, no, that's the relationship with my wife. Like that's that. Maybe if I do this, he'll shut the fuck up.
Could be. Could be.
Oh my god!
But,
that's. Oh, sorry. That's why for all the people who give crap. That's why the Snyder Cut joke in Barbie works so well for me, because there was a part of me that had to sit back and go, "Okay, guilty."
Guilty for being that.
Guilty for being that. Yes.
No, but yeah, when it comes to Far From Home, there's some good moments in it. Like there's the Mysterio moments can be pretty great. But yeah, there's some things where I was like,
I think the Mysterio, the whole visual aspect of Mysterio, but I just got very exhausted by, oh, look, another dude that Tony Stark pissed off. Tony.
I didn't like the way that they connected it to Tony Stark. I didn't like that. Yeah. But I did like how, I mean, there's some of the best like Spidey fucking stuff in there too, though. Like when he's like trying to like just overcome the illusions and shit, I was like, wow, all that's cool. Really cool. So I do like that. And then of course I like the ending where it's like, oh shit, exposed, which of course led to No Way Home, and I did like that. And then of course bringing back J.K. Simmons. It's great.
Yeah.
Oh, that was fun.
That was really fun.
And then and then Volter got stuck in Morbius.
Oh,
God. Yeah.
Poor Michael Keaton. Man, I feel bad for Michael Keaton because it's like
you and me both.
There's so many high hopes, obviously, when it came to the Flash, and I still think he fucking rocked it, and I still really, really like
one of the best parts of the movie, no doubt.
Yeah.
Wait, are people really complaining about him?
No. It's just the fact that it flopped. That's his thing.
Yeah.
It's like I just wish it. I thought that he was going to be the big draw. I felt like he was going to be the big draw to at least get this movie where
and it just feels kind of bad because it kind of reminds me about like when he was nominated for Best Actor for Birdman.
Yeah.
And there's that clip you can watch of him like taking his acceptance speech out of his pocket, and then when he lost it to Eddie Redmayne, and then you just see him like tuck it back into his jacket pocket, and you're just like, no, Michael.
Yeah,
I love Birdman. That movie's great.
It's also been on my watch list for years. So.
Oh, you've never seen it?
It's on my watch list because I think it's.
I'm actually glad Dave brought up the Flash because I saw some art from Joe Quinones today, who's doing a fucking follow-up to the Batman '89 book called Batman Echoes, and fucking Scarecrow and Harley Quinn are going to be the villains in this.
Yeah,
but
all that too.
Yeah, but also he did art for the Flash. 3 of the 4 costumes that you see in the Flash film are loosely based off his art, and it looks fucking immaculate.
Yeah, I saw that too. I didn't really comment on it, but yeah,
I liked what I saw.
He was posting like, here we go. I'll pull it up right here. It's pretty sweet.
Ooh, and these are based off the Kenner line toys too, or Mattel. Fuck, I don't remember which one it was. Damn it!
Not that one. What the hell? Oh, here we go. Come on. But yeah, here it is right here. So we got some Bruce Wayne stuff with the costume that's updating it to more look like how he was in, I guess you could say, the Flash almost. But yeah, then we got
what year does
Scarecrow.
Yeah, I saw this today without any real context, but yeah.
Oh my god!
It almost looks like Jeff Goldblum.
Well, no, this looks a lot like Scarecrow in season 3 of Batman the Animated Series because he's got the noose around his neck.
Yep,
he's got the giant scythe. Like, oh yeah, this is definitely.
Is that when they changed the animation style to
but when they completely changed Scarecrow's, they changed voice actor, and
they changed the look. They changed. They had him in Over the Edge. That was the episode he was in, if I'm not mistaken.
There was Over the Edge, and there was No Fear.
No Fear. There we go.
Yeah, because first we saw him in No Fear, and then they brought him back for, the best episode of that season, which was Over the Edge.
Right.
Which is still, one of my favorite episodes of the entire series. Yeah, I saw this. The
Yeah,
cover.
this cover
Yeah.
looked dope. Oh my god.
Wait, who's that in the background?
That's
Harley
Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn.
Oh,
Yep.
shit.
So it's
And-
funny. The Batman 89 book is loosely, Batman 3. And
Yeah.
this feels like, Batman Triumphant, Batman Unchained territory.
Yeah. Oh,
Well, yeah, because
those are-
that
I love diving into
Scarecrow-
those.
yeah, Scarecrow was supposed to be the next big baddie. And
Along
it was
with Harley
funny too
Quinn.
because they were like, I remember, man, these were the days when there was no social media, of course, but the internet was, a thing. I remember catching wind about that, and then there was and reading articles that George Clooney wasn't going to return, which is true. He didn't want to fucking do it again.
Right.
And then they were talking about Kurt Russell being Batman. They were talking about either Steve Buscemi or Nicolas Cage being Scarecrow.
Oh,
There was-
Cage would be amazing.
Yeah, they were talking about Madonna being fucking Harley Quinn. And then there was going to be a dream, nightmare sequence where Jack Nicholson's Joker was going to show back up,
Yep.
Dan DeVito.
Yeah, it was going to be a thing where they were going to bring back, man. I was like, oh, that sounds great. And I was all about it because, I'm like, more Batman movies, please. But yeah, Batman and Robin just kind of killed Batman Triumphant, man.
Yeah.
There's Batman Triumphant, Batman Dark Knights. Dark Knight spelled one word with one K, and then Batman Unchained. I'm just like,
you got to wonder how many scripts. There's stacks and stacks.
17 scripts total.
Probably. There's so many.
Had they been made today, there would have been 52 scripts at least.
No, but again, I mean, anytime I see something like this, I'm just going, okay. Eventually, are we just gonna get Snyderverse comic books?
It's so
yeah.
easy. Yeah.
So easy.
There's
If
got to be
only-
there's how is nobody. I mean, there's got to be something in, God damn it. I mean, it just doesn't even make sense why they haven't. If there's
Well,
obviously
it makes sense,
we're-
Dave, because for some reason this stupid company has some sort of agenda against Zack for whatever reason. It makes
not
perfect
even-
sense.
no, it's Jim Lee though. Jim Lee has nothing against Zack.
Warner Bros. Owns DC. They can be like, nope, you don't. They can literally nix him down, I guess.
Yeah, but I
I
don't know.
think if they're going to do comic books, they might want to wait a couple years until there's another
That's the thing.
universe established.
I'm wondering if they're waiting for it and
kind of like how David Ayer has said that, they're giving some space, because David Ayer is really confident in the fact that his version of Suicide Squad is going to get released.
yeah.
So I just hope that actually happens.
Yeah.
As I look at my shelf up here, it's just
Well, I mean, 3 years from now, 10-year
Complete the set.
anniversary.
Complete the
that's
set.
I mean, that seems like a perfect way to, do it, but who knows? But when it comes to, I mean, again, just even going back to full circle, I mean, even Zack was reluctant to reveal story beats from what he was planning. And I'm just like, okay, is it going to end up being in a book or something,
Animated
because-
stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if it's animated, cool. But I think to be honest, obviously it's not live action. We can just throw that out the way just with everything.
I've given up on live action.
Yeah. I think a lot of us
anything,
people are starting to accept that. Live action ain't happening. I mean, there's still going to be people that think that everybody's just going to drop whatever they're doing to just come back and work on 2 Justice League sequels, which would take 7 fucking years probably to do. Which
this is what's happening in live action right now. Can we accept this?
Oh, yeah.
This is true.
Yeah.
We'll talk a little bit about that. We'll lead into that because Scott got the Empire. Yeah, he's got a few issues. Apparently,
I have a few.
Yeah,
I have a few.
I was just saying you have a few issues. I'm just kidding.
Oh, I do.
He's our bell. He's our bell. He loves to read.
No. I never told you this. I actually made a joke about that because when I did a comic book club at my first school job, I actually made a club T-shirt one year.
Wait. Can you bring up that backside again? Of the
You want-
the
it's
bear.
Hi, Jeremy. Hi, Jeremy.
Jeremy
he's
Allen
a
White.
Jeremy Allen White fan.
Go watch him on Shameless.
actor.
He's amazing.
Yeah.
Great actor. Yeah.
No, but no, we had I made a T-shirt for the comic book club that on the front said "We have issues."
There's a Deadpool shirt that I almost bought that said "I have issues." That
Yeah.
yeah.
I love that guy. I love the joke. So
Yeah,
when
it's
you
a
said
good-
that, I was just like, it's a good one. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, but yeah, but I'm just kind of going like, all right, I just wonder if something, and I really hope that I think comic book, graphic novel, whatever the heck, like the fact, or you can have numerous issues, which they probably will do, and then of course cram them all into like one big book. But I think the fact that he didn't want to, tell people, and even Ben Affleck didn't want to tell people. I'm like, just take their stories and put it in there and just label it the Snyderverse Chronicles or whatever the fuck. I don't know. And just put it, and who
It
knows?
worked for Smallville when they did season 11. Like that
And
was
season 11 was good.
Oh, I know, right?
Those
And they
were
actually
good.
introduced a Batman in that too.
Yeah.
And-
God, what was your favorite episode of season 11?
Oh, that's a good question.
Detective is really good.
Detective is good. There
Guardian is
was,
pretty nice.
I'm going to be honest with you, Andy. I need to go back and like reread that
Mhm.
to remind myself, because like they did that Titans spinoff that was really cool.
I really liked it. That was cool.
So I just season 11 was like, oh wow, so this is what happens when you decide to go like full comic book
Yeah.
with this
I don't have to worry
universe.
don't have to worry about budget. That's for like if that small animated series is still happening. I like just do season 11. Just adapt season 11 and continue. I think that would be great, because the thing is like I don't need everything to be in live action. Like I had 10 great years of that thing over there.
Yeah.
And I got him in Crisis and Erica. And like for me, like I love animated stuff. Like that's why like My Adventure Superman is so good. And I think small in animation, especially if they use season 11, could be great. And the same with my whole thing with the Snyder, I don't know if it's controversial to say, I just want Zack to get to finish his stuff. I don't need to see the Snyderverse continue for another 15 more years in comic book format or animation. I want to see him just finish his story. And I wonder if the reason why he's not really want to talk about plot details, maybe. Do you guys think he regretted that all those? Oh my God, what was it? There's some. Yeah, there was a museum that Rebecca went to for AT&T. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that was the AT&T Center in
No,
Dallas.
he doesn't regret that.
He doesn't
because-
regret it. No, that was intentional. That was
was totally intentional because, it was. I remember I had Ray Porter on the Vodka stream when that all happened, and then I surprised Ray with Zach because Zach was like, "Hey, I want to come on and surprise him," and so we planned that, and it was awesome because I almost gave Ray Porter a heart attack.
Yeah, you did.
Great. It was awesome. It was a great surprise. Anyways, but he talked about it. He goes like, "Oh yeah, and if we don't get anything more, those are the closest things you'll get to a sequel." So he's perfectly okay with it, but that's not what was going to happen in the story that they figured out. That was him sitting down with
That was the
Jim
rough
Lee
draft.
and Jeff Johns as well. Yeah, and probably other writers too, and they just kind of like planned it out. They planned out a story, but that ended up not being, that was, like I said, it was a rough draft. So some of that would probably be in there, but he's
everything.
also,
His finalized plans has not been something that he's shared.
Exactly. And then at full circle, when people are asking about that, and even like talking about the sequel and talking about the sequel being mainly in the Nightmare timeline and Joker and Batman, basically, that they'd be center of the whole, basically of the whole story.
Right.
He didn't want to reveal too much about it. So it just kind of made me and a lot of us just go like, is he planning on releasing the story? Like it was just odd that at his event, he was like, as much as he always likes to just throw the shit out there that he wanted to do, he was reluctant to talk about that. So I'm like, come on, put it in a fucking book, because animated, they animated movies are way too, unless they do a fucking, 12-part animated, thing. Let's face it, too short for Snyder. Books, perfect length. He could do whatever.
It could be bigger than the Lord of the Rings book to that point.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like it, I'm just saying. So
Also, imagine like what kind of artist he would bring on, like to work with, whether it's Jim Lee or, someone completely different.
Bermejo.
Bermejo would be the perfect one, I think, because I just love that. Yeah, but he probably used Jim Lee if that's the case.
Ian Sharp.
Yeah.
Liam Sharp. Yeah, he'd be another good one too.
But I'm just, maybe eventually it'll happen in that form. Because like right now, I mean, God damn it, guys. That next week, guys. Next week, Tuesday. It's already confirmed. I mean, obviously, Zach posted. And we're finally gonna and from what I gather from people who have seen some shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you need to be alone with the trailer?
Yes, I might need. I can't. Okay. Yeah.
You need to change the
Monday. What's confusing? How is Zach able to promote this? Because didn't he also write
director?
it?
No, director. He's a director.
So no, he's no writing at all.
No, he wrote it, but he's a director. That's the workaround.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just
so
like
he's not in the Writers Guild then.
It's like
no, he's in the Writers Guild.
Okay.
He is, but
he's also the Directors Guild.
I think
it's a gray area.
Writing it, I guess if he doesn't talk about writing it, he'll be fine. So he's the director. So yeah, that's where that's his.
He's a producer and a director. Yeah. So that's his.
So but if I was interviewing him, if I asked him a writing question, that's when he would say, "I can't speak to that."
Probably, I don't know.
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, but because like because it's one thing to talk about hey, talk about your directing style versus hey. Like if I said, hey, Zach, how many drafts did you go through writing with Rebel Moon? He will probably say,
answer that.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, next week, it's going to be all about that. And apparently, I don't know if it's just going to be the trailer, if there's going to be other things. Well, obviously, there's going to be numerous articles that are going to be
and the Gamescom Twitter account mentioned a special announcement in addition to the trailer. So there's been some speculation about what that special announcement is going to be, but that didn't come from Zach. Like I said, that came from the Gamescom Twitter handle.
I'm wondering if it's going to be the announcement of part 2 when
that's been speculating is that we'll get the release date for part 2 because as if you subscribe to patreon.com/squawkcast media, you can listen to me talk about this article for about 20 minutes. For those of you who have been unable to find a copy of this magazine. Phil, what did you think of it, by the way? Because I know that you listened to it.
I did, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. You broke down the article, the Empire magazine, very well. Obviously, a lot of people can't find this magazine because, as you mentioned, it's a British magazine. I haven't actually looked, to be honest with you, because I don't really go out that much anymore, even though just to get groceries and shit. But yeah, it was a great breakdown. I highly recommend anyone check it out.
Yeah.
But one of the things it does talk about is, what the original release plans were for part 2. And kind of like, you always feel like that whenever you watch Deborah and Zach together, Zach has a great idea, and then Deborah comes in and goes, and then reality kicked in. I feel like Deborah's the one going, that's nice. Let's put a pin in that.
Well, that's why I always say, like, when you see that scene before Leonidas kicks that dude into the hole, he looks at his queen, and I'm like, that's Zach and Debbie right there. Like, he looks to his queen, and like when he has like a crazy idea, and then she either nods or shakes her head. But that's why I'm like, that is their relationship right there.
Oh yeah,
a ship we stand.
Oh,
totally. You better believe it.
100%.
I've tried to come up with a good ship thing for Zach and Deborah, but I was like, it's hard. I'm like, Dak.
No, it's that. It's 300. It's that.
Dak.
That's the way I look at it.
But that's so it's even Empire didn't know when the release date's going to be. So I fall in the camp of thinking we'll probably get the release date for part 2 when we get the trailer. It'll be like, here's the trailer, part 2 coming you know,
April or something.
Like that.
As part 2, it's been filmed already, right?
Yeah, they filmed them back to back. Like
Nice.
it's like when they had the 6 months of filming back in 2022, they filmed all the material that's going to encompass part 1 and part 2.
Yeah.
Do we think that the trailer will have our first like snippet of Junkie XL's score, or is that?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
I think there'll be something with that, probably. Yeah.
More than likely.
Yeah. Because I mean, yeah, it's gonna
It's
be
been post-production for over a year.
Yeah, so he's definitely been working. I mean, he even tweeted the other day.
Yeah, I saw that tweet.
Like,
that
somebody asked her, like, "Hey, you've been pretty quiet about it," and he goes, "Well, you know, you'll hear about me, you know, something soon." So, yeah, I'm sure we're gonna hear Junkie XL score. You know, we'll see what happens because, you know, like I said, it's already been revealed by, you know, some people that there was something that happened this past week. And, you know, just because I met up with Steven in LA doesn't mean that anything happened there. He was just in town.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. He was just in town. We had dinner and he was like, "Hey, I'm in town.
Sure, John.
Food."
Sure,
John. I didn't get any, you know, nothing. He was completely quiet about that. We were just eating our food. That's all.
Nothing more than a dinner date.
Yeah, that's all it was. But yeah. So I mean, yeah. So, but you know, like I said, there's other people that revealed. I mean, it was. So we'll see. Like we're gonna have articles. There's gonna, you know, that
because the embargo on the set visits releases next week. So
that explains why. Like, it's Rebel Moon week.
It's gonna be.
I really do think, and I said this in the YouTube video. So once again, I'm shamelessly plugging everything tonight, but head on because I am shameless. But on the public Squadcast Media YouTube channel, I did a review of the T-shirts I did get, and I speculate that these shirts were supposed to get released
next week, huh?
Next week.
Yeah, that's why the links are gone. Yeah.
That's why the links are gone. Dude, I don't know how many of you like actually dug through to see all the different varieties of apparel that are available. But hot damn. If I said I spent close to an hour just digging through everything, I'm not being hyperbolic. Like, I mean, there were T-shirts, there were premium T-shirts, there were pullover hoodies, there were zip hoodies, there were baseball tees, there were V-necks,
baseball tees. Ooh,
and then for all these designs, like you see a design, and you could get the design on a zip-up hoodie, or on a pullover hoodie, or on a long sleeve shirt, or on a regular T-shirt, or a premium T-shirt. And then you could even adjust the color of the shirt. Like it was like,
oh yeah,
it was
that's
all
gonna be next week.
And I show this on the video, but they're official, like they're branded Netflix, like where the tag should be right here. It's officially branded Netflix merchandise. I remember the last time Zach was on the Vodka stream, and I made a comment about how Netflix needs to step up the merchandising game. I think someone finally got the memo.
Hopefully.
I mean, even know Netflix did merchandise.
Like
so.
Well, and here's the thing that get me was like Army of the Dead eventually got shirts, but it was like months after the movie actually like came out. I found some at Hot Topic and got some Army of the Dead shirts. I feel like they're feeling if you want this merchandise to like have an impact, you build it into the pre-hype for the movie's release. You don't wait months after the movies come out and then try to sell stuff.
Nope, you don't do that at all. I mean, come on.
Click on that. Click on
it says try again. What the hell?
What do you mean try again?
It says try. Some. Whoa, we're already talking about the 4K Ultra HD. Wow. Look at that with the.
You can already pre-order the Steelbook at Best Buy.
Wow,
that speak of the devil.
Look at that. That's
Wow.
pretty.
That's dope.
It's so beautiful.
Look at that.
That's dope.
Which one's that one?
Isn't that what's it called? Like a metal book? What's it?
Digibook. No, Steelbook is
Steelbook.
No. Go backwards.
Steelbook was this one.
That's the Best Buy Steelbook.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is just like a different one right here, I guess you can get, which is actually pretty cool because it's got the Blue Beetle cave, I guess you say, and we've got the old costumes right here. And then of course, this is pretty cool right here that she's standing right in front of the blank mannequin.
Yep.
Cool.
Maybe she'll become a Blue Beetle.
I kind of want that one.
Follow in her. Yeah, I may have to buy all 3 of them.
Andy, you sound like me. This is why I have so many copies. That's why I own so many copies.
Scott,
of Banter.
I'm actually your son from the future. I haven't been born yet.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, genuine bona fide booster gold here.
What?
That was funny. I just like you
because you do
like
know
I am
that,
actually your son for the
that
future.
Rip is Booster's son.
Rip Hunter.
And
Yes,
they fucking messed it up on Legends. They messed up Rip Hunter. I cannot. How do you get someone as great as Arthur Darvill and mess it up?
They can. They did.
Welcome to the CW. But no, that's it. Wait. So the 4K version is going to come with a Blue Beetle Funko?
I saw that through I saw that on the UK side. I don't know because DC World was tweeting about that earlier.
Oh yeah, that guy. That's that one dude, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've talked. I've tried to. We talked about him coming on the Vodka stream.
Tim and I won one of his giveaways back in the day.
Mm.
Tim got a Batman beanie, and I got a Superman beanie. I still have it.
Have a good Superman, or not a Superman, but a good Batman beanie. We've all seen it, right? The wings.
Yeah, the wings. Yes.
Yes, the wings are great. Anyways, let's go ahead and wrap.
I know I keep going back to Blue Beetle. I'm so sorry.
Okay, no,
It's literally the
That's
cover
what
art.
this whole stream has been about. Blue Beetle. I think we've pretty much, I mean, I love the fact that, because it's funny. It just kind of shows you like our entire conversation about Blue Beetle. We went off on a lot of tangents because let's face it, what we've said before, like what we said here, even with Scott, is like Blue Beetle was very much its own thing. So there's not much when it comes to just talking about spoilers. Not like when we talked about the Flash. The Flash had we had a bunch of shit that was talked about that's in that movie. It's a crazy movie. But Blue Beetle, yeah, there's things, but there's not like much. So like that's what I enjoyed about the conversation tonight is the fact that we would go off on tangents and then come back to it. And then more people would show up and then we'd like, hey, what do you think about that? And blah, blah, blah. So, but it's for the most part, it's a small, simple, not simple, but it's a small movie. It's an underdog movie. It's a small character, I guess you could say. And I'm rooting for it, and I can't wait to watch it again because, like I said, Steph enjoyed it way more than I did. She was like, oh my God. It was like, she didn't enjoy it.
I already stand her and I haven't even met her.
Yeah, I know. And I enjoyed it, but I don't know. I think for me, it was just like, why am I not just more? I don't know. It's just like, I can't figure.
You wanted to play Blue Beetle.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. I'm like, you couldn't get a half Mexican in there? I'm just kidding. No, but it's just, no, but I don't know.
You can play Ted Cord.
I could.
I said, Dave.
I know. I'm like,
Scott, I said to him. I said to him.
I'm like 18 years older than fucking.
You don't. No, I don't. I thought you were literally in your 30s. So no, but Scott, before you came, I said that
Mexican,
even before I even knew Dave, in my head, I always imagined whatever Ted looks like in live action to look somewhat like Dave.
There we go.
And then everyone was like, "Andy's just kissing his butt." I'm like, "No, but that's like in my head, like,
I can, yeah, that's right. I can make a beautiful daughter like Jenny. What's her name? Yeah, Jenny. Yeah.
Jenny.
Jenny.
I love you,
Jennifer.
Yeah.
Every time she said Jennifer, I got so aggressive. I'm like, shut up, Victoria. I don't know why. But like, every time she said Jennifer, I'm like, shut the fuck up. Mind your business.
Oh man, I don't know what Susan Sarandon did to this movie to make me like love her villainy so much. I don't know. Maybe it's just because how
She wasn't
Because
bad.
she's a representation of the military-industrial
Hillary
complex.
Clinton. Sorry.
honestly, my mind kind of wandered toward Ivanka Trump, but that's just me.
That's a little harsh.
One of those
I know.
first ladies, you know.
One of those.
She
British
was
ladies.
she was Cruella Kardashian, as they said.
That was funny. That was a funny line.
Yeah.
That 1 points for me. So
Cruella Kardashian, that was pretty good.
I like that one.
No, but I think, I think everybody in the panel just, we all enjoyed the movie, at different levels, of course. But nobody was like, ugh, horrible. I talked to somebody last night. Somebody
to people, really?
Yeah, no, I had a DM. I had a DM with somebody who said it was one of the worst DC movies ever, possibly one of the worst films ever. He walked out of it, and I went, wow, that's a little dramatic. And then I was like,
Did he not see the Flash? Did he not see the Flash?
Yeah, but
I mean, there was that video of someone walking out of the Suicide Squad.
Oh yeah, that's Andrea. She's a fan.
Oh, sure. Right. Yeah. That was Andrea, huh?
Yeah, it was Andrea. And, I mean, she did it. And she got that video got passed around pretty good. So she.
What video?
She made a video where she walked out of the Suicide Squad saying, like, no, how dare James Gunn treat the characters like they did. And it's funny, too, because our very own Suicide Squad, the biggest Suicide Squad fan here, you liked it a lot, right?
I really liked it.
Because because if you really have read any Suicide Squad, kind of nails it pretty well.
Kind of works.
Nothing against David Ayer. David Ayer was really
no. That was the thing though. Because when you say Suicide Squad, it's not just one thing. It's like it's like comics.
It's never the same group.
Yeah.
When you read a different story, it's a rotating group.
Because you've killed some of them.
Yes, they're called the Suicide Squad. And what did James Gunn do right at the beginning? He killed a bunch of them. I know we weren't happy about Captain Boomerang, but did you expect that to happen? Yes. And I was sad too, but I was like, good on you, James Gunn, for just killing that motherfucker. Why not?
My two issues with this Suicide Squad is that, one, Suicide Squad as a concept for me, it's not something that you root in comedy, because it's a commentary on the fact that the government.
Yeah.
Look what Amanda Waller does as a government figure. She abused her power and used, again, criminals should be in jail. Of course, they should not be able to just be used like as puppets why does Amanda Waller get to say, oh, if you do this, I will shred off 10 years. The other thing that was also really disturbing to me is the scene where they kill all the freedom fighters, and then they're like, oh, we thought they were bad guy. Whoops. I'm like, oh, great. Brown genocide. That's awesome. So, I will say with David Ayer's Suicide Squad any day of the week.
See, that's the thing is like, but it welcomes different interpretations. That's why I hope to see full on David Ayer's realization of the characters, because he wasn't going for a more comedy, crazy aspect. He was trying to, make it a little bit more serious. And we saw that in that first trailer. That first trailer, he's even said, if you want to know what tone I was going for, it's that first trailer. And that first trailer blew everybody's balls off. And we didn't get to see that because
first episode of our podcast
yeah.
ever was talking about that trailer.
Exactly. There you go. But that doesn't negate the fact that James Gunn did make a pretty good Suicide Squad movie. To me, I was like, I enjoyed it. Fine. It was, but Scott was like, being more of a Suicide Squad fan, was like, it's good. It's good. And I think Suicide Squad fans definitely did dig it. And then they dug what, James Gunn understood understood the assignment, I guess you could say, right, Scott?
As the kids say it.
Yeah. As the kids say. Yeah.
As the kids say.
And Professor Scott.
Yeah, I don't know. That movie in me, I don't know. There are things in it that I like, but it is my without a shadow of a doubt that the Suicide Squad is my least favorite of the DC films. But I would also say that both Ayer, at least from what he intended to do with that first trailer and what Gunn did, they both kind of tap into two different perspectives of the Suicide Squad. Like one goes a little more Dirty Dozen, the other one goes a little more we're gonna kill them all.
Yeah. It's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
So, anyways, let's go ahead and wrap this up. But I mean, overall, I think we all just enjoyed Blue Beetle, and go see it if you can. Support this movie. It's an underdog movie.
Join the Blue Beetle Battalion.
Exactly, the Blue Beetle Battalion right there. It doesn't have to, make a cajillion dollars. If we can get it past, if it has enough legs to get past 300 to 350, it'll be in good shape, to be honest. If that budget is true, $104 million production budget. We'll see.
If 300, Dave will play Ted Cord. He will put on the
exactly.
suit, the
if that happens, I will play Ted Cord. Yes, that's right.
You're gonna have to be a father. Like, are you ready for that?
No, not yet.
Probably not.
But and I got to make my look like it was in that painting. So I have to grow a mustache and something. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I mean, it works because half Mexican. Anyways,
salt
guys.
and pepper beard.
Yes, that too. All right, so let's go around the horn. Thank you to, of course, Jordan and Travis for also joining in on the conversation. But we'll start with Phil.
Well, once again, my friend, thank you again for having me on. Talk about Blue Beetle. Always nice to catch up with you, Andy, Scott, Jay, Jordan, and of course Travis. If anyone wants to follow me, it's just at Unfiltered pretty much everywhere. You can follow me on Twitch. You can follow me on the Four Nerds every Thursday, and you can also follow my show, The Eternal Night, on Podbean. Thank you.
There it is, Andy.
Well, I was really ready that Scott was getting next.
That's always last. What are you talking about when he's here?
No, I thought it was 1, 2, 3. So okay,
no, I'm always. It doesn't matter where I am.
Scott's here because of the way that
he does. Well, he does. He does it the best. I will say.
Yes,
that.
he does. He does.
As always, I appreciate coming on. I love all you guys, and thank you for putting up with all my Blue Beetleness for the last 2 months. However long I've been on the show, but you can find me at Andrew Reichsfeld, right? Like this on all social medias. I am the co-host of the Flash podcast. The show is over. The movie sucked. We will find other things to talk about. Actually, Dave will be soon on to talk about the Blue Beetle movie because we always like to review some of the Flash movie, the DC movies. So that will be fun. I also co-host Endless Multiverse on Chainsaw Reacts YouTube channel every Friday. What else do I do? Oh, hold on, let me check my Twitter because I don't know what I do. Screen Rant, of course.
You write for.
I'm a senior writer at Screen Rant. Love having that job. I don't know how it just blew past me, and I'm also the editor-in-chief of Multiverse of Color, where you can also read my Blue Beetle review. So
there it is.
Go see Blue Beetle.
Go see Blue Beetle. All right, Scott.
Of course, you can find me on X at ScottDC27. You can find me on my podcast, the DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. Our next episode will be Tim and I talking about our review of Blue Beetle. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at Squadcast Media, where I do a review of all of my Rebel Moon t-shirts that I ordered. And of course, we are a fan-supported network, so head on over to patreon.com/Squadcast Media, where the latest episode of Scott Shots, episode 34, is me breaking down this Rebel Moon article. So if you can't find the Empire magazine on your newsstands, well, let me tell you a story, and it might be the next best thing. Remember, $5 a month gets you access to over 400 pieces of content over at patreon.com/squadcastmedia. And never forget that every Sunday night at 9 o'clock Central, join Dave and me here at the Film Junkie YouTube channel, where we are continuing our journey through the DC animated universe on the DC Fanimator stream. This Sunday night will be the season 1 finale of Superman the Animated Series, Two's a Crowd.
Two's a Crowd. Parasite coming back, baby. All right, guys.
The professor has spoken.
Yes, exactly. Smash that like, thumbs up. Thank you guys for spending time with us, and we will talk to you guys later.